Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Chapter 41, Is It Wrong to Hate Einstein? Ace Wallenstein. The Sword Princess and fastest growing adventurer in Orario. Ever since she had joined the Loki familia, Ace had obtained countless accolades and praises. A calm and collected warrior. A cold young woman who was always composed. But at that moment, what did I just feel? She watched the mysterious man with white hair and crimson eyes dash away carrying that goddess. As she did, she reflexively glanced back down at her sword. It was a masterpiece blade, but it wasn't unbreakable. In that moment where she reflexively acted, Ace channeled both her mana and Avenger to attack. A move that should have cracked the blade to its core. But it was fine. Not only that, but she tightened her grip on the blade. How? She saw the sword cut through. But in an instant, it had vanished and reappeared in his hands. Was he that much faster than her? Stronger? Was that how he could tell? No. More than that. Ace narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. She was sure of it. For a brief moment, she felt a monster's presence overlapping with that man's form. Not only that, but she felt that presence as well. The one who had slain her father and taken away her mother. Geez, Ace. I told you that you've been spending too much time training. A familiar voice broke Ace out of her thoughts. Leffy Ya's voice. Ace blinked and then saw that the half-elf was standing in front of her. Leffy Ya sighed and then grabbed Ace's hand. This is why I said we should have some fun. Loki stepped forward and nodded. Leffy's got a point, you know? We can't have our cute sword princess attacking any old couple just because they're so disgustingly sweet. Leffy Ya gave a serious nod and said, that's right. Even if they should get a room. Ace blinked and tilted her head. I don't understand. Loki laughed and patted Ace's head. Don't worry about it. Now, let's go try out some more cute dresses. We got one for Leffy, so now it's your turn, hee hee hee. Leffy Ya gave Loki a blank stare and said, if you do anything weird, I'm going to tell Lady Riveria. Loki straightened and saluted Leffy Ya. Understood, ma'am. Leffy Ya shook her head and then started walking off, tugging Ace with her. As she did, she muttered, maybe Captain Finn was right. We might all need a break from all of these events happening. XXX. Loki smiled and watched as her two cute children walked off together. But then she turned back to look at where Hestia and that bell had gone off. A naive demi-spirit, hey. That shrimp didn't know anything about Ace. And she wasn't like Freya who had her scary eyes that could see through everything, so that information didn't come from the shrimp. And Loki saw it too. The shrimp didn't expect that comment, even though she went with it. Which meant that her bell figured it out by himself. Just who is that guy anyway? A man who Hestia loved enough to lash out with her arcanum because he could have been hurt. A man who could avoid Ace's attack while disarming her. And a man who put Ace on guard enough for her to reflexively attack him. Meh. Loki laced her hands together behind her head and started walking off after Ace and Leffy Ya. Even if that guy was weird, he was someone that Shrimp chose. And while Loki hated to admit it, the Shrimp was definitely a better judge of character than her. So for now, she'd ignore it. That man didn't mean anything by saying what he said, and the Shrimp didn't want anything to deal with them. Although, Loki cracked one of her eyes open a bit more as she watched Ace glancing back towards where Hestia and Belle left. This might be messy later. XXX. What did you do that for, Belle? I set Tia down on the ground while I adjusted my shirt. What was what for? Tia huffed and said, pulling me into your arms and then running away like that. And not that I didn't like it, but that was a serious situation. I brushed down my pants and then smiled. All the more reason to get us out of there then, right? We're on a date, and we can't have a good one while other people are bothering us. Tia covered her face and let out a deep sigh. I can't believe you sometimes, Belle. That's because I'm unbelievably awesome. Tia swatted my arm and said, you're just lucky you're handsome. I chuckled and said, should I tell that to Fina? Seems like her mommy's the sort to judge on looks. Tia rolled her eyes and then started adjusting her dress. After that, she looked around and said, Did you have plans here in Deadless Street, Belle? Not really. But it's a good place for a stroll, right? After saying that, I took a look around. A haphazard and winding street. Uniform buildings that looked the same in every direction, and when they didn't look the same, they had countless alleyways. In short, the sort of place that a person could easily get lost in without a proper map or directions. Of course, I didn't need that since I was me and could mark places with mana. While we were on the move, I had perfectly mapped out the entire area. Although I glanced towards a powerful mana signature that seemed to be radiating from the depths of Deadless Street and frowned. Tia noticed and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I sighed and said, "Just have a feeling that life's going to get more complicated soon." Tia rolled her eyes and then wrapped herself around my right arm. "If you were worried about that, you should have listened to me and become something other than an adventurer, darling. And you need to try a bit harder than that if you want to be seductive, Tia. Though you don't have to be." I gave Tia a warm smile and said, "I was already enchanted the moment I met you, my dear goddess." "Humph." Tia huffed and leaned her head against my arm. "Don't think you can get off that easy. I'm still upset about what happened earlier." Tia frowned and said, "That cutting board. Calling another goddess a cutting board is a bit much, don't you think?" I paused, remembering how Tia roasted Loki. Well, there was a reason why she was considered a goddess of fire too, I guess. Tia rolled her eyes and said, "I've called her worse and she's called me worse. It's fine. Now." Tia tugged me along and looked around. "Where are we going, Belle?" I started walking, taking the lead, before saying, "Easy there, wifey. There's plenty of daylight left. Besides, there's a lot we don't know about each other, right?" Tia swatted my arm again and said, "Stop with that silver tongue of yours. It's because of that thing we're in trouble with Freya. Right? Sorry." I frowned and said, "Force of habit. Not mine though." Maybe accelerating Belle's growth was bringing out his natural tendencies? And maybe he was meant to be a playboy? I mean, Belle was the MC of a harem manga or something, right? I thought I was keeping it in check, but I might need to do dedicated speech therapy. Maybe start scolding women instead. Ah, wait. That would just draw the weird ones to me. I decided to set that issue aside for the moment and focused on Tia. Anyway. You like reading, right, Tia? Is there a reason for that? Tia paused to consider it and said, "Not really. I enjoy stories, but I guess it just became a habit. Back in heaven I didn't really have many friends, so stories and books became my companions. You know I love you, right Tia? You do." I blinked. "Oh yeah. Haven't said that outright yet." I coughed and said, I do. I mean, isn't that obvious?" Tia looked away and blushed. "And no. I mean, I guess so. You're always flirting with other girls, but you draw the line pretty harshly, so." Gah. She shook her head and glared at me. "You shouldn't say these things so casually, Belle." Right. I'll remember to say it in a more serious setting next time, Tia." Tia's face turned a darker shade of red and said, "Why you don't have to. But I want to. And it'll be more fun seeing you squirm then." Tia was already cute, but seeing her embarrassed was even cuter. Squirm. Tia looked at me and then I caught her eyes flicking down for a second. I blinked and then did my best to ignore my face heating up. Instead, I stared at her and said, "Tia. What?" I didn't look at anything. "Sure. Yeah. Let's play along for now. Today was meant to be a wholesome and romantic date, not one where we end up in a hotel room or something doing the lovey-dovey. Yet. Though I probably should start working on that before Freya starts trying to work Tia over for a threesome or something. But first, cute and romantic date. XXX. Damned Einstein. The passage of time passing entirely on where you're standing, the theory of relativity. It really was true. Chatting with Tia about various things. Getting to know each other a bit more, like favorite colors, foods, and activities. Discussing various stories and what sorts we liked. Speaking of which, I learned that Tia adored happy endings, but couldn't help herself from reading tragedies since she thought those were more realistic. And she felt that those stories deserved to be remembered so that the people who suffered didn't do so in vain. That raised a big red flag. Paired with the fact that Tia had apparently risked getting sent to heaven by using her arcanum before meant that I'd have to be extra cautious about things. I had a feeling that if push came to shove, Tia would do a heroic sacrifice to keep everyone safe. For the record, I despised tragedies and exclusively read happy endings. And when I came across a story without one, I tended to either retcon it in my head or retcon it in writing to fix that. But anyway, time passed by in a flash. And before either of us knew it, the sun had fallen and gotten replaced by the moon. Then, to top off our date, we shared a long and sweet kiss while staring at the starry skies from the edge of a clock tower balcony. It was sweet and unforgettable. Romantic and precious. And yet, it's already time to get back to work, huh? It was now the morning after my date with Tia. And on that morning, I stood in front of the Freya Familia building and did my best to ignore the pointed glares from all around me. Glares that were coming from people that were absolutely stronger than me. Not that I'd lose just because they were stronger though. Right now, I was coming up short in pure stats, but in terms of lethality, I'd developed quite a few trump cards due to the realization of my precarious situation as an MC and the inevitable troubles coming my way. I sighed and then pressed the strangely modern doorbell next to the imposing iron gate before me. A soft chime echoed in the distance. The glares on me became sharper. And then, "You are brave for walking alone into enemy territory, Bell Cranel." A firm and powerful voice echoed from the distance. Shortly after, the gate opened on its own, revealing the speaker. "Otter." I chuckled and waved at him and said, "I've gotta do this much to take responsibility, right? Killing intent. Enough to cause any ordinary person to faint. But to me, killing intent was just another energy. Apparently. Huh. That was a new one. I quietly gathered up the killing intent and stored it away in my inventory for later. Otter smiled and then walked forward, placing his hand on my shoulder. "Yes. You must do at least that much. Then, let us depart. The sooner we accomplish our task for Lady Freya the better." "Right. That task." I glanced back at the mansion, tracking a few people glaring at me with pure malice. After that, I looked back at Otter and said, "You'll give me pointers along the way so I won't die a stupid death, right?" "Of course." Otter's smile widened and he said, "Lady Freya mentioned that you have great potential. I will do my best to draw it out along the way." An imposing aura. Otter was being completely benign in both his speech and mannerisms, but why did I feel like I was going to regret asking that? And why was the infamously aloof and cold Otter staring at me with burning passion in his eyes? "Go easy on me. No such words exist for a hero. Now come, there is work to be done." Ha! Chapter 42, Is it wrong to not know the meaning of life? Evening, in Freya's private room within Babel. There, 3 goddesses had gathered while waiting for the start of the banquet of the gods in a few hours. Hestia adjusted the form-fitting black dress that Freya lent her and then looked into the full-body mirror nearby. When she did, Hestia frowned, carefully spinning in place to examine herself. It was a pretty outfit. Unlike her usual bright blue bow and white clothes, the dress Freya lent her was mostly black, with only a bit of white around her shoulders and chest. Paired with the black ribbons that Freya also lent, Hestia was sure that she gave off a more mature vibe. Even so. Am I growing a bit? Staring at herself in the mirror, Hestia couldn't help but think that. She knew that her clothes had been a bit small recently, but Hestia thought it was just because she had been eating a bit much. But the woman in the mirror. It was definitely her. But at the moment, it looked like people would double take if Loki called her a shrimp again. Freya walked over to the mirror and smiled. Like Hestia, the Norse goddess was wearing a form-fitting dress. It was a bit different in style though. Unlike Hestia's dress which had shoulders to support the top of her dress, the top of Freya's dress had bare shoulders and was being held by the thinnest of silk strings. It was still an elegant ball gown, but it looked like a wardrobe malfunction waiting to happen. Freya glanced at Hestia's reflection and then let out a calm smile. "Perhaps it's the maturity of motherhood, Tia." Hephaestus walked over as well to look at Hestia's reflection. The goddess of the forge was also wearing an elegant black ball gown that night. But to reflect her origin as a blacksmith, she was also wearing a few accessories. An obsidian and gold necklace, golden trimming at the top edges of her dress to properly support it, unlike Freya's, a golden armband, and most importantly, a golden sword at her side that had been forged by the man she loved. Hestia eyed the sword Hephaestus wore at her side and raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously planning to carry that around, Fafi? Hephaestus blushed a bit, but then she held her head high and said, of course. She rested her hand on the hilt of the sword and let out a warm smile. With how much love Welf put into it, how can I not? Hestia gave her a blank stare and said, weren't you the one worried about drawing attention because of the kids? Isn't carrying around a ridiculous sword like that even worse? Hephaestus waved her hand and said, don't worry. It's sealed and just looks like an ornamental blade. She glanced over at Freya and said, even you can't detect anything from it, right? Freya stared at the sword and said, no. You've done a great job of concealing it. Hephaestus looked at Hestia and said, see? It will be dash. It's a pity though. Freya interrupted Hephaestus and sighed. To think that the crystallization Kraso's pure love and affection would be smothered like this instead of being revealed to the world. She glanced at Hestia and said, it's a bit tragic, isn't it, Tia? Hephaestus flinched, but she quickly recovered and said, at least it's a mutual love, unlike yours. Freya smiled and said, you say so, but does your child know that? Hephaestus winced and then lowered her head. Hestia sighed and said, could you stop jabbing at Fafi, Freya? You know she has her circumstances. If you say so, Tia. Freya turned away from Hephaestus and then helped adjust some of Hestia's ribbons. As she did, she gave a sidelong glance at Hephaestus and said, though, I just have to say. If it came between choosing my familia or the man I loved, I would choose him without a doubt. Hephaestus pursed her lip, subconsciously resting her hand on. Hestia glanced at Freya through the mirror and said, that's my Belle you're talking about. Freya nodded. Yes. And I'm his mistress. Say that again after I marry Belle. Hestia stepped away from Freya and then glanced out the window at the setting sun. In any case. Should we get going? Hephaestus looked out the window as well and then sighed. I suppose we should. She reached up to scratch the back of his head and said, I'm still not prepared though. She looked over at Freya and said, are you really going to back us? Freya smiled and said, we're a sisterhood of divine mothers, are we not? Of course I will. Hestia resisted the urge to sigh again at Freya's shameless insistence. Instead, she nodded and said, then. Let's go. She put a serious expression on and prepared herself. For the sake of her family. XXX. Fina was enjoying herself. Although she was a bit sad because both mommy and daddy were busy, she was happy because she got to spend lots of time with her friends. And not only that, today she managed to earn some rent money. Since mommy was busy, she couldn't work her job at the stall making yummy Jagamericans. And since Fina was still too small, Mr. Owner wouldn't let her cook them. But Mr. Owner did let them borrow the stall to sell some things with Pira. But only with an adult watching them. But Miss Lion was there to help, and even Miss Artemis came along. Uncle Welf wanted to come too, but he was in the middle of a secret project, so he stayed at home to watch the house. But anyway, after a long day, it was time to count their earnings. Fina opened the bag of their earnings and dumped the coins out on the kitchen table. Staring at the glittering gold, she smiled and said, look, Pira. We got a lot of coins. Pira's eyes sparkled and she said, we did. And they're pretty gold too. Right? It's super pretty. Ryua walked over from the kitchen and set down a platter of sandwiches cut into cute bite-sized pieces. After that, she pulled over a seat and sat down next to the girls. Remember to eat. Oh. Fina nodded and said, thank you, Miss Lion. She smiled and grabbed a sandwich piece off the platter. Pira smiled and said, yes. Thank you, Miss Lion. After that, she grabbed a sandwich piece as well and carefully started eating. Meanwhile, Fina munched on her sandwich and started counting out the coins. One for her, one for Pira, one for Miss Ryu. Oh! And one for Miss Artemis too. While Fina was counting, Ryu grabbed her own sandwich piece and made herself comfortable. After taking a bite, she frowned and mumbled. Still. To let children manage a stall like that even with supervision. Is it that the children were too charming, or was the owner that careless? Artemis walked over with a pitcher of water and some cups. Pouring out drinks for everyone, she sat down and smiled. I believe it was more because of you, Miss Lion. She slid a cup over and laughed. The poor man was terrified of your aura. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Was he? Fina paused in the middle of stacking the gold coins and then stopped to think. I guess Mr. Owner had been acting a bit weird. The kind old man was extra kind that day. He didn't even ask for money from them like he did with Mommy. Ryu stiffened and then frowned. It seems that I must be more vigilant. I thought I had become accustomed to controlling my strength. She sighed. Truly, Belle is a terrible influence. A door opened, followed by footsteps. After that, Welf's voice called out. We talking about Belle over here? Pira's eyes lit up and she dashed over. Papa. Welf smiled and picked Pira up, giving her a warm hug. Heya, Pira. Had fun today. MMHM. Fina held up a handful of coins and said, we made a lot from selling some toys. Toys? Welf raised an eyebrow and looked at Ryu and Artemis. Ryu let out a wry smile. XXX. At the Ganesha familia residence, the banquet of the gods was in full swing. Lively chatter, livelier arguments among certain individuals, and both good food and good spirits, in both sense of the words, were being passed around. Despite that, off in a corner of the room, a certain blonde messenger god sat by himself, casually observing a small figurine he bought earlier that day while he was disguised and gathering information. Even your granddaughter is amazing, Zeus. Hermes spun the rough figurine of Belle in his hands and said, to be able to make a magic item that repels monsters from scraps like this. Fina had called it a good luck charm. And most adventurers probably bought it because she was cute in selling it. But the truth was that it really would be good luck, at least to those who were worried about getting ambushed by monsters. Though, for those who wanted to hunt them down, it might be more like bad luck. What ya up to over here by your lonesome, Hermes? A tomboyish voice called out. Loki's. Hermes slipped the figurine away in his suit pocket and smiled. Just playing with some toys. You and your kids like to do that a lot, don't you? Loki glanced at where Hermes put the figurine away and said, anything good? Just a little interesting trinket. Hermes grabbed a nearby bottle of wine and an empty glass before pouring some for himself. Now. Hermes folded his arms on the table and smiled. You wanted information. Chapter 43, Is it wrong to advance the plot? The Eye of the Storm. A place of calm amidst absolute chaos. That was what Hestia felt like as she walked into the Ganesha familia mansion alongside Hephaestus and Freya. The plan was to arrive as late as possible. In that way, there were last chances for people to question them. That was Freya's suggestion. Hephaestus didn't like it very much, but Hestia agreed with it. After all, if they were going to draw attention to themselves anyway, better to do it in a super public manner. Though. I didn't think it would be this much. Hestia did her best to avoid showing her panic on her face while striding across the hall. As she did, she inwardly thanked her past self for having the foresight to wear boots instead of heels. If she hadn't, Hestia was sure that she would have tripped and embarrassed herself on that sparkly tile floor. Was it because of Freya? Hephaestus? The fact that Hestia had changed so much? Or was it because news had already started spreading about her mystery child and Belle? Hestia didn't know, but she did know that everyone was staring at her. Maybe because she was taking the lead. Freya had suggested it. Since Hestia was still relatively new goddess here on Earth, having Freya and Hephaestus behind her would help by making people think twice. After all, even though Hephaestus was Hestia's friend, she was also known to be fair and impartial among the gods. Paired with the fact that Freya of all people was also standing behind Hestia. Yes. Calling the hall a storm would be appropriate. While swallowing down a nervous gulp, Hestia ignored the pointed stares at her and walked towards the host of the party. As she did, Hestia casually took a look around at the surroundings. The countless staring gods and goddesses aside. The Ganesha familia mansion was weird. That much had been evident from the fact that it was located inside a giant statue of said god of beasts. But despite being weird, it was well furnished. An inner courtyard with private booths that were blocked by hedges. A running stream of water flowing around the perimeter. A water fountain in the center of the main hall, set with another statue of Ganesha as a centerpiece. And then a pair of spiral staircases leading upstairs to more private venues. Delicious foods and fancy catering were laid out along the sides of the courtyard, along with drink carts carrying expensive wine and spirits. A serve-yourself layout with glasses and plates set out for people to grab what they wanted. And people had already done that as the party was in full swing by the time Hestia had arrived with her entourage. Which made the hushed silence that filled the venue when they arrived even more striking. But Hestia ignored it all. Instead of worry, she put on a soft smile and walked towards the host of the banquet who was standing in front of the water fountain. Silence, broken only by the sound of Hestia's footsteps and the clattering of heels from Freya and Hephaestus behind her. And then she had arrived in front of Ganesha. Again, it was silent. And that silence was starting to grow heavy. But Hestia endured it and gave a small wave to Ganesha. "Thanks for inviting me, Ganesha. I appreciate it." A man bearing his trained body for the world to see. Wild black hair, an orange elephant mask covering his eyes, and an orange sash paired with white pants and boots. Ganesha grinned at Hestia and then said, "I am Ganesha. Instead of thanking me, I thank you for accepting, Lady Hestia. I will not forget this favor." They were meaningless words. Hestia didn't have or do anything for Ganesha for him to say that. But she could see that it was his way of trying to set her at ease, so she smiled back at him. Freya walked up at that time and casually looked around the room. After that, she gave an approving nod and looked towards Ganesha. "It's a bit excessive, but you've certainly earned the title of Banquet of the Gods for hosting this, Ganesha." Ganesha laughed and said, "Thank you, Lady Freya. I am Ganesha, and I am honored for the praise." Hephaestus walked over as well and nodded. "You've done well. I was a bit worried that you'd overdo it like last time, but it seems you decided on something simpler this time, Ganesha." "I am Ganesha. Grandeur and showmanship go hand in hand with Ganesha. But I decided to listen to my children for this feast." He chuckled and then said, "And thank you for lending your scarce time to attend this feast, Lady Hephaestus." Hephaestus smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, she simply rested her hand on her sword and idly looked around the room. Calm and collected responses. Without giving an explanation as to why they were with Hestia, both Freya and Hephaestus naturally talked with Ganesha and then stepped back. The moment they did, a low murmur echoed around the room. Hestia felt sweat drip down her back and inwardly thanked the fact that it wasn't visible because of the black cloth. "Good job, past Hestia. White would have been a terrible fashion choice. Although, what did they do now?" Freya tugged Hestia's hand and said, "I'm feeling a bit parched, Tia. Why don't we all enjoy ourselves a few drinks while we're here before finding a private spot?" "Right. That was the cue." Hestia casually, at least she hoped it was casually, turned her head to look at Freya and nodded. "That sounds wonderful. Allow me." With that, Hestia took the lead again, walking over to a drink cart with Freya and Hephaestus in tow. XXX. Ugh. That was so nerve-wracking. Hestia mumbled and downed a glass of fruit punch. Freya smiled and said, "You did well, Tia." She sipped on a glass of dark wine and said, "One would have never expected such confidence from a newly descended goddess." Hestia refilled her glass from a pitcher she pilfered and said, "I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, Freya." A private booth on the upstairs balcony, overlooking the courtyard below. After that little display, the three goddesses grabbed some refreshments and headed upstairs. Hephaestus sipped on her own glass of wine and said, "It will eliminate some troubles at least. Right now, you've shown that you're confident and that you have something to fall back on. It seems to be us, but people are probably wondering why we would help you in the first place." Seated next to Hestia, Freya set her glass down and nodded. "Indeed." She gave a sidelong glance to the gods staring at them and said, "It must come as quite a shock to have one such as myself endorsing a relatively unknown goddess like yourself, Tia." Hestia sipped on her fruit punch and muttered, "I still can't believe it either. Stupid Belle. Why did her lovely Belle have to be so ridiculous?" Hephaestus tilted her head from across the table, listening into the conversation around them. As she did, she said, "On the bright side, it looks like the talk of the party is why we're together instead of Fina or Belle. For now." Hestia sighed and said, "We've distracted them a bit and bought some time." She glanced down at Ganesha giving an impassioned speech and said, "And Ganesha hosting Monster Filia will help too. But the Donatus is coming up. At that time, we won't be able to avoid it. Hephaestus winced. That's true. Freya sipped on her wine and chuckled. Relax you two. It will be fine. Hephaestus frowned at Freya and said, I don't see how you're so calm. There's less than a week left. And plenty of time for our beloveds to work their magic. Freya set her glass down and said, besides. In the worst case scenario, I can dash. What the hell was that? A crude and tomboyish voice cut in. Loki, wearing a black sleeveless dress, matching gloves, and black heels. An elegant outfit that clashed with her tomboyish nature. Freya's eye twitched for a moment, but she quickly smoothed her expression and glanced over at the unexpected guest. Good evening to you as well, Loki. Shut it, Freya. Loki glanced between Hestia, Freya, and Hephaestus and said, since when were you three a thing? I thought the shrimp didn't have any friends. And I thought you hated hanging around other people, Freya. Hestia snorted. I have plenty of friends. Mostly because I'm not a rude goddess like you who butts in when she's not needed and shamelessly wears a tight dress with nothing to show for it. Loki reflexively crossed her arms over her chest before scowling and said, at least I'm not shameless enough to show up late. Hestia leaned back and smiled. What do you mean? I was perfectly on time. Didn't you see how Ganesha didn't start his welcome speech until after I arrived? You. Loki gnashed her teeth. Hephaestus glanced at Hestia and quietly muttered, Bel is a terrible influence. Freya smiled at Loki. A pleasant expression, but one at odds with her cold gaze. Is there a reason why you're here instead of enjoying yourself among the other gods, Loki? Yet. Loki plopped herself in the seat next to Hephaestus and said, what's up with you? My kids got their weapons trashed in our expedition and needed repairs, but I just heard back from the Hephaestus familia that we got dropped because of some urgent project you had. Hestia blinked and looked at Freya. Freya blinked and then looked at Hephaestus. Hephaestus coughed, reflexively holding and looking away. Freya blinked again and then smiled, her violet eyes flickering with realization. Shifting her attention back to Loki, Freya picked up her wine glass and said, and what is it to you? There are plenty of other blacksmith familia in Orario, are there not? Yeah, but we had a contract with Hephaestus. Just what the hell did you offer to break it? Loki looked at Hephaestus and said, and why didn't you say anything to me about it? Hephaestus crossed her arms and said, I don't answer to you, Loki. And it couldn't be helped. There was something important that I needed as well. TCH. Loki shook her head and then shifted in her seat, placing one arm over the backrest. Whatever. She snatched Hestia's glass and took a swig before pausing and said, the hell? Non-alcoholic. Hestia rolled her eyes and said, unlike a certain drunkard, I don't need alcohol to have a good time. Manners are more than enough. Loki blinked and then snorted, setting the glass back on the table. You're getting wittier these days, shrimp. That have something to do with your sudden growth spurt. Hestia straightened and puffed up her chest. Unlike you old hag, I still have room to grow. TCH. Loki drained the glass and then stood up. Freya watched her and said, is that all, Loki? Did you just come here to vent your frustrations by being rude? Loki glanced between Hestia and the other two goddesses before shaking her head. No. I was thinking that shrimp here got in over her head. But since it looks like you three are plotting something, I'll just leave it with that little temper tantrum. Although. She paused and then turned to look at Freya. As she did, Loki opened her eyes wide, staring Freya down with a sharp glare. Freya. Do you know anything about the variant monsters in the dungeon? Hestia tensed. Variant monsters? Did Loki know about Fina? Bell mentioned that he had registered being a monster tamer to a jackbird, so did that information come out somehow? Loki noticed Hestia's reaction and frowned. Hestia started to sweat and began to open her mouth to explain herself. And then Freya nodded and said, of course. My otter and Hestia's beloved Belle are working together to hunt them down as we speak. Okay. Although Hestia still didn't like the fact that Freya was trying to squeeze her way into their family, she appreciated the support. Wait. Hestia stood up and said, Belle is hunting monsters with otter? In the dungeon? Since when? Freya raised an eyebrow and said, since this morning? Did he not tell you? In fact, they should be. Well, knowing Otter's skills, I would hazard that they're on the 13th floor by now. 13th. Okay. Hestia took it back. Freya was a menace. And if she really did have a child with Belle. Oh heavens! That child was going to turn Orario upside down from mischief. XXX. Ugh. I wiped my mouth after finishing the last of the experimental potions Naza gave me. I'm getting sick of this damned orange gravy taste. Otter looked at me before giving an approving nod. Even so, it appears effective. You have already put on a fair bit of muscle from this training. I pushed myself to my feet and pulled out a stone spear from my inventory. I just hope that this is all the muscle I'm gonna get. Since rushing through the dungeon to the middle floors with Otter, I'd already had to recraft my clothes and equipment a few times to match my growing muscles. There wasn't a chance to check my growth yet, but considering that my biceps looked pretty massive from my point of view. Hey Otter! Yes, Belle. I stared at him and focused on his muscles before saying, I'm not as muscular as you right now, am I? Of course not. He gave me a faint smile and said, it would take some time for you to forge a body like mine. Particularly as you are human. Good. Because it would be awkward if I went back home as buff as you. Lean and mean was the name of the game. Especially for my fighting style. Being too bulky would be bad. Just like how the fake Super Saiyan 2 increased power but was much weaker since it was so slow and hard to maneuver in. Meaningless worries. Otter shook his head and then hefted his great sword. Now, shall we advance? I spun my spear around and nodded. Yeah. We're looking for an Almiraj variant, right? Knowing my luck, we'll probably find one if we roam around here a bit, so dash. A soft plopping sound. Like something hopping around. I blinked and then slowly turned off to the side. There, a tiny white bunny with blue eyes peered out at me from behind a giant boulder. Q. Alright. So being a Gary stew can have its perks. I'll take it. Otter blinked and said, what is a Gary stew? I put my spear away and held out my hands to the bunny. As I did, I turned my head towards Otter and said, a man of unfathomable and unfair power who the entire universe revolves around. A god, then. I'd say more than a god, but you can think of it like that. Anyway. I smiled at the bunny and said, Heya, bunny-kun. Can you understand me? Q. The bunny nodded and then hopped over before jumping into my hands. The moment it did, the bunny nuzzled against me and let out more content cues. I laughed and turned towards Otter. Mission accomplished. Now, we just have to head back to Freya and see if this little guy will dash. I found you. A harsh and grating voice echoed in my head. At the same time, the dungeon started shaking. KQ. The bunny trembled and pressed itself closer towards me. You will not escape like the other. I took a few steps back and glanced at Otter. Can you hear that, Otter? I can hear the sounds of the walls breaking, but nothing else. Otter raised his sword and said, what do you hear? Return to my embrace in. You. A whole boatload of trouble. Heya, bunny-kun. Hop inside my inventory for a bit. This is gonna get messy. Q. The bunny looked confused, but I didn't have time to explain. I opened my inventory and pushed it inside. The bunny let out a few surprised sounds, but then it let out a few happy sounds, paired with some munching noises. Munching noises? Hey! Don't eat the magic dash! It comes! Otter rushed in front of me and swung his sword. The moment he did, the sound of screeching steel echoed as a flaming silver vine was swatted to the side. Vine? Just as I was starting to process what happened, the wall in front of us collapsed. And in its place, a juggernaut. Otter frowned and said, this is unexpected. Silver flames roared to life within the gap formed by the collapsed wall. And when it did, our attacker's form was revealed. It wasn't a monster I recognized from reading the bestiaries in the guild library. However, it was one that any gamer would recognize, if not by name then by sight. A beautiful woman that appeared to be trapped within the center of a blossoming silver rose. Swirling vines all around that it used for a fence along with a perfect and bare body that was designed to distract adventurers enough to cut them down in that gap of attention. An Alron. One that Otter recognized as a juggernaut, and from what it had just said, a monster that had it out for me as much as Dungeon Chan did. And probably came around because of Dungeon Chan. I sighed and mentally primed a bombardment of weapons from my inventory. Staring at the monster, I shook my head and said, "We have got to stop meeting like this, Dungeon Chan." Deai, Anomaly. Chapter 44, Is it wrong to copy a demon? A roiling mass of silver vines rushed towards me, all laced with crimson flames. Dangerous. Something that I couldn't face head-on, especially by myself. But I wasn't alone, and I didn't have to face it either. Otter appeared before me again and then swung his sword, cleaving the vines and flames apart with a giant shockwave. When he did, he frowned and glanced back at me. "Have you done something to earn the ire of the dungeon?" I opened my teleport menu to try and make a quick escape. I may have destroyed a good portion of the third floor a few days ago before leaving. And damn it! Of course teleporting would be jammed. Just like how you couldn't run away from a boss battle, my powers weren't letting me fast travel away. Was it because Dungeon Chan caught on the last time I managed to escape? Well, in either case, I had prepared for this scenario. Otter stood in front of me and raised his sword, calmly analyzing the Alron. I see. That would explain why a juggernaut emerged. The Alron growled and drew back its vines, shifting hers. The Alron shifted her glare onto Otter for the moment and raised her hand. As she did, crimson scales started to appear on her skin, along with a red haze around her body. I opened up my inventory, ignored the fact that Bunny-kun was munching on the magic stones I had picked up speed running the place with Otter, and then tapped on a stack of glimmering swords that looked like they were carved from blue glass. "You keep mentioning that." I kept a cautious eye on the Alron and surveyed our surroundings. What exactly is a juggernaut anyway? An unstoppable weapon of mass destruction. According to Lady Freya, it is the dungeon's defense mechanism. Something created to handle threats capable of causing extensive damage to the dungeon itself. I see. Note to self. Don't try to speedrun by punching through the floors. Dungeon Chan doesn't like being penetrated, apparently. Burn to a crisp. That harsh and grating voice echoed again. The moment it did, the Alron clenched her fist, sending out a surge of blistering flames. Otter frowned and started to swing his sword again. But before he could, I threw out my swords. The sound of shattering glass. The Alron instantly reacted to my actions and swung her vines even through the blistering flames. But I was expecting that. You see, after the disaster at the temple with Artemis, I started to expand my thinking. Since I was the MC, and since I was a Gary Stu, the world was being an asshole. Maybe due to power scaling, it was going out of its way to cause trouble for me at every turn. After all, what should have been a casual trip with Ryua to do some investigation turned into a freaking. So I decided. If the world was going to be BS, I was going to be BS right back at it. And so. Asterisk what? Asterisk. Reality is whatever I want it to be, Dungeon Chan. An explosion of blue water smothered the crimson flames. The moment that happened, a faint smile crossed Otter's face. How resourceful. I quickly crafted a boat from my inventory and jumped in. Compliment me later. We gotta get out of here first. I had aimed the water towards the Alron to try and push her back down that passageway. But it seemed like it wasn't as deep as I thought since a wave of water was crashing right back towards us. Kyukyu. Bunny-kun sounded excited. Glad one of us was enjoying this at least. Not. Learn to read the room, kid. Otter glanced at the Alron for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. But then he hopped in the boat with me. Not a moment too soon. With a thunderous roar, the surge of water reached us, sweeping up the boat and sending us down the dungeon again. If it was any other person, it would have been a ridiculously uncontrollable trip right to David Jones' locker. But I was the MC, so that didn't happen. I controlled the currents and guided us through the floor towards the stairs leading up. At the same time, I spread my awareness and did my best to avoid running into any other adventurers. At least, I tried to. But with how much water was here, the number of monsters still trying to attack us along the way, and a screaming Dungeon Chan possessing an Alron rushing through the waves with us like a bloodthirsty shark. Yet. Let's hope that other people were luckier than I was when it came to the dungeon. Otherwise. Rib. XXX. Surging tides. Monsters swept up by the water and then killed as they smashed against the walls. Thankfully, there weren't any adventurers along the way. Though, that might have been because Dungeon Chan was screaming bloody murder and making it blatantly obvious something was going on. I will have your head, anomaly. See? But anyway, the surge of water eventually died down as we reached the stairs. At the same time, my boat shattered into grey dust, mixing with the water and turning it into grey slush. Unfortunately, fast travel was still locked since I was in a story cutscene/boss battle. It seems that escape is futile, Bell. Otter brushed himself off and raised his sword again. Glancing at me, he said, "Do you have any other plans?" I brushed myself off and stared down the dark corridors. Since the water had thinned out, the Alron couldn't move as fast as before. Because of that, it was still a fair distance away. Enough to where Otter and I could make a break for it. Considering how pissed off Dungeon Chan seemed to be though, and since she was definitely possessing that monster with the malicious black mana rolling off that thing, I had a feeling that a lot of people would die in the process. Also that I'd somehow get pinned for it and have the Freya familia dragged in as a result. Since that was the case. Yet. I opened my inventory and said, "Kill the thing." Otter smiled. Yes. That is the bravery that Lady Freya's husband should possess. I swept my hand through the air and summoned more throwaway magic swords along with my giant stone shields. I'm not her husband, but otherwise, I agree. Gotta be at least that ballsy considering a whole slew of level 5 and up Yandere adventurers from your familia are gonna try and off me in the near future. Otter nodded. Indeed. To survive, you will need to undergo many more trials in the future and gain the strength necessary to be Lady Freya's hero. I'm starting to hate how many flags keep being raised around me. Did I get a weird skill? Definitely needed to get a status update from Tia ASAP so that I can recalibrate my plans. But right now. Glittering crystal leaves cutting through the hall towards me. They were fast. Too fast for me to dodge. But. Asterisk, you dare steal from me again? Asterisk. They were inanimate objects, which meant I could grab them. Thanks for the gift, Dungeon Chan. Let me pay you back. The leaves seemingly pierced into me, but instead flew into my inventory. And in response, I sent a barrage of glittering white swords. An explosion of chilly wind swept through the area, along with a wave of icy blue light. With it, the Alron was trapped inside a wall of ice that spread from the floor to the ceiling. But barely a second after it appeared, the wall of ice started cracking. Of course. A monster being directly inhabited by Dungeon Chan wouldn't be stopped by the cheap and mass-produced magic swords I made from low-ranked magic stones. But it bought time. Enough for Otter to act. A crimson blur streaked across the floor. Shortly after, the sound of shattering glass echoed as Otter's sword cleaved through the ice wall and towards the Alron. A clean slash. Something that would easily split apart the monster. Or so it would appear. But instead of easily bisecting the Alron, Otter's sword bounced off and he was forced back a few steps. And the reason? Asterisk, Boaz warrior. You believe that piddling strength is enough, asterisk. The Alron crossed her arms across her chest, leaning back and looking down on Otter like a typical villainess. Black and red scales covered her body while the silver petals around her had turned into crystal, shimmering with iridescent light. Otter stabilized his stance and then narrowed his eyes. The infant dragon's flames, a combination of the hard-armored wyvern and crystal mantis's defenses working in perfect harmony to be able to resist my attacks. He glanced back at me and said, "With that information, do you have any countermeasures, Belle?" Was he testing me? From the speed and strength that I had seen Otter use, he could easily beat the Alron. Not only that, but he hadn't even tapped into any of his skills or magic. If he did, Dungeon Chan would be blown away and probably throw a temper tantrum. Still, other than pouting, that'd be it. I couldn't accurately gauge Otter's power because of how much he dwarfed me in terms of mana, but I could tell that the Alron was weaker than him by a few magnitudes. And stronger than me by the same measure. Even so, Otter was leaving it to me. Almost like this was a game and he was acting as a hard carry to feed me the kill. In that case. Q. A curious sound from Bunny-kun. I carefully stared at the Alron who was starting to emit a toxic-looking purple mist. A juggernaut carries the traits of the monsters on the floor it emerges. However, as the self-defense mechanism of the dungeon, it vastly exceeds any ordinary monster where it emerges. Still, it is designed to disintegrate after a certain time period. Information filling my mind. A phenomenon that hadn't occurred for a while now. Was it from fast deductions? My subconscious processing loads of information through? I didn't know, but I wasn't about to question it. Instead. Even so, surviving until it disappears is unrealistic. Juggernauts do not possess magic stones. As executors of the dungeon's will, they are instead infused with magic and persist until that magic is exhausted. Right. That made sense. A monster meant to act as a reaper wouldn't have such an obvious weakness. Just like those foes in Etrian Odyssey, it wasn't meant to be something you beat at the level you find it. So this should be a dead end. As a level 1, I couldn't even think of beating it with my stats. Yet. I grinned and said, not right now. But this is the perfect opportunity to test things out for the future, isn't it? As expected of being an MC, I was being handed a tutorial on how to beat such enemies on a silver platter. Perish. The Alron swept its arms out, sending the toxic mist towards us. Unfortunately. Sorry, Dungeon-chan. But things like that don't work on me. And now, my turn. I held my hand out to the side and opened up my crafting menu. A simple sword wouldn't work. Magic didn't either, considering that chucking those exploding magic swords earlier didn't phase the Alron. And since Otter's attacks were deflected, I definitely wouldn't be able to do any damage with my attacks since I was magnitudes weaker than the Boaz warrior. So. Something that ignored physical attacks. Something that wasn't magical in nature and could strike directly at the root with true damage. My cute daughter's ring fit the bill with her half-divine flames, but I didn't want to use that trump card more than I had to. Fortunately, I had recently picked up something else that might. The Juggernaut takes some time to shift between different monster move sets. In that gap, you have an opportunity. Thanks for the confirmation, mysterious voice in my head. But I'm going to grill you later, so prepare yourself. Anyway. Prepare yourself, Dungeon-chan. Crimson light flickered around me as I drew out the killing intent from the Freya familia members that I stored earlier. I stomped the ground and raised my fists. Die 1000 deaths. Asterisk what? Asterisk. Metsu. An explosion. Parts of my clothes and armor shredding apart as their durability failed. Other parts reinforced as the murderous aura laced through my body. And then. Not enough, hi. I clicked my tongue and stared at the damaged Alron in front of me. Blood stained her cheek and her lower body was enveloped in violet petals as she tried to reform it from my strike. I did damage, but it wasn't enough to finish her off. Still. Asterisk, I will remember you, anomalous bastard. You will die a painful death, asterisk. Leaving that cliched line, she vanished, dissolving in a flurry of violet petals. Not how I expected the battle to go, but we take those. Chapter 45, Is it wrong to suspect a friend? That bell. What has he gotten himself into this time? Ina let out a deep sigh and glanced towards the stairs from a table she had commandeered on the first floor of Babel. Miss Ha stared at her fingernails before looking up at Ina and said, Is it that big a deal, Ina? Ina turned to glare at Miss Ha and said, It is. Do you know how many adventurers requested information about him from me today? Miss Ha adjusted her pink hair and said, Oh. Is that why you were so busy? I thought that was because you were getting more books for Mr. Cranel. Ina took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Ugh. Don't remind me about that. I still haven't finished finding a proper book on magic for him. I even asked Lady Riveria as a favor, but apparently Goddess Loki intervened and stopped her and said she wouldn't allow it unless I gave up info about Belle. And then separate from her, the Sword Princess herself came by to ask about Belle too. That sounds rough. Ina ran her hand through her hair and said, Damn it, Belle. Why is it that every time I go a day without hearing from him, it's even more chaotic? And every time I see him he's done something even more ridiculous. Miss Hill looked around at the empty lobby and said, Is that why you're waiting here in the middle of the night for him? Yes. Ina crossed her arms and said, At this rate, who knows what other crazy stunt he'll have pulled. I shouldn't be hearing about all these things like Belle walking up to the Freya familia, winning in a spar against the Sword Princess, and winning over a Krazo to his familia second hand. Miss Ha nodded and then glanced past Ina towards the stairs leading into the dungeon. Well. Either way, you might want to take a deep breath before turning around, Ina. Hi. Ina blinked and turned around. What are you? A towering figure wearing grey armor trimmed with crimson. Form-fitting black clothes. Hulking muscles that didn't fit his attractive face, creating a weird dichotomy. But from that white hair and those crimson eyes. Bell. The hulking warrior no, Bell flinched, sweat pouring down his face. With a faint blush, he gave Ina a small wave and said, Heya, Ina. Nothing big happened this time, promise. Another towering figure walked out from the stairs. Otter. Hearing Bell's words, the Boaz warrior chuckled and said, to say defeating a juggernaut is nothing big. He looked at Bell with sparkling eyes and said, I look forward to your continued growth, Bell. You did what? Bell groaned. XXX. Back at the Ganesha familia mansion, the banquet was finally winding down as the night drew long. Gods and goddesses alike were making their exit after enjoying their fill of the night's pleasantries. But Hestia, Freya, and Hephaestus remained. Hestia sipped on a glass of fruit punch, looking down from the balcony at the thinning crowd and said, Are you sure we should keep waiting, Freya? She looked to her side at Freya and said, It's getting kind of late. Freya sipped on a glass of wine and nodded. We could leave now. But in doing so, a few of the more annoying gods might see it as a weakness and start poking at us to see if there's any substance to our confidence. She paused and said, or rather, to your confidence, Tia. Ugh. Hestia leaned back in her chair and said, I hate politics. Hephaestus sighed while nursing a mug of cider. Me too, Tia. If only the other gods would just keep to themselves. Freya smiled and said, yes. But if gods could, we would not be here right now, would we? True. Hephaestus sighed again and then leaned back in her chair, gazing out at the crowd below. She sipped on her cider and frowned, looking around the area. But did Ganesha leave already? Hestia looked down as well and said, Ganesha? Leave the banquet he's hosting. Yet. I don't see him. Hephaestus frowned. Ganesha is currently preoccupied speaking with Ishtar at the moment. A calm and refined male voice called out. Freya paused in the middle of sipping her drink and set her cup down. Dionysus. The speaker smiled and gave a short bow. Lady Freya. It's not often we meet. A man with medium-length blonde hair and emerald eyes. Beautiful features and a delicate smile. He wore a violet suit with white cravat topped by a crystal brooch. Paired with matching pants and shoes, he gave off the impression of a perfect gentleman. Dionysus, a god of wine that rivaled Soma. Hephaestus smiled at Dionysus and said, Dio. I thought I recognized some of your work around. Did Ganesha ask you to help with the banquet? Dionysus let out a light laugh and said, nothing much. I just gave a few bottles and kegs. It's hard to compete with Soma these days. Hephaestus nodded and said, true. She pursed her lips and said, I feel a bit sorry for those kids though. While Hephaestus made some small talk with Dionysus, Hestia frowned and stared at him. It was weird. Dionysus had always been nice back in heaven. And to Hestia, he had always treated her like a younger sister. Kind and caring. But she always felt like he was a bit weird. And now that she had seen him again after he spent time here in the lower realm, she was certain of it. Something was off with Dionysus. He wasn't lying about anything. And that kindness and refined appearance was real. But is something the matter, Hestia? Dionysus caught Hestia's gaze and let out a soft smile. Is it something on my face? Hestia blinked and then smiled back. It's nothing, Dio. Yes. It was nothing. It was probably nothing. Hestia was on edge after all, so she was probably imagining it. At least that was what she would have thought if she didn't see Freya's sharp gaze on him. Dionysus kept smiling and said, well then, ladies. He bowed and said, I will leave you to relax for the night. Farewell. With those words and a small wave, Dionysus left. Hephaestus shook her head and said, he's the same as always, leaving after some small talk. Is he though? Hestia muttered and stared after Dionysus. And then she paused, realizing what was odd about Dionysus. Hey, Fafi. Yeah, Tia. Hestia frowned and stared at the crystal brooch that was still shining as Dionysus walked away. Has Dio always worn a crystal brooch? It was familiar. Something about the way that white light flickered inside the brooch. Hephaestus followed Hestia's gaze and then said, "Oh, that. Dio's always been wearing different accessories since arriving in the lower realm. He's pretty fashionable, actually." Freya set her glass aside, giving Dionysus a sidelong glance as he walked away. "Is that so?" Hestia's frown deepened. But then she shook her head. Even if it was weird, Dionysus wasn't the sort of person who would cause them trouble. Hestia had a feeling that wasn't true for everyone else, but she didn't feel like Dionysus was directing any ill will or malice towards her, so she'd leave it be for now. Instead, she focused on what Dionysus said. "Did Dio say that Ganesha is talking with Ishtar?" Freya nodded. "He did indeed." She glanced down at the balcony and said, "And it seems that I should have a talk with our host as well. Just to confirm something." Hephaestus glanced at Freya and frowned. "Do you need us to come along?" "No need." Freya smiled and said, "You two can go ahead. Especially you, Hephaestus. I believe Welf and Pyrrha would enjoy seeing you like that." Hephaestus pursed her lips, looking troubled. "I should really get back to work. Since Loki's job was set aside because I made the children work on my own project dash." Hestia grabbed Hephaestus's arm. Hephaestus flinched and said, "Titia. Fa-fi. You aren't seriously going to make me walk back home by myself, are you?" It was an excuse. But even so, Hestia wasn't going to budge. Hephaestus seemed to realize that as she let out a tired smile and said, "Fine. I can at least walk you back." Freya chuckled and said, "Stay safe then. And try not to get into trouble along the way. Heaven knows that Orario would burn at the hands of your men if anything happened to you too." Hephaestus blushed and said, "That's not true. Welf wouldn't dash. You have clearly not spent enough time catching up with Welf these days, Fa-fi. But anyway." Hestia waved at Freya and said, "Talk to you later, Freya. You stay safe too." "Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine." Freya laughed and said, "While I would adore having Belle run to my side, I'm quite capable of protecting myself." With that, Freya waved and walked down the stairs. Hestia kept a firm grip on Hephaestus's arm and led her towards the other stairs leading to the exit. "Let's go, Fa-fi. Now to see how happy Welf and Pyrrha can get from seeing Hephaestus all dolled up." Hestia couldn't wait. Chapter 46, Is it wrong to get some milk? "Oh my!" Freya let out a soft smile as she walked into her room and said, "I didn't expect you to wait for me here, Belle." She laughed and said, "Tia will be jealous." I added Freya's room and babbled to my fast travel list and then shook my head. I have to hold up my end of the bargain, don't I? After finagling my way out of that mess with Ina, and remembering to get her a proper gift to apologize as well as explain everything going on at a later point, I had Otter lead me to Freya's room to wait for her. Not before I sent a quick note back home to explain that I'd be a bit longer, of course. Freya closed the door behind her and walked over, her silver hair shifting over her form-fitting black dress. As she got closer, she gave me a once-over and chuckled. "I see Otter has been giving you quite a bit of training for you to come back looking like that." I reflexively rubbed my arms and sighed. More like Naz's training potions are too effective. That plus the fact that using raw killing intent against a monster shredded all your muscles equaled me being obscenely buff. Like complete strongman bodybuilder type. I know I made a lot of cracks about Zenkais before, but this is a bit much. Seriously. I hadn't even figured out Super Saiyan yet, you know? What's with this random fake Super Saiyan 2 build? What am I, Broly? Wait. That would be... No. Power isn't everything, Belle. And even if I could become a lightning bruiser, normal life becomes more awkward. Much better to just keep it as a temp power boost. Which reminds me. Note to self, see if Naza can figure out a muscle compression pill or something. Freya walked over to sit down by a table near her window and then gestured to the seat across from her. "Please, sit down, Belle. There's no need to be so uptight here." She let out a soft smile again and said, "My home is your home. You see. That's the creepy part." I frowned and hesitantly walked over to sit across from her. "You're seriously acting like a crazy woman, you know." Freya giggled and then placed her hands on her cheeks, staring into my eyes. "Well then, are you going to take responsibility?" You're the one who caused this, you know. Absolutely not. To both questions. But anyway. I opened my inventory and said, Bunny-kun. Can you come out for a bit? Q. The bunny hopped out and then landed on the table. Looking around with its wide blue eyes, the bunny's ears twitched and it let out some happy squeaks. Oh wait, that was Freya. By the heavens, you're adorable. Before I could react, Freya had swiped Bunny-kun from the table and hugged it against her chest. I blinked and said, Freya dash. Q. The bunny let out a happy and content sound before snuggling against Freya. So you're the one who will become our child? Oh, I can't even imagine how precious you will be when you change. Freya let out an extremely out-of-character motherly smile and said, Mommy will give you everything you want. Q. I glanced between Bunny-kun and Freya and said, so. I guess both of you are fine with it. Bunny-kun. The bunny looked at me and nodded. Q. Just for the record, you're going to change from what you are now into a different form and become the kid of me and that crazy lady there. Are you fine with that? Q. A quick and eager nod, along with a bright sparkle in the bunny's blue eyes. A sparkle matched by Freya in her violet eyes. I wonder if the bunny-kun got hit with Freya's charm. I knew that I was immune, but other people apparently weren't. And that made me think of a whole slew of other ethical and moral dilemmas that came with using a sentient being as a base to create essentially a chimera biological child with a woman who I reluctantly respected, but definitely didn't love. Still. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. I mumbled and said, did you manage to get dash? Before I could even finish, Freya placed a sparkling crystal vial on the table in front of me. I didn't know what was inside of it, but I could definitely tell that it had Freya's mana. I also didn't particularly want to know what was inside the vial, so maybe that was probably for the best. Q. Bunny-kun turned around to look at me again. Freya smiled and said, so. She licked her lip and said, you mentioned a pound. Does that mean that dash? No horny. I plucked Bunny-kun away from Freya and then picked up the vial. Freya laughed and then tilted her head to the side. Did you hear that, horny? This is my child, not yours. Freya was definitely crazy. Still, having a kid would, probably mellow her out a bit more. At the least, it would definitely lock in her role as our ally, if only because she'd be my baby mama. Ugh. There could be worse things. I guess so, mysterious voice in my head who's also different from the one that tells me useful combat info. I shook my head and focused. There were all sorts of flags that had just been raised, but I could focus on them later. Right now, new family edition. Let's see. Bunny-kun ate enough magic stones while chilling in my inventory, so there was enough mana to work with there to start off with. In that case, I guess I just needed to start the process. Apologies in advance, Bunny-kun. But your papa's an unreasonable person and your mama here is crazy, so. A surge of mana. Drawing out traces of Freya's divinity, the ambient mana, and my own mana to fuel the process. Focusing on the magic stone inside of Bunny-kun. Envisioning the necessary systems just like I did for Fina. And XXX. How do I look, mama? A beautiful young girl with crimson eyes turned to the side, holding up the hems of a pristine white dress. Her hair, a pure white color tinged purple at the edges, shifted as she did, along with the black hair ribbon she wore. Freya resisted the urge to scream in happiness. Barely. Instead, she let out a wide smile and said, you look beautiful, Bella. The young girl, Bellatrix, let out a shy smile and said, am I as pretty as Mama? That time, Freya couldn't resist. She let out a happy scream and then dashed over to pull her daughter into a hug. Prettier. Absolutely prettier. Hee hee. That's not fair, Freya. I want to be called Mama too. Humph. Freya picked up her daughter and then walked over to sit at her usual spot beside the window in her room. Placing Bellatrix on her lap, Freya casually patted her daughter's head before saying, you can have a child with Belle the normal way, horny. But Freya forcibly stopped the connection with Horn before shifting her attention back on Bellatrix. Now, is there anything Mama can do for her cute little girl? Bellatrix tilted her head, idly tapping her index finger on her chin. After a bit, she looked up at Freya and said, can we go see Papa and my big sister? Freya paused. Bellatrix's eyes started watering. Is it no good? Of course we can. But I think Mama will need a disguise. Bellatrix blinked and said, is it because Mama is so pretty? Kai. Freya stood up and swung Bellatrix around. You're such a cutie, Bella. Bellatrix giggled and said, Mama's cute too. And this is fun. We. XXX. Staring at Freya and her new daughter from his spot on the shelf, the disembodied soul of Zald let out a mental sigh. It seems that karma comes back in strange ways, doesn't it, Althea? The child that she had carried for her sister while swallowing her disgust and pride. The sin she thought she could atone for by doing that. That child had not only come back to Orario instead of living peacefully far from it, but he had even started having children of his own. And now there was even one born not out of love, but of obligation. What would you think if you could see him now, Althea? Zald wondered. Would she be furious that the child was as popular with women as that hateful bastard? Proud that the child had inherited her talents? Sad that he was nothing like Meteria and more like Althea? Either way. Zald shifted his attention towards the window, focusing on the growing crowd as well as the monsters being brought in from outside Orario and from the dungeon. It looks like Orario will have its hero, sooner rather than later, Erebus. XXX. I drained a giant glass of beer and then slammed it on the table. Damn it! Why is my life like this? Welf raised an eyebrow and said, because you're a ridiculous bastard who even the heavens probably envy. I held my mug over my head and said, another. A private booth in the back corner of the Hostess of Fertility. After becoming a father yet again, I ran away from Freya to pick up some milk. I headed back home, kissed Tia good morning, hugged Fina, said hello to Artemis and Pyrrha, and then dragged both Ryu and Welf off with me to the Hostess of Fertility. Because goddammit I needed a drink. A soft sigh echoed and Ryu walked over with another glass filled with beer. It is far too early to be drinking this much, Belle. I grabbed the offered mug from her and took a long swig. After that, I said, just let me relax for a bit, okay? I just dash. Before I could finish my sentence, someone slipped into the seat across from me, chugging their own glass of beer. A familiar someone. Seer slammed her mug on the table and then glared at me. That didn't make sense. Freya should be spoiling our cute daughter Bella. And that was a strange thought. But anyway, Freya should be spoiling Bella right now. So then who is? You're a terrible man, Belle. Making me feel like this but ignoring me and having a child with the one I admire with all my heart instead. I really want to kill you. You know. Oh. So I hadn't been imagining things when I thought that Freya seemed to be in two places at once. And that Seer had been a normal person. It turns out that Seer was Freya's imaginary friend who shared a monolink with her. I sipped on my mead before hesitantly saying, well. Try not being horny. Seer growled and then started chugging her mead. Yep. Definitely the horny person that Freya was talking about. Hi. Good to know. This merits another drink. I pointedly ignored Seer and started draining my beer. Damned increased body mass. Why was it taking so much to get a buzz? Well, face-palmed. Well. I guess that's one way to try and get the ladies off you. Chapter 47, Is it wrong to procrastinate? Ryu glanced at Seer and frowned. I do not think that you should dash. Oh shut up, Ryu. I'm pissed right now. Let me drink in silence. Ryu flinched and stared at Seer in shock. And then she looked at me and that shock turned to understanding before shifting a bit to disappointment. I waved my glass at Ryu and said, hey. Don't misunderstand here. I didn't do anything to hurt Seer here. Welf let out a deep sigh and said, could you grab me a drink too, Miss Ryu? I think I'll need it. I think I will grab one for myself as well. Ryu sighed and then walked towards the back of the kitchen. I sipped on my glass of beer and then took a look around. The Hostess of Fertility was surprisingly empty today. Outside definitely wasn't, but the only ones in the cafe/diner/tavern today was me, Welf, Ryu, Seer/horny/Freya imposter, and Mia who was chilling in the back of the kitchen. I set my glass down and then looked at Seer. Where are the other girls today? Seer snorted. What? Looking to flirt with more women already? Welf shook his head and gave me a sidelong glance. Bro. How do you have this effect on women? I stole a bit of Freya's charm by accident. And no, I'm not. I eyed my glass of beer and shifted it to the side for the moment. It wasn't giving me a buzz anyway or doing anything to help this headache, so, yeah. Let's just ignore it. I looked back at Seer and said, I was just curious. There seems to be a lot going on today, so I was wondering if they were out doing something. I didn't know what was going on, but I did notice a lot more people than usual on the streets this morning while I was taking Welf and Ryu over. And with how strong the other waitresses in the Hostess of Fertility were. Well, with how many flags I'd been raising, I would have liked to have a bit of information to work off. Ryu walked back with a tray filled with more glasses of beer as well as a big bottle of wine. Setting it down on the table, she handed Welf a glass and said, Anya, Chloe, and Lunoir are taking the day off to explore monsterphilia. I blinked and then stuck my finger in my ear to clear it out. After that, I looked at Ryu and said, Come again? I think I didn't hear you right. Welf snorted and said, So you're a pervert after all, hey, bro? I felt my face heat up, but I said, hey. Anyone would misunderstand with that sort of name. Welf shook his head and grabbed his glass of beer. It's the big event hosted by the Ganesha familia. A big festival to show off tamed monsters and everything. He sipped on his beer and said, I was planning to take Pira out to look around today, but someone dragged me out instead. Seer let out a long-suffering sigh and muttered, I wanted to go on a date with Belkun today. She promised me I could. Let's ignore that comment for now. Anyway. I drained the rest of my beer and called. Mamma mia! Bring out the food. Welf blinked and said, Bro. What? I set my glass to the side and said, everything's set up for a big fight or monster breakout later, so I gotta stock up on energy, right? Right. You still haven't answered who you are, oh mysterious voice in my head. Thou art I, and I am thou. Go screw yourself. XXX. Lily was having a bad day. The adventurer party she was leeching off had been wiped out in a freak accident the other night in the dungeon while she was stocking up on supplies. Because of that, she had to go find a new one to go explore with, but since today was monsterphilia, there weren't any adventurers going into the dungeon. Well, there were, but none that would accept a level 1 supporter like her. Then there was the fact that the next payments were due in a few weeks and Lily was short. Ha! Lily tugged the tattered edges of her hooded cloak a bit closer and muttered, as always, Lily has bad luck. Maybe she should draw some from her savings? But if she did that, it would be clear that she was hiding funds from her familia. Captain Zanis was already suspecting that she was up to something, so... Miss. A cute young girl's voice echoed from nearby. Lily blinked and came to a stop, looking towards the speaker. As expected, it was a young girl. Long white hair, mismatched red and blue eyes, and a cute white and red dress. The girl was standing behind a small shop stall selling trinkets. There was another girl with her, one with short red hair, blue overalls, and also mismatched red and blue eyes, although the shades were a bit different. The second girl looked up at Lily and then shyly looked away immediately after. Supervising the two girls was a beautiful woman with long blue hair tied in a braided ponytail. Wearing a pure white dress, and with the serene aura around her, she seemed to be a goddess. Except, she didn't have the distinctive atmosphere that all gods had, so it seemed like she wasn't. Even so, that woman wasn't just some pretty face. Although she was smiling and acting all refined, Lily could tell that the woman was strong. Those emerald green eyes staring at Lily were definitely sizing Lily up. Miss. The first girl waved and said, I heard you say you had bad luck, right? My daddy has that a lot too, so this should help you. After saying that, the white-haired young girl held out a small box to Lily. Lily blinked and slowly walked over. Lily was just talking to herself. The young girl nodded and said, Daddy does that too. She smiled and said, so Miss should definitely take this. Since you're like Daddy, it should help a lot. A pure and innocent expression. Nothing but goodwill and happiness. Lily didn't want to be a bother to someone like that or get her wrapped up in any trouble, so she considered just walking away. But then she got a closer look at the trinkets on the table. They were haphazardly made items. Misshapen rings, clumsily woven cloth bracelets, the sort of crafts you would expect from children. But the materials those trinkets were made from. Lily wasn't an appraiser, but she had a good eye. That ring there, it was made from dir adamantite. And that little marble, it was definitely orichalcum. The shimmering pendant there, wasn't that a blood onyx? Lily gulped at the sudden realization that what she dismissed as pile of trinkets were probably worth more than what she had made in the past 6 months risking her life. And as she had that realization, she had a sudden urge to test her luck. Only to feel a sharp gaze on her. That woman with light blue hair. Lily looked over to see the woman smiling at her. A casual, genial smile. And the woman was standing casually as well, arms crossed and patiently waiting. But Lily could see it. A faint gleam of a barely visible crystal arrow pointed at Lily's head. Something out of eyesight for the two young girls, but one that anybody in front of them could see. Ms. The first young girl tilted her head, confused. Do you not want it? Lily shook her head and smiled. Lily will take it. Thank you. Great. The young girl handed the box over and let out a bright smile. Then, be safe. Oh. And if you need a party to go in the dungeon, I think Daddy is looking for more people soon. So if you're still lonely, come back here tomorrow and I'll introduce you, okay? Lily eyed the blue-haired woman before giving a slow nod. Lily will think of it. Thank you. With that, she made a quick retreat, mixing back in with the crowd. Wait. Lily hadn't noticed it since it was so sudden and strange, but now that she thought about it, wasn't it weird that it had been so quiet around that stall? The girls were cute, the trinkets were incredible, and that woman was divine beauty in mortal form, so there should have been more of a commotion. Just to check, Lily glanced back only to see that there wasn't a stall there at all. Where the girls had been, only a blank wall was. No. If she watched the crowd closely, the people were subtly moving around it, politely nudged out of the way of where the stall should be. Lily immediately looked away and kept walking. Don't think too deep about it, Lily. She gulped and then resisted the urge to tremble. Trouble. That was definitely trouble. She didn't know if those two were really kids, but if they were, then they were the kids of some incredible adventurers that Lily didn't want to get involved with. What did she give Lily anyway? She was still holding the box, so it was definitely real. But... Lily stared at the box, hesitating. Should I open it? Her mind was telling her it was trouble. But her intuition said it was money. And weighing the two, it shouldn't be that dangerous. Lily decided to open the box. And when she did... Fina's delivery service, activated. A cute voice echoed in Lily's head. But not just that. The moment the voice finished talking, something else appeared. A flurry of glowing messages floating in thin air, along with a transparent store shelf. Being an adventurer is dangerous, so my friend Pira and I made a useful store. As long as you have the ring, you can use our shop wherever you are, even in the dungeon. We don't have a lot yet, but we're working hard to practice and make useful things. Here's what we have right now and our prices. Blocky silver ring, 100 valis. Pointy hot sword, 1000 valis. Pretty auntie's healing potion, 250 valis. Glittery bang swoosh ring, 100 valis. Am I dreaming? Lily tilted her head and muttered, Lily must be dreaming. Something like this can't be real, can it? XXX. Wow. Fina tapped at the glowing window in front of her and said, Miss Lily's buying a lot already. Pira leaned over and said, Is she? Then, did we make something good? MMHM. Fina nodded and said, it's just like that blonde mister said. People really like convenient things. And magic is really convenient. Now. Fina reached into thin air, her arm vanishing for a moment before popping back with a small bag of coins. We have spending money. She turned towards Artemis and said, can we go shopping now, Auntie Artemis? There aren't many customers anyway, right? Artemis smiled, subtly adjusting the invisible barrier repelling people around the girl's tiny shop stall. Just a bit longer. Your mother should be here soon. Sweetie. Hestia smiled as she walked over, carrying an armful of crepes. Did you sell anything? Fina nodded and held up her bag of coins. MMHM. A lonely big sister bought a lot from us, so we can pay rent. Hestia's smile froze and then she let out a deep sigh. Damn it, Belle. Stop teaching our kid weird things. What weird things, mommy? Nothing, sweetie. Hestia patted Fina's head before looking at Pyrrha and Artemis. Smiling again, she said, now then, let's go have fun at Monsterphilia. XXX. In the sewers beneath Orario, a masked man held up a vial of glittering orange liquid. Inayo tilted his head and said, it's a pity that Freya realized the charm Ishtar placed on Ganesha, but this should still work. He tilted the vial to the side, causing a tiny white jewel with what looked like a fetus inside of it to become visible from within the liquid. I'll have to have Philvis suggest it to that alchemist later to make things more interesting. But for now. Inayo tossed the vial into the sewer water, watching as it shattered, the contents completely dissolving away into the sewage. Beneath his mask, Inayo grinned and said, now to just wait as the seeds of the first orgia sprout. XXX. I paused in the middle of chomping down on a foot-long sandwich. Welf looked over at me and said, something wrong, bro? Yes. I took the bite from my sandwich and chewed it before swallowing. After that, I frowned and said, and I don't know what. You haven't gone out of your way to make anything crazy recently, have you? No. I set my sandwich down and said, then why do I feel like someone I know just opened Pandora's box? XXX. Achoo. Fina sniffed and then wiped her nose. Hestia frowned and said, are you okay, sweetie? MMHM. Fina nodded and said, I'm fine, mommy. I think daddy's just talking about me. Oh. It's Auntie Freya. Hi Auntie. My. What a coincidence. Freya made her way through the crowd, tugging along a small figure behind her. One who made Hestia freeze in place. Bellatrix peeked out from behind Freya and gave a shy wave. Hi. XXX. Ryu. Pour me another. Ryu tilted her head and said, that is your 10th one, Belle. And I'm feeling that I'll need a dozen more to deal with whatever the day's throwing at me, so if you would be so kind. Chapter 48, It was wrong to innovate. Freya glanced off to the side and smiled. It looks like the children are getting along well. Hestia glanced over as well, doing her best not to frown. Since the streets were getting a bit more crowded, and since Freya was Freya, even while hiding her beauty beneath a hooded robe, the group had moved over to a more private location. That was a bit difficult to do considering Monsterphilia was happening and tourists, both adventurers and not, were pouring into Orario. Fortunately, the owner of the bookstore that let Hestia use it for Belle's first status update allowed them to borrow the place since he was heading out to look around. And right now, Hestia, Freya, and Artemis were sitting at a table with some tea and biscuits watching the kids sitting on the carpet between the bookshelves and reading stories to each other. Well, Fina was reading. It seemed like Welf hadn't taught Pyrrha how to read yet and Freya's daughter didn't know because she was just born. And that was a thought. Freya's daughter. Not just Freya's daughter, but Freya and Belle's daughter. Her Belle. Not Freya's Belle, but Hestia's. And it was done in a perfectly wholesome manner. Nothing lewd. Hestia knew that. The one that Belle loved was absolutely her and no one else. He tolerated Freya and drew other beautiful women around him, but he only had eyes for Hestia. Her. So why did this still feel like an annoying thorn in her heart? Something bittersweet she was forced to taste? Tia. Freya tilted her head, staring out at Hestia from beneath her hood. Is something wrong? Hestia stared back and then forced herself to set aside her unease. If it was anyone else, Hestia wouldn't have held back. And if Freya was reacting with any other expression, Hestia would have said something, even with the children nearby. But seeing Freya with that genuinely satisfied and motherly expression, the warm and content gaze that she gave towards Bellatrix and had to consciously draw back to look at Hestia. And contrasting that expression with the aloof and ethereal appearance that Hestia remembered of Freya from the few times they met in heaven. Hestia let out a deep sigh and then put on a weary smile. You're right. I'm glad that they're getting along well. That was the most important part. Even if they had different mothers, Fina and Bellatrix had the same father. They were sisters, whether Hestia was comfortable with that fact or not. Family, and not just familia. Because of that, Hestia couldn't be too selfish. Freya stared at Hestia and then lowered her gaze. Sorry. I didn't know it would upset you this much. Hestia blinked and then quickly waved her hand. Oh, no. It's fine. She glanced back at the children and then placed her hand over her slightly aching heart before mumbling, I didn't think it would either. If it is any consolation, Belle and I haven't done anything. And also. Freya let out a weary smile of her own and said, his heart is very much still focused on you and Fina. A strange mix of emotions. Happiness at hearing that from Freya and on seeing that weary smile. And then guilt for the same reasons. Hestia pursed her lips, wondering what to say. But before she could, Freya changed the topic. Looking towards Artemis, Freya smiled and said, I don't believe we've properly been introduced. She held out her hand and said, Freya, Tia's friend. Artemis shifted her gaze away from the children and then nodded, shaking Freya's hand. Tia says that I'm Artemis, and I feel that is true. But even so, I'm not the goddess, even if it might appear that way. Hestia frowned and said, Artemis dash. Artemis let go of Freya's hand and looked to Hestia. It's fine, Tia. She looked back at the children and said, not being able to remember my past is a bit melancholic, and being with you and your familia makes me feel an ache in my chest at something I can't recall. But. She tilted her head, a strange expression on her face. I feel like the people I used to know would support me in being happy like this. That definitely wasn't fine. Is what Hestia wanted to say to Artemis. But seeing that expression, just like with Freya, Hestia was at a loss for words. But it seemed Freya wasn't. Letting out a bright smile, Freya nodded and said, Artie, then. It's a pleasure to meet you. Artemis blinked. Artie. Freya reached out to pour some tea for everyone and said, Artemis is a bit too formal and some people might get confused. With that hairstyle too, certain people might not believe it when you say you aren't the goddess Artemis. She glanced at Hestia and said, wouldn't you agree, Tia? Of course, the fact that Artie undoubtedly has your blessing will make people hesitate, but when enough oddities pile together, even idiots will start to believe. Hestia sighed. Especially with how ridiculous Belle is. Right. Artemis glanced between Freya and Hestia and tilted her head. Pardon. Freya reached up to tap her chin with her right index finger before saying, well. Since we're all family here in one way or another, how about we have a bit of fun and do makeovers? She reached into her cloak and started pulling out various bottles, brushes, and containers. I was planning to use this to doll up the children, but I think we could have some fun for ourselves too. She paused and said, it'd be best if Fafai could be here too, but I suppose that serious woman is too busy managing her family business right now. Hestia sighed. You're probably right. She reached out to grab a cup of tea and said, we need to work on that. After Dinatus, Tia. But for now. Freya grabbed a small bottle and said, shall we dress up a bit? XXX. Hephaestus was not having a good day. To be honest, her past few days had not been good. Not because the Hephaestus familia had any issues. Business was booming and there were even a few new prospects applying to the Hephaestus familia. No. The problem was with Hephaestus. Specifically, her decision regarding her family. Not familia, but family. Out of habit, one formed recently, Hephaestus placed her left hand over the hilt of and felt the soft warmth radiating from it. When she did, she immediately felt a sense of happiness and fulfillment. And then that was promptly followed by crushing guilt and doubt. Maybe Freya is right. Welf was willing to throw everything on the line for her sake. Not only that, but Pyrrha showed her unconditional love, even as Hephaestus was keeping up the ambiguous relationship between them. Shouldn't she at least? What is that goddess right about, Lady Hephaestus? Hephaestus flinched, suddenly drawn out of her thoughts. When she realized her surroundings. Monster philia was happening. Because of that, and because there had been a rush of new materials due to the Loki familia clearing out the dungeon anomalies recently, the Hephaestus familia was hard at work both creating new equipment and repairing them. Enough that Hephaestus had been concerned things might get out of hand, so she wanted to take a look around for herself. But while she had been concerned about that, it seemed like she was more concerned about something else. Hephaestus shook her head and looked towards the person who spoke up. A woman with tan skin, crimson eyes with one covered by an eye patch, a bare torso with only tight white wrappings keeping her modest, and a red oriental garment for her lower body, paired with sandals. Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus familia, and the one who Hephaestus asked to serve as an escort for the Czech UPS. Sabeki grinned and said, "You thinking about that kid again?" She paused and said, "No, I guess he's a man now? I mean, he manned up enough to make you dash." "Shush!" Hephaestus quickly interrupted and took a quick look around. She ignored how her face was heating up and said, "Not too loud." Sabeki laughed and said, "Is it really that bad, Lady Hephaestus?" She glanced towards and said, "I don't know how he pulled it off, but if he can make something like that, there isn't a smith in this world who wouldn't acknowledge him. Hell, if he came to me with that, I'd take him on the spot." Hephaestus glared at Sabeki. Sabeki smiled back and said, "What? Don't you think we could make something great together? The child of two master smiths would be incredible, wouldn't they?" Hephaestus paused, thinking about Pyrrha and her ability before sighing. She really would. Hi. Hephaestus froze, realizing her slip-up. Sabeki laughed again. Hephaestus clicked her tongue and then started walking again, mixing in with the crowd filling the streets of Orario. Sabeki easily followed after Hephaestus and said, "Did I say something wrong?" Hephaestus crossed her arms and said, "You've been acting up a bit too much recently, Sabeki." Sabeki smiled and said, "I can't help it, Lady Hephaestus. You've just been too adorable recently." "Adorable?" Hephaestus blinked and then pointed at herself. "Me? MMHM." Sabeki laced her hands behind her head and said, "You've always been a strict and hard-working goddess. Composed and serene, just like the beautiful blades you make. But now..." She glanced at Hephaestus and smiled. "You're really different. A little shy, a little hesitant, and so romantic too." "Are romantic?" "Well, yeah." Sabeki pointed to and said, "Although it's a great blade, even I wouldn't openly wear something like that around, you know? Not only that, but the way you talk about wealthy and the look in your eyes." She chuckled and said, "If I didn't know any better, I might think our goddess was replaced by a fake, you know." Hephaestus pursed her lips. She thought she had been keeping it in check, but if it was like that... Hephaestus felt a heavy pat on her shoulder. "Sabeki, reaching out to do that." "Relax, Lady Hephaestus." Sabeki let out a warm smile and said, "You've worked hard for long enough. I don't think anyone will complain about you being a bit selfish after all you've done." Hephaestus came to a stop and hesitantly looked at Sabeki. "Really?" Sabeki thumped her chest and said, "As the captain of the Hephaestus familia, I can promise it. And if anyone disagrees..." She reached out to tap a newly forged katana she had sheathed at her side. "Well, I've been wanting to try out the new blade I made from seeing Welfie's work." Hephaestus blinked and then cautiously said, "You haven't met Belle yet, have you?" Sabeki blinked. "Belle? Who's that?" "Nobody. Nothing." Hephaestus stammered and said, "Forget I said anything." With that, she quickly started walking away. Sabeki jogged after her and said, "You can't leave it like that, Lady Hephaestus. Someone who you personally acknowledged, is he a secret master smith? A promising recruit?" Hephaestus felt her face heat up, but she ignored it. Turning back, she said, "I already told you, it's dash." Bang. Nothing. Hephaestus finished and then blankly turned back around. An explosion of debris. People screaming and running all over. Buildings being broken down by silver vines piercing up through the ground. A few adventurers running forward to try and stop it but getting split in half by flashing silver. And silver that was rushing towards her. "Faye!" A voice calling out to her. No. That was her imagination. Gold flashed and met the silver, splitting it in half. At the same time, another voice called out to her. "Sabekis! Lady Hephaestus!" She quickly moved in front of Hephaestus and said, "I'll protect her." Sabeki paused and stared at Hephaestus's sword. "I thought that wasn't a magic sword, Lady Hephaestus." Hephaestus stared at the glowing gold blade that was clearly being filled with mana and muttered, "I thought it wasn't either." But before either of the two women could think about it, more screams cut through the air as monsters went into a frenzy and broke free from their cages. Sabeki focused and moved close to Hephaestus. "Can you fight, Lady Hephaestus?" Hephaestus raised her sword, feeling strength flowing through her as well as technique. "No, not just technique, but a familiar voice echoing in her head, paired with the sound of clanging steel. Spirit and technique, flawless and firm. Strength, pierce the mountain. Sword, split the water. Fame, reach the imperial villa. The two of us will hold the heavens together. Hephaestus felt her heart race as she instinctively shifted her stance. Blinking in surprise, she looked at her sword and said, I think I can. A silverback roared and rushed through the crowd, mowing over citizens and adventurers alike. Tsubaki glanced towards the towering white-furred ape and shifted her stance, placing a hand on her katana. Seems like we'll find out. XXX. I knew it. I fucking knew I should have updated my status. Dozens of projectiles flew towards me as I raced across Main Street. Crystal flower petals, rocks, weapons, even a few energy blasts. I growled and swept my hand out, grabbing them in my inventory and instantly firing them all back. Try to change the genre to be slice of life for a bit and reality says no. You're a shonen character. Have some battle scenes and surprise monster invasions. Welf swung the makeshift greatsword I crafted for him and said, You're not making any sense, bro. Ryu finished chanting a wind spell to blow away the monsters blocking our path and said, I agree with Welf. I'm not making sense. A horde of kobolds that looked like they got infected with the mushroom infection from The Last of Us jumped out of a crack in the ground before rushing towards us. I reached into my inventory and grabbed an axe before whipping it at the horde like a certain god of war, mowing them all down. Afterwards, I called it back and growled. This whole world doesn't make sense right now. Who in their bloody mind got out of bed today and said, oh, let's watch the world burn? XXX. Dionysus sneezed. Machigatte frowned and said, Are you coming down with a cold, Dio? If you would like, I can have Naza make you some medicine. Dionysus waved his hand and smiled. I appreciate it, Machigatte. But I am fine. He wiped his nose with the back of his sleeve and smiled. Just a bit of pollen. I've been cultivating some new flowers recently. But that aside. He reached out and placed a glittering orange vial on the table in front of Machigatte and said, I heard from Hestia that you have a talented alchemist. Machigatte looked at the vial before glancing back at Dionysus. From Hestia. He smiled and said, Does that mean that Naza's potions have been working for Belle? I'm unaware of that. It was more in passing at the divine banquet. Ah. Machigatte nodded. That makes sense. But what's this? He picked up the vial to examine it. And then he froze, eyes widening in shock. Dionysus let out a serene smile and said, It's something that my familia picked up in the dungeon recently. It was a set of 2 and I have used one to test its properties, but it seems to be something that rapidly increases growth. Machigatte gulped, putting the vial back down with trembling hands. Dio no, Lord Dionysus. This dash. Dionysus kept smiling and said, Well. Do you think it will be useful? I've been thinking that a bit of innovation in the potions industry would go a long way towards helping adventurers, do you not agree? Chapter 49, It was wrong to go off script. Explosive power filled my body with every step I took. My newly forged and bulky muscles easily embracing that power and supporting my will. And hordes of what looked like mushroom zombie versions of monsters climbing out from the ground like a scene straight out of the apocalypse. I growled and summoned one of my giant stone slab from my inventory before grabbing it and swinging to down to squish a horde crawling out from a nearby hole. An explosion of gore that quickly dissipated into smoke. But more importantly, that hole was now covered. A storm of screeching wind arrows shot down to clean up the few monsters that escaped, and then Ryu landed beside me, frowning. Just what in the world is happening here? A scream echoed from nearby. A young girl with an overstuffed backpack collapsed on the ground, probably knocked off balance. A crimson lizard with tendrils for a face dashed towards her. The girl pulled out a short sword from her sleeve, one packed with mana. But it would be too slow. Before she could activate it, the lizard would reach her first. TCH. I clicked my tongue and then shot out a few shards of adamantite at the monster, along with a crystal leaf for good measure. An explosion of crimson blood and flames that quickly vanished, replaced with an eerie red magic stone that was laced with pulsating green veins. The young girl looked at me, eyes wide in shock. But just for a moment. After that, she blinked and her eyes defocused as she stared off into space. Not before she finished pulling out her short sword though. At that time, the ground cracked beneath me. Ryu reacted fast, sending a gust of wind out beneath us to send us flying. And as she did that, I saw a giant killer ant jump up, its crimson mandibles reaching up to snap us in half. The area around me started to glitter as shards of adamantite appeared. Hate. Light gathered as I looped them to gather speed. Random boss encounters. And then the giant killer ant vanished, erased by what amounted to machine gun fire. For good measure, I crafted a towering boulder and chucked it in the hole to plug it, as well as crushing whatever other mobs planned to crawl up. That done, I landed on the top of the boulder and crossed my arms, looking around the area. Chaos. That was the only way to put it. As if the world said I was having it too easy, we got a full-on dungeon break, or at least the equivalent of one. Looking towards Babel, I didn't see anything off. And I didn't see or feel any signs of monsters coming from that direction. Which meant that these monsters came from somewhere else. And wouldn't you know it? Today happened to be a festival being celebrated with tamed monsters. Ryu landed on the boulder beside me and said, "I take it you are not in a good mood." "No, Ryu. I'm not." Corpses littered the streets, both adventurers and civilians. More were wounded. And combined, it made Main Street run red with blood. Fortunately, higher-level adventurers were reacting. I saw the girls from the Hostess of Fertility fighting off monsters in the distance. Seer, or Horny as Freya called her, was working with Mia to direct Otter and some other insanely powerful people throughout the city. Near the commercial district, I saw weapon merchants arming themselves with blades and passing those out to anyone that could fight. Near the entertainment district, there was a brown-skinned goddess sending out waves of charm to calm down monsters while scantily clad women rushed at them with weapons. Then there was Fina, Pyrrha and Bella running around the town square blowing up whatever monsters they came across and snatching up magic stones while Tia, Freya, and Artemis ran after the girls with furious expressions. Definitely going to get scolded for that later. But they would be fine. While they were kids, they were also kids of extremely powerful people who inherited the best from both parents. Fina was immortal, Pyrrha was invulnerable, and Bella. I watched my youngest daughter run into a monster and mime a kiss. The moment she did, the monster stopped in its track, letting out a silly expression. And then Pyrrha promptly split it in half with a broadsword twice her height. Something that made Bella burst out laughing. Okay. Maybe the best and the worst of both parents. Another flag to deal with later. Gotta make a mental note of that after sorting out who the mysterious voices in my head were. But for now, let's see. A chaotic scene right out of the apocalypse. Monsters rampaging. Adventurers rushing to clean up the scene. Since we suddenly switched from slice of life to shounen, there were probably going to be a lot of casualties. Going from the flow of events, this was a situation meant to get the MC motivated to get stronger and swear not to let something like this happen again. If it was a story, at least. But since this was reality, it really meant that there was some crazy bastard out there responsible for this. The question was, what the hell did they have to gain from this? Orario would be put on edge, meaning security would be tightened. So it definitely wasn't helpful if they had a secret agenda in the long term. I doubted it had anything to do with me since I still had yet to make a big splash on anything. Though that would definitely change after today. Then. Well? Did someone decide that this scenario was a good setup to wring out his hidden potential and force him to make magic swords that he had sworn off making? Maybe. But that was a bit unlikely. Freya? Did her familia members get fed up with me and want to get rid of me in the chaos? No. Even if they did, Freya was smart enough to catch wind of something like that. If they were going to try anything, it would be a head-on confrontation instead of this collateral damage situation. Overall, odds were that it wasn't related to me or anyone I knew. Then. Was this just some crazy bastard who wanted to watch Orario burn? I couldn't think of anything that a reasonable person would want with all of this. But then there were unreasonable people in this world, right? Like the record of the coalition between evil god familia called Evil Us. A name said through gritted teeth. I blinked and looked over to see Ryua clenching her fists while staring out at the devastation. She had seemed nonchalant earlier, but I guess she must have just not seen the chaos yet since she was focused on me. Hey! I placed my hand on her shoulder and said, relax. We'll sort it out. Ryu flinched, looking at my hand. Then she gave me a weird look before sighing. After that, she nodded with a faint smile and said, "Understood, Belle. Was that a flag?" "Definitely a flag. For the record, I'm not interested in you." Ryu rolled her eyes and said, "I am well aware, you scoundrel." I pulled my hand away and said, "And I keep saying, the situation with me and Seer isn't what it looks like. We just have to wait." I paused, realizing that someone was missing from our group. "Where's Welf?" Ryu blinked and looked at me. Then she looked around the area near us and said, "Was he not just following us?" I face-palmed. Damn it. I should never have given him that info about Shiro. Bastards copying that guy's bad parts too. XXX. The sound of clashing steel. A monstrous roar cutting through the air, followed by thunderous fists raining down from above. Hephaestus trembled as she swung her sword to deflect the attacks. Left, right. Up, down. An attack from behind. Her body moved on its own will, pulling her away from danger by a hair's breadth each time. Hephaestus stepped back and swung up her sword. An explosion of sparks filled the air as clashed against the silverback's fist. It also made the monster stagger backwards for a step, but nothing else. Not even a scratch or a hair cut on the beast's hand. Seeing that, Hephaestus let out a wry laugh. "I guess this is karma." Tsubaki was gone. Between the randomly collapsing streets and the mutated monsters, Hephaestus thought it'd be a better idea for Tsubaki to run off and help the others since Hephaestus could defend herself with. And it was a good idea. At first, Hephaestus was easily able to kill the silverback and make a quick retreat to Deadless Street to try and avoid any other monsters. But then it came back. Not only that, but it tracked her down through Deadless Street, and now. Hephaestus stared at the monster in front of her and focused again. It was different now. Although the general form was that of a silverback, the monster had mutated. Hephaestus didn't know how, but it seemed to have come back to life and stronger than before. Silver fur laced with pulsating green veins. Crimson eyes and flesh that looked blackened with rot. A horrific monster that could strike fear into the hearts of any person. And a terrifying strength to match that horrible visage. The silverback charged again, throwing another punch. Like always, drew Hephaestus forward to block. But unlike before, she didn't have the strength to counteract it. A heavy impact. Hephaestus' arms turning numb from the blow. And then a follow-up attack sent her flying. Was it that she couldn't feel pain because she was protected by? Or was the pain so much that her body couldn't process it? Hephaestus didn't know. But she did know that she had crashed through 3 different buildings before bouncing along the ground for a bit. The sound of clattering steel echoed from beside her. Falling out of her hands and onto the ground. Ah! There was the pain. Hephaestus blinked, suddenly feeling aches in every part of her body. She couldn't see, so it must have fallen in her blind spot. But she had to get up. She had to get up, grab it, and keep moving. By this point, the high-level adventurers were bound to have started moving. And even if they hadn't, Tsubaki would probably double back to check on her at this point. But that wouldn't matter if she let herself get killed or forced to use her arcanum. So. A monstrous roar directly in front of her. A blackened fist rushing towards Hephaestus' face. Oh! She couldn't do anything about it. It was the end. Seeing that approaching fist, the only thought Hephaestus had was, "I'm sorry, Welf. I'm sorry, Pyrrha. I should have been better." And like that, Hephaestus closed her eyes. But. Sking. The sound of a clean cut. One followed by a loud thud as something fell to the ground and the silverback roared in pain. And after that. Get your hands away from my wife. Chapter 50, It was wrong to copy a faker. A sword forged from thin air and mana. Welf didn't know how it happened, but he knew that it was necessary to face the monster in front of him. Welf. He heard Faye speak up from behind him. Hesitant and also a bit embarrassed. To be honest, he was a bit embarrassed as well. He didn't think that he would say something like that, but it was already too late to take it back. So instead, he turned to give her a quick smile before focusing on the monster. It was a silverback. An ape-like creature with silver fur and hulking muscles. Kind of reminded him of Belle at the moment with his random muscle growth, actually. But that wasn't important. Welf grabbed the handle of the sword he forged and focused. The monster wasn't normal. Just like the others that had been appearing throughout the city, the silverback was corrupted by something. Slashes and scars covered the silverback's body, like it had been split apart over and over. But at the same time, eerie black vines stitched those severed parts back together, giving the monster the appearance of a haphazardly fixed stuffed animal. But more than that, it was strong. Welf wasn't as crazy as Belle, who could apparently tell exactly how strong people were somehow, but he had been in plenty of dangerous situations. More since meeting Belle. And his instincts were telling him that the monster was strong. Strong enough to rip him apart if he wasn't careful. But... you think I'll lose in front of Faye? His heart was pounding. Whether that was because Faye was behind him, because he sprinted here on instinct, or because he was overdrawing his mana with the sword he made, Welf didn't know. But what he did know was... burn out. He could kill it. The monster roared and pounced. WELF. Faye screamed. A black and silver blur approached, quickly resolving into a giant fist swinging at Welf's face. But he didn't retreat or try to parry. Instead, he swung his sword to meet the fist and shouted. False works. Static. Welf felt his sword connect with the fist and cut through. But the moment it did, he got a wave of feedback. Like his entire body was steel and something just slammed against it, sending a reverberation throughout. Information flowed into his head. Pictures on a screen of a young man facing off against a similar opponent. And then text, appearing in Welf's field of vision, overlaying the silverback. Static. Asterisk. The flames have died down. There are about 30 meters to the silverback. It'll take it less than 3 seconds to close this distance. Therefore, the outcome of this battle will be decided in the next 3 seconds. Asterisk. What is this? A sense of incongruency. Time had crawled to a halt as Welf faced off against the silverback. Even so, information continued to flow and words continued to appear. Asterisk. My mind is clear. I know the scope of my power. Projection using concept creation, basic structure, composition, production technique, growth experience, and accumulated years. A false reality that distorts the world engraved in the soul, the embodiment of the fictional world using the theory of realization, fiction in fiction. Inheritance of battle technique, experience, and physical strength from. Error. Failed to reach source. Failed to compile recorded recollection. Asterisk. Something cracked. The moment it did, time resumed, and the silverback charged. Welf blinked and then moved to swing his sword again. But as he did, he staggered, suddenly feeling like his body was wrong. That the limbs he used to stand and swing his sword were a bit too long. That the flow of his mana wasn't right. Clang. The sword that had cut through the silverback's fist before was pushed back. With it, Welf staggered. And because of that, he couldn't block the follow-up attack. But... you idiot! Someone else did for him. Faye pulled Welf back, opening up a gap between them and the silverback. The moment she did, Welf managed to get a hold of himself, snapping out of his daze. That sense of incongruency vanished as well. And just in time. The silverback roared again, furious. The black vines that were keeping it together pulsed, slowly threading through its muscles as if trying to replace them. At the same time, its eyes started shining with a dark crimson light. Moreover, the pressure it exerted started to intensify. Faye tensed for a moment before stepping away from Welf and raising her sword. When she did, she looked at Welf and pursed her lips. Don't try to be a hero. I'll take care of this, so run away. Welf laughed and then raised his sword as well. Who said anything about being a hero? Pointing it at the silverback, he said, I've already had one goddess sacrifice herself for my sake. I won't let the one I love do the same. Faye's face turned red, but she pointedly ignored looking at Welf. Instead, she focused on the silverback and said, fine. Then, let's dash. Before she could finish talking, an explosion erupted. The source was a group of towering black pillars with crimson lines glowing within them. Shortly after that, a torrential rain of light fell from up above. The silverback that had given Faye and Welf so much trouble, the terrifying monster that was getting stronger by the second. It ripped apart, turning into nothing more than a haze of black and red. But even that disappeared as a person landed in the middle of the pillars. Messy white hair. Sharp crimson eyes. A honed and muscular body that was covered in black plate mail with crimson lines threading through it all. And then a transparent energy shield on his left arm. Spoiler. After taking a look around to make sure the area was secured, Bell clicked his tongue and then glared at Welf. Oi, dumbass! Who told you to run off on your own like that? Welf blinked and then let out a sheepish laugh. XXX. It was a mess. I should have known better than to start introducing foreign magical concepts when I still didn't even understand the baseline magic of this world. Still, on the upside I managed to learn a few interesting things. First, my muscles had just been bloated from the Satsui no Ha from the killing intent that I used earlier. After venting a bit, my muscles went back to a more reasonable size. Second, whatever had corrupted these monsters had turned them into great crafting material. If I were to put it in game terms, it was like whatever I crafted got automatically enchanted. Well, that and they turned black and red like something an evil overlord would use, but that didn't matter too much. Third. I stared at Welf being fussed over by Hephaestus and then frowned. Storyteller's refrain seemed to be a dangerous skill. He was different. That guy had already been changing, but now that I looked at the way energy flowed around him, I could see that some circuits were starting to appear in his body. Faint lines in parallel beginning from his left arm and tracing out to his heart. 27 of them. Not only that, but his eye color had changed a bit too. Since I met him, they had turned a bit icy, changing from a clear blue to a glacial color. But now they were more silver than blue, like the color of frost reflecting the blue sky. A soft thud from beside me. Someone landing on the ground. I glanced over to see Ryua standing there with a thoughtful look on her face. Seeing that, I said, "How's the situation?" "It's being controlled." "But the damage?" She clenched her fists. I sighed and said, "Yeah. It's going to be a mess after this. Monster breaking free and killing countless civilians and tourists. Newbie adventurers being overwhelmed and dying in droves." Because I was the cheat that I was, I managed to avoid the worst case scenario by pulling a Gilgamesh and spamming long-range attacks with rare weaponry. Unfortunately, that also meant that it was going to be a huge-ass mess in the upcoming Donatus because of all the shenanigans I pulled today. On the plus side, I should have leveled from this. On the downside, I really shouldn't have postponed that status update. Even if I thought that it was dangerous to rely on divine power instead of your own. Mostly because it seemed like my powers were evolving on their own regardless of my input. Damn it! Why couldn't I just be a side character in a cozy adventurer life isekai? Just had to be the MC instead. And now whoever started this mess was definitely going to keep an eye on me for their next plans. Meaning I'd need to go back to the drawing board for even more contingencies. Like getting more party members. Because as much as I'd be able to solo entire familia, I'd rather not. Read enough stories to know that the mountain of cannon fodder never ended once that ball started rolling. Better to dissuade them all by building up a big force. Maybe I should go take a trip to the shoddier districts in town sometime. If we were going full tropes and clichés, there are probably some slave party members or something there that would gladly help if I freed them, right? LL. Bell. Hello? Bell. I blinked and then realized that Welf was standing in front of me. Seeing that I was paying attention now, Welf grinned and said, "Great. So, what do we do now, Captain? I should punch you." Ha ha ha. I rolled my eyes and then kicked off the ground, rapidly summoning and desummoning platforms to reach the highest pillar I dropped so that I could get a bird's eye view of the surroundings. Yep. Looks like things were wrapping up now. The Freya familia were out in full force combing through Main Street. The Hephaestus familia and other merchants had secured the commercial district. For some reason, I could see that Ace Girl and Loki running through the entertainment district with a bunch of other adventurers, but that felt like a flag, so I ignored it. Then there was Tia, Freya, and Artemis in the central plaza scolding the kids while a Japanese a Japanese god kept watch alongside a bunch of adventurers cosplaying as samurai. Yeah. Looks like this little plot point was over. At least, that should be the case. But knowing who I am and the fact that I haven't really had a big fight yet when this is a shounen genre story setting. A faint gust along the back of my neck. Bell. My name being called out by 3 different people. Clang! Sparks flew as one of my swords blocked a sharp shadowy tendril. You have grown stronger. Ah! So one of the voices in my head is the shadowy boss monster that almost wiped me, huh? Should have known. A familiar war shadow with grey and green eyes. And one that immediately sent out a wave of shadows, warping Welf, Ryu, and Hephaestus away. Not to a dangerous place though. I could see in the distance that they suddenly appeared next to Tia and the others. But then an invisible ripple spread out, turning the world grey as well as making everyone else vanish. Man! I reached into my inventory and pulled out a spear before pointing it at the war shadow. This world really wants to power check me today, huh? That is because the world will not survive if a hero does not appear. A calm and refined female voice echoed from the war shadow. And when it did, the shadows around it dispersed, revealing a beautiful woman. Long flowing silver hair. A lacy black dress. Black gloves and matching leather boots with a black choker as an accessory. And a face that seemed weirdly familiar. She smiled, reaching out to pluck a sword from thin air the same way I grabbed my spear. It's been quite noisy around you recently. Do you have any regrets about it? Only that the world seems to keep throwing me curveballs. The war shadow no. The weirdly familiar woman nodded and said, I agree. But that's to be expected. Now. She pointed her sword at me and said, let us see who you take after more. Your father, or dash. An explosion of light. Sparks flying from a barrage of adamantite shards deflecting off an invisible barrier surrounding the woman. I clicked my tongue. No cuts scene skipped today, huh? The woman laughed. And then she vanished. I immediately pulled out a slab to block my neck. And then I got a boot to the face and was sent flying off the pillar. Chapter 51, It was wrong to think I was the only one with cheats. You shouldn't underestimate her. Gee, mysterious voice. You don't say? I gave up on my spear to keep my hands free and ignored my throbbing face. Instead, I kept my eyes on the mysterious woman who appeared in a random invade. She didn't move after kicking me off the pillar, instead staring down at me as if waiting for my reaction. A test. Right, she mentioned wanting to see who I took after more. That, plus the whole bit about the world not surviving if a hero didn't appear. Block it. Block wa. An invisible ripple. Shockwaves formed from pure sound, somehow hypercompressed and directed right at me. My eyes widened and I reflexively swung my arm out to use energy manipulation to disperse it. But it didn't work. Instead, the blast rocketed me towards the ground while letting out a screeching sound. This crazy. At the speed I was moving, I'd be flattened between the ground and the shockwave. And if it was any ordinary person, that was the inevitable outcome. But for me, I grit my teeth and clenched the open air. At least, that's what it would have looked like to an outsider. In truth, energy manipulation let me grab onto the blast. I couldn't rip it apart, but if it was just moving it, that was doable. So. A split second before I crashed into the ground, I spun while hugging the blast. An explosion erupted, sending rubble and debris in every direction. At the same time, the force sent me flying as if I had jumped onto the ground with a giant inflatable ball before bouncing up. Hurt like hell, but I wasn't dead. And now? A hushed whisper. Words being spoken at a rapid pace, completely unintelligible no. A rapid elegy quickly rising to a crescendo. Block. I pulled out another giant pillar and slammed it against the ground to get some footing before scanning around. What the fuck? Block everywhere. The woman hadn't moved. She was still standing there on the pillar and looking down at me. But she had also raised her sword to the sky and was gathering blinding white light in every direction while glowing white feathers descended from the sky. She met my gaze and then smiled before saying 4 words. Cry, Holy Bell Tower. God dash. I cut off my words and focused. As much as I wanted to curse out the freaking Dark Souls invader that appeared out of nowhere to power check me, there wasn't time for that. Block everywhere. That was my objective. And I could see why. In every direction I looked, mana was boiling, fractions of a second from bursting. Was it because I was on the verge of death? Because I leveled up? Or because quantum magic and compilation were a hell of a cheat? I didn't know, but time was slowed to a crawl right now, giving me a brief moment to think. Not that it helped much. The amount of mana surrounding me was already enough to crush me. But the quality of that mana too. I couldn't even quantify it. Which was bullshit considering I could manipulate divine energy. But it seemed like the more you leveled up, the more bullshit an adventurer became. Yet, definitely needed to start scrounging up contingency plans for when some other cheat showed up. Also needed to start considering that the higher level adventurers could be getting stronger in different ways since I'd definitely been underestimating people. Damn it. Please don't tell me there's some crazy people that can eat statuses or something too. Focus. Right. Focus. Rant against the world rigging itself against the MC and pulling shenanigans to keep up to my power level later. Right now. My body was frozen. I couldn't actually move because it wasn't that I had stopped time, but that my perception had moved beyond time. Probably as a result from directly using energy manipulation to affect the synapses of my brain or something. Whatever the case, it was working. End. XXX. Crafting system. Please describe the item you wish to create and allocate the resources. XXX. Yep. That was still working too. I thought so since my inventory had frozen time. Though, that message was new. More on that later though. Right now. An out-of-body experience. Like I was staring at a video of my fight instead of living in it. With just a thought, I could pan the camera around and check the surroundings. Again, probably from energy manipulation. It seemed to be an evolution from the time I used to maneuver with Black Demon. And side-tracking. The strangely familiar woman was staring at me with an expectant gaze, her sword still raised with her left arm. Blinding light was spreading in every direction, linking each feather. A chain explosion moments from occurring. Fortunately, the space around me was clear. Probably around 3 meters. The woman seemed to have cast her spell with the assumption that I would try to escape. Well, that was my guess. She certainly seemed capable of making those feathers emerge wherever she looked, so. But anyway, running no good. Definitely couldn't disrupt any of that too since it felt even more ridiculous than the fire mana in the ring that my lovely daughter gave me. There was just something slippery about the mana that wouldn't let me grab it, no, something corrosive that was making energy manipulation fail. More reminders that I definitely needed a status update ASAP. But for the moment, I had to figure a way out with what I had. And what I had was my inventory and my crafting system. Looks like it was time to pull out a card from my defense catalog. XXX. Crafting system. Selecting from stored blueprints. Designating all the stored magic stones as resources. Drawing inspiration from all barriers previously experienced. Compiling. XXX. Hi. Guess the part about Shounen MCS getting BS power UPS out of the blue applied for me. Not sure what's going on, but I'll take it. Time sped back up. The feathers and bubbling white light started to spread. But before they reached me, another light spread, starting from the shield on my left arm. Overlapping triangles woven together to form a sphere, traced out in crimson. Impossible geometry twisting space itself for a brief moment. And then the world vanished in an explosion of light and sound. For a split second, I thought I was dead. But then I realized that the fact that I could think meant that wasn't true. And the moment after that realization, a black sword sliced through the crimson geometry in front of me, splitting it apart and racing towards my neck. I took a step back and drew a sword from my inventory, swinging it in the same move. A loud clang. The sword being batted aside with my attack, wasn't what happened. Instead, I was the one who moved, the force of my blow sending me flying in a different direction while careening through the air. With that, I could see it. The entire city had been leveled by that attack, completely ground away into dust. But at the same time, it hadn't. Like looking at one of those weird 3D stereoscopic images, I could see that we were fighting in a place separate from the real Orario. The actual city was still there beneath the one I was moving around in, but it was transparent and hazy. Something I could barely make out right now. Which meant that whoever the hell I was fighting was complete and utter bullshit. Seriously. I hadn't even begun to start thinking about how to make reality marbles, bounded fields, subspaces, or anything like that, but some random woman pops up and can just seal an entire city block? No, wasn't she a variant war shadow at first? But she wasn't now. So was she just hiding as a variant war shadow? Or did a variant war shadow evolve? I finished my free fall through the air undisturbed and landed on the ground in a cloud of smoke. The woman lowered her sword and stared at me in the distance, a faint smile on her face. Wait. Why was she smiling? Left shoulder, groin, rib, neck, heart. My eyes widened and I quickly raised my hands. A flash of silver. The woman instantaneously closing the distance. There wasn't enough space to swing a sword. And I definitely couldn't swing as fast to parry her attacks. So instead, a quintuplet of metallic staccato notes. I took a step back and shook off my numb arms, mentally thanking the fact that I made sure to make a crafting skill as well as thanking Dungeon Chan for letting me realize the benefits of using killing intent as material. The woman took a step back as well and carefully evaluated me. A tense few seconds passed before the woman said, "You have grown much stronger since we last fought." I finished shaking the numbness out of my arms before raising my hands. "I could say the same to you, Miss War Shadow." The woman smiled and rubbed her face with her free right hand. "A War Shadow. I suppose that is a fitting moniker for what I have become. I don't appreciate cryptic messages, ma'am." Her smile grew wider. "Then prove it to me. Prove to me that you possess the power of a hero. Get ready. Don't stick to one fighting style or weapon. Give me more direction than that, man." I wanted to strangle the bastard who kept calmly commenting in my head without relaying useful advice. But I ignored him for now and focused. The flow of events was typical for a story scenario like this. The hero had to prove himself to the big bad and either tie or break out of an impossible fight. Usually, the MC's friends would break it up with reinforcements, but I had a feeling I wouldn't last long if I just tried stalling. The woman was strong. Not only that, but she clearly expected something from me. A test. If I was worthy, she would acknowledge me and give some answers. Probably things like who my biological parents were as well as my grandfather. Didn't really care about that right now, especially since it was just probably something like having divine ancestry or being the orphaned son of some top-tier adventurers. Not like it would help much anyway to know. If anything, that would just be opening up Pandora's box. Especially if it turned out that my parents were insanely powerful adventurers who died fighting a big bad and my grandfather took me in because I was the seal of some great evil demon or something. But it wasn't like I was a ninja trying to be Hokage or something, so that wasn't likely. Anyway, the woman wasn't moving. Instead, she was just standing there with her sword casually held at her left side. I wanted to believe it was because her last few attacks tired her out. But if it was from before, they would have. But those limitations are gone now. Okay, dude. We seriously need to chat when this is over. You have a lot of explaining to do. For now though. I took a deep breath and focused. The woman was stronger than me. Faster too. Not only that, but I couldn't do my usual strat of spamming projectiles. And I had a feeling that even if I took out something ridiculous like Welf's wind sword he made or the ring Fina gave me, she would just cut through it all and take off my neck. There wasn't any killing intent though. Instead, there was just a heavy pressure. As if she was an angel of destruction looking down upon the entire world. And considering the state of the surroundings, she basically was. I'm going to snuggle with Tia as soon as this is done. Freaking random plot points, people who want to watch the world burn, and backstory shenanigans. I pulled out a spear from my inventory before lacing it with mana. The woman tilted her head, staring directly at my spear. No. From her gaze, it looked like she was watching the flow of mana moving inside of it. Damn it. Don't tell me she could see mana too? I won't. Fuck off, asshat. I'm focusing. Don't need your sass. She can copy your movements at a glance. Be careful. Oh, so now you give me useful advice. Just fuck off already and let me cook up a plan. The woman shifted her gaze back to me, staring with those mismatched grey and green eyes of hers. Come to think of it, now that I could get a good look, she was kind of similar to Fina. My daughter looked a lot like Tia, of course. But I could see faint traces of her features in that woman's face too. Not to mention the fact that they both had heterochromia. She wasn't my mom or something, right? Nah. Couldn't be. She looked a bit too young for that. I was 15 and she was in her mid-20s. Unless she had her age stopped or was appearing in her ideal form or something. Definitely they or something. Again, don't need your sass. Now. Killing intent. Mana. The fauna serving as a core for energy and translating that energy into phenomena, physical and otherwise. The physical connection formed by the blood granted from a divine being to create that fauna. It was still just a hypothesis. A theory that needed a bit more workshopping before it was reliable. But it should definitely be enough to smack that woman in the back of her head at least once. Snort. I decided to ignore that voice again. Instead of reacting to it, I shifted my spear to my right hand and then focused. There was mana scattered everywhere. The mana in my spear was under my absolute control. The fauna translated stories and experience to reality. And I made it so that if I believed it could happen, it would. So. XXX. Crafting system. Selecting from stored blueprints. Checking qualifications. Error. Insufficient skills and developmental abilities. Spearmaster has not been acquired. Mystery has not been acquired. Luck has not been acquired. Drawing from recorded recollection and experiences. Spearmaster has been substituted with Jack of all trades. Mystery has been substituted with energy manipulation and quantum magic implementing wave function collapse. Luck has been substituted with beloved by the eternal flame. Compiling. Congenital magic Gungnir, false, has been acquired. XXX. Althea stared at the boy no, the young man standing in front of her. She hated him. She hated how much he took after that cowardly bastard. How he shared the same crimson eyes. How he acted so flippantly with women and charmed them. So she hated him. At least. Althea thought she would hate him. But. Crackling magical energy that was kept under tight control, just like her own. A cold and analytic gaze on a calm expression that Althea had seen countless times reflected in the blades of her opponents. Monstrous talent in both magic and combat as well as the intuition to be able to read and block both and the first time he saw them. He was nothing like Materia. Although he was supposed to be the atonement for Althea's sins, the child born for her sister who could not have one due to her illness. Although they were twins, meaning Althea's child was as much her younger twin sister's as he was her own. Although she should despise him for being the spawn of that lecherous bastard who she tolerated only for Materia's sake. Asterisk promise me you won't hate him, Althea. This child. He's your son as well. So please, asterisk. I suppose you were right, Materia. A pair of glowing crimson cores over the young man's chest and abdomen mimicking the way monsters used their magic stones. His crimson eyes glowing the same color, sparking with mana and seeming like they could peer into all of existence. A spear forged of mana compressed in the same way she used to seal and keep her noise within herself. The young man stepped forward and swung his arm. A blur. Countless streams of mana shot forward to try and pierce through Althea. It didn't work. The spear crashed against and broke apart. But that wasn't the end of it. As if it wouldn't stop until it succeeded, the spear reformed. Once. Twice. 3 times. A dozen. 100. Countless attacks happened in a fraction of a second as the spear attempted the impossible. But it failed. The potential was there, but her son was still too green. It was an attack that could threaten the current era of adventurers, but against the monsters of the past and the monsters he would face in the future. Damn it! Her son cursed and then pulled out a sword from thin air. Close combat it is. A crimson blur. Crackling mana overloading his body, but being kept at bay by those dual cores. An artificial armor like her own, but used for offense instead of defense. Clashing steel and bright sparks. Althea easily stopped her son's attacks. It was impossible. A lower-ranked adventurer couldn't hope to stand against her, let alone a fresh adventurer like her son. And from how his arms trembled as their swords clashed, the stat difference was clear. He recognized it. Even so, he continued to fight. Abandoning the sword for another spear. Bare fists. Knives. Retreating to attack with archery. Closing in with dual blades. A means of fighting that no adventurer should be able to do. Althea had met many who fought with multiple weapons. Even many self-proclaimed masters in various fields. But they fell short. Against her, who could immediately parse and dissect fighting styles in an instant and find the counter, it wasn't enough. Zald had once mentioned how irritating it must be for people to fight against someone like her who could adapt in an instant. Althea was beginning to understand what he meant. Like a blade being tempered, no, like excess stone etched away to form a masterwork sculpture. As Althea swept her blade out to attack the flaws in her son's attacks, those flaws quickly closed. At the same time, the textbook attacks he used grew sophisticated. Sword slashes lashed out before changing to a spear thrust. A motion to throw a knife shifted to a one-handed slash with a blade. A step back to dodge turned into a thrust with a rapier. Was this it? The pride that a parent should feel at seeing their child's growth? Happiness that the enemy she failed to kill in the past would be cut down by her son's hands instead? Schadenfreude that the coward's son who both he and Zeus said took after him so much had turned out to take after her instead? Althea didn't know. But, damn it! She decided. Before, she chose evil and left him behind. Quashing the faint regrets, she dedicated the remainder of her life to serve as a springboard for the next generation of heroes instead of the traces she left behind. But since she was granted a miracle, power that felt like arcanum but lacked the divine weight behind it. As Althea turned to look towards it, a golden beam of light split apart the hollow ataraxia she had formed to contain her test. And the source of that? Bell. You good in there? Shut the fuck up and back me up already, you bastard. What kind of bro are you to take so long when you can make overgeared weapons? A young man with crimson hair and steely blue eyes holding a golden sword. Standing beside him, Lady Hephaestus with a sword of her own. Behind them, Lady Freya whose eyes were gleaming violet. And next to her, a goddess Althea didn't know, but whose black hair was slowly turning crimson as her blue eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. It was a brief moment. Recognition from Hephaestus and Freya. Shock from the former and contemplation from the latter. Fury from that unknown goddess. Confusion from the crimson-haired young man. And as for her son. Crack. A black sword in his hand. Her own, somehow taken without her realizing it. A thrust towards her heart, meant to be fatal but falling short due to his stats. But even then. The sound of shattering glass. Both her hollow ataraxia and falling to pieces from the clash between her own powers matched against each other. Still not enough. Althea stared at her son who was cursing at falling short yet again. An impetuous expression. One that looked like Meteoria's. No. One that must have been how she looked when she was upset. Althea smiled and then took a step back, sinking into the shadows. You win, my son. Oi. Her son raised his pilfered sword and said, you can't run away now after wait. Son. Althea let out a refreshed laugh and then waved. I will see you soon. Say hello to my grandchildren for me. Wait. Hold on. You can't just dash. Whatever he wanted to say next vanished as Althea plunged into the sea of darkness that had become her domain after her miraculous revival. Now, since she had accepted her son, as a mother, Althea should shelter him a bit from the oncoming storm, should she not? And to do that? Well, what better way to block a storm than to snuff it beneath a greater typhoon? XXX. Bell. Welf walked up to me and placed his hand on my shoulder. You good, bro? Did you get hurt? I didn't respond, still processing the latest bit of information I learned. Good job. I told you that it would work out. Hearing that matter-of-fact voice, I snapped and shook my fist at the sky. Show yourself already, you crazy bastard. I swear to God, the moment I find out where the hell you're hiding, I'm going to tear you to shreds. XXX. Hiding in the shadows of a building overlooking Deadless Street, Inio let out a smirk beneath his mask and said, then I will look forward to it, Mr. Cranel. Let us enjoy this play for a while longer, shall we? Chapter 52, Is it wrong to hate yourself? It was a disaster. A day reminiscent of the dark period when Evilus acted with impunity within Orario. And in fact, many people thought that the day marked the return of Evilus. There were too many lives lost. Innocent civilians, newbie adventurers, tourists from outside Orario. While the response from the top familia like the Loki familia, Hephaestus familia, and the Freya familia was swift, it wasn't swift enough. More than that, countless people were blaming the Ganesha familia for the disaster. They said that the only reason it happened was because monsters were brought to the surface. Even though it was something that no one could predict, people looked to pin the blame on someone. People tried to find a villain in the story. But at the same time, people also found heroes. The obvious ones were the high-level adventurers like Ace and Otter who went out of their way to help. But some other notable people emerged as well. Miyake and Naz's efforts in making and providing healing potions at a loss to save lives spread throughout all of Orario. Rumors spread about 3 children who possessed incredible power, taking out monsters left and right as if they were playing a game. Stories of a beautiful blonde elf who soared through the skies with a magic sword at her side to cut down monsters and those who tried to take advantage of the chaos emerged. Then there was the tale of the youngest Krazo blacksmith running through the city with Lady Hephaestus while wielding a magic sword that didn't break no matter how much he used it. But there was a myth spreading that was even more incredible. A man with crimson eyes and ashy white hair. One who looked like a demon or death incarnate, garbed in pitch-black armor laced with bloody light. A man who looked like a reaper of souls, but instead of reaping the souls of Orario, he took the souls of the monsters that emerged from the underworld. Towering pillars that fell from the sky. Golden light that tore monsters apart. Saving lives without a thought while fearlessly facing off against the most terrifying of foes. Some said that he used a cursed crimson spear. Others said that he struck down monsters with a barrage of swords. More still said he used grand magic that shot golden beams of pure light, like an angel from heaven. And even more said that no matter what manner of attack flew towards him, he survived it without a scratch and sent the exact same attack back towards his opponent. But no matter what the story, the consensus was the same. That man was a hero. A dark hero who emerged as the forgotten dark period of Orario began to creep back in. XXX. And that's what they're saying about Belle, Ina. Miss He smiled and said, looks like your adventurer's making his way up in the world. Aren't you glad? Shut up and pour me another glass, Miss He. Hee. The lounge in the guild hall. There, Ina was taking a break with her co-worker after having to do a gauntlet of paperwork in the aftermath of the monster philia incident. Of course, even when she took a break, she couldn't really get rid of the stress that had dropped into her life recently. Miss He poured Ina a glass of wine and then said, are you sure you want to drink this stuff though? Don't elves have something against impure things? Ina took the glass and said, for the record, I'm a half-elf. And even if we do. She drained the glass and said, does it look like I care right now? Miss He poured herself a glass too and shrugged. Fair. Sipping on her wine, she said, now's as good a time as ever to start drinking. Especially considering. She looked over Ina's shoulder towards the other guild staff. Ina didn't. Mostly because she already knew what was happening. I guess it's been a while since so many newbie adventurers died, huh? Ina grabbed the bottle from Miss He and poured herself another glass. Grief. Despair. Denial. It was something that all dungeon advisors dealt with. The moment that relationship began was only a countdown towards the day that they said farewell. Everyone knew that. Even so, it was easy to forget when your adventurer returned every day safe and sound. Easier still when the adventurer you were advising seemed to be on track. And it was something that Ina knew all too well considering her track record. But was it because of that? This time, it was her adventurer who came back alive. Not only that, but while countless people died, he thrived and saved countless others. Belle, that ridiculous idiot who kept causing her no end of stress but also kept doing the impossible. The supposedly naive kid that all her co-workers bet would die within the month had lived while their adventurers had died. Ina sipped on her wine and said, I guess turnabout is fair play. It was wrong, but she couldn't help but feel satisfied at seeing them suffer after all they said about her own adventurers. True. Miss He nodded and sipped on her own wine. Ina looked over and said, how's Cassie? Did she stay safe? MMHM. Miss He waved her hand and said, Belle's interpretation of her prophecy helped her out a bit and she managed to interpret a bit of another one. Something about the last hero being a compilation of stories. Didn't really make sense, but she just sent a message saying she was safe at home when everything went down. That's good. Ina took another sip of her wine and said, although that's probably going to make it harder for her in her familia, isn't it? Miss He frowned and said, maybe. She sighed and took a deep drink from her glass. I hate how we can't do anything about that. What's the whole point of establishing order if the guild can't intervene with gods forcing mortals into familia against their wishes? Like, have you heard the rumors about the Soma familia? Stuff like that. Ugh. Ina shook her head and said, we just have to listen to what Lord Aranos says and do our jobs to keep our adventurers safe. Right, right. Miss Ha drained her glass and said, because only heroes can change Orario. The rest of us schmucks just have to go along with the flow. Ha. Ina let out a wry smile and said, yes. Though. She swirled her wine around in her glass and muttered, is that worth being a hero? Bell was famous now. Although the people didn't know it was him just yet, the gods surely did. And with all the tales going around, even if only a fraction of them were true, he'd be the #1 target in Orario. But he was just level 1. A newbie adventurer. Even if he had ridiculous skills and magic that let him do all of this, and even if he had read all the books and law that she gave him, there were still parts of his knowledge that fell short. Like the fact that laws didn't really matter to gods when they were truly interested. Or the depths they might resort to in order to obtain what they want. In that case, Ina drained her glass and then stood up. Ina. Miss Hill looked up and said, going back to work already? Yes. Ina adjusted her glasses and looked over at her grieving co-workers. Seeing that firmed her resolve and she said, I have a lot to do in order to not end up like them. Which familia might be the worst opponents? Which familia had been rumored to resort to unsavory means? Which familia would simply attempt to strong-arm adventurers and their weaknesses? It was clear now. The danger to Belle wouldn't come from within the dungeon, but instead from outside. So then, to do her job properly and help him grow. The sound of doors slamming open, shortly followed by the sound of boots clattering against the tiled floor. Ina flinched and looked towards the main entrance to see a beautiful woman with silver hair walk in. The woman's lacy black dress drifted around her as she moved, flowing almost like smoke. Not only that, but her silver bangs shifted too, revealing a pair of mismatched grey and green eyes. An immediate response. Some guild employees stood up in anger at her impudence. Others glanced over in curiosity before going back to work. But one person reacted differently. An older and fat elf man who was overseeing everyone and making sure they were keeping on task. When he saw the person who walked in, his green eyes widened and he took a step back with his short legs. Why you? Ah! The woman reached up to adjust her bangs and smiled. Royman Mardial. Are you still the head of the guild? You were alive. I was alive. Yes. I was indeed. Now, it has been a while and numerous events occurred, but I would like to renew my adventurer's license. She let out a smile and then released a heavy pressure on the surroundings. The guild is neutral in all affairs. So there should be no problem even after my dark history, should there? Seeing the woman and her haughty attitude, Ina should have been upset. Even if that woman was someone famous who the guild had recognized, with everything that happened, that attitude shouldn't be tolerated. But there was something about the way she talked and acted that was familiar. Showing up in the tailwind of a giant mess and dropping a bomb onto everything to create an even bigger mess. Ah! Belle. Right. It reminded Ina of Belle. And then Ina realized that she said that name out loud and froze. But the woman had already noticed it and vanished. Ina blinked, and then the woman was suddenly standing in front of her letting out a faint smile. You The woman's smile grew wider and she said, you mentioned my son's name. I take it you are an acquaintance? No, since you spoke his name so casually. Are you his dungeon advisor? Why yes. But... son. The woman nodded and said, that is correct. Belle. Cranel. She mumbled and said, that should be the surname of that coward. She shook her head and said, in any case, yes. He is my son. And I am Althea, formerly known as... Althea. Althea? Formerly known as? Wait. Pages that Ina had photo-read from the skill Belle taught her came to mind. Notes from books that she had meant to read long ago and only recently had the chance to review. The Dark Period of Orario. Evilus. The evil god Erebus who was at the root of it all. And the two who helped him the most, a pair of Orario's greatest adventurers who had fallen to the dark side. One of them was Zeld from the Zeus familia, alias. And the other? A woman from the Hera familia who was so powerful that her nicknames even among the top adventurers of the Zeus and Hera familia were Incarnation of Talent and Monster of Calamitous Talent. Yes. That woman's name had been Althea, alias. There hadn't been any portraits, but there had been a pretty clear description. And the woman in front of her, staring at Althea's smiling face, Ina groaned and said, well. That explains a lot. XXX. Back at the Hestia familia home. Specifically, in the basement room at the bottom of the church. A lot had happened, and there was a lot that I needed to talk about with my family. But before all of that, there was one pressing matter that I needed to address first before things blew up down the line. And that? I told you already. Thou art I, and I am thou. Stop fucking with me, you bastard. I appreciate you helping out when I was getting on my feet with those monsters, but all this. I waved my hand and said, the whole mysterious I know something you don't deal? It's gotta go. And I swear to God no, I swear to all of existence that if you don't explain yourself I'll figure out a way to make you real, turn you into a guy if you aren't, and then kick you in the nuts until you beg for me to stop. Fine, fine. I guess it's fair since you've granted my wish. Hi. Wish? Wait. Hold the fuck on. A hazy figure started to emerge. One that didn't exist, but at the same time did. Like the notebooks and things I made with compilation a long time ago. As for what that figure looked like. A face that looked like mine. Crimson eyes the exact same color. And a smug-ass grin that reeked of I know more than you. Nice to meet you, Belle. I'm Dash. I swear to God if you say you're a version of me from an alternate timeline where you became the last hero but failed to beat the final boss in the dungeon and tried regressing back in time at the cost of your life, then I'm going to put my fist this far up your ass until you and the world starts making sense. I cracked my knuckles and took a step forward. Wait. I can explain. Men talk with fists. Now grit your teeth and listen. Chapter 53, Is it wrong to foreshadow? I shut the door to the basement of the church and walked back upstairs. When I did, Welf waved at me from a spot by the end of the hallway. He smiled and said, yo. Finally finished venting. No. But I'll sort it out later. As much as I wanted to keep pummeling the idiot who tried to create a time paradox to twist fate to his whim after creating quantum magic out of desperation, I'd have to settle for locking him away in a cold and dark corner of my inventory for the moment. I brushed off my clothes and then looked around. Where's everybody else? I would have thought that Tia and the kids would be around, and I wasn't gone that long. But the place was empty and I didn't hear or see them nearby. Well. Welf scratched the back of his head and said, Apparently the kids had a bit too much fun earlier, so they're having a talk with the adults. I raised an eyebrow and said, and you're not included. Welf coughed. Faye said that I'd set a bad example. I walked towards the main hall and nodded. Right, right. Dumb idiot who ran headfirst into danger without backup. Hey. Welf walked next to me and said, I don't want to hear that from the crazy bastard who jumps into hordes of monsters without blinking. I always do that with a plan and about 25 trump cards. Did you have any in mind when you ran off? And that's why. Glancing around our little home, I noticed that there was a room upstairs that had a faint trace of mana around it. Something I wouldn't have noticed if not for Welf pointing out that the kids were having a talking to by Tia and the others. I guess that makes sense considering she's a former moon goddess. It was definitely from Artemis. While she had lost her divine powers, I guess that getting Falna gave her something else that symbolized her authority a bit. Maybe since she was a shadow of herself, instead of the goddess of the hunt aspect, the goddess of the moon was highlighted with some concealing abilities and magic? I should ask sometime. Mostly to see if I could learn that. Needed to start looking into barriers and barrier breaking considering that it was a thing high-level adventurers could apparently do. Welf blinked and said, considering who's a former moon goddess? Artemis. What? Did we not tell you? No. Bro. Her name is literally Artemis. And she's the spitting image of Lady Artemis. Are you sure someone hasn't told you? Welf coughed and then said, okay, maybe. But I forgot, okay? I've been thinking about a lot of stuff recently. Like I haven't. But sure, bro. We walked outside to the courtyard and were met by the fading sunset. Although the sky was mostly clear, bits of smoke were still visible in the distance. Welf glanced over there and then clicked his tongue. I still can't believe it. Orario's going to be chaos after this. You say that like it won't be already with everything going on around me, bro. Welf paused and then nodded. True. But this is the first big thing that's happened in Orario for a while. It's been safe until now, but at this point, things are going to get hectic. Probably. Adventurers were going to get blamed a lot. Both for it happening and for not being fast enough to stop it from happening. The Ganesha familia was going to get the worst of it for sure. And might even get banished. I hadn't gone around polling public sentiment, but it didn't take a genius to figure out that everyone in Orario was going to shove the blame that way. The guild was in a tough spot too. Since they technically approved it, they'd have to pin the blame on the Ganesha familia in order to preserve their integrity. Something like it was something that they couldn't foresee or that the Ganesha familia hid something from them. Whatever the case though, tensions would definitely rise between non-adventurers and adventurers. Maybe it was time for me to toss my own pebble in the mix to try and offset some things? I didn't know what the guy behind all of this was after, but if it was maximum chaos and despair, I would put good money on him stealth dropping some sort of item that could put normal people on the level of at least rookie adventurers. Maybe a drug or artifact that demonized people. Something that overclocked human potential for a bit or maybe fused them with monster characteristics. Either way, it'd be unstable and reckless. I wish I could have learned more about this stuff from that idiot living in my head rent-free, but his memories were useless anyway since Belle's biological mother was supposed to be a lady called Materia. Since my biological mother was that crazy strong Althea woman I fought instead, any hopes of future knowledge were thrown out the window since the timelines were different from the very start. Dumbass. This is why you shouldn't mess with time travel without going through all the contingencies, especially if you didn't know whether attractor field theory, parallel worlds, or some other operating principle applied. Belle. Welf waved at me and said, "You're doing that thing again." I rolled my eyes and said, "That's because I'm thinking hard on how to keep my family safe and prevent any issues in the future. Speaking of which." I glanced at Welf and said, "Have you sorted out what you're going to do now?" Welf blinked and said, "What do you mean?" "Well." I crossed my arms and said, "You kind of rushed in to save Hephaestus when she gave up hope like a hero. Considering how she was barely holding herself back with flimsy excuses, after all of that I doubt she's going to be able to hold herself back anymore." Tia's friend was the rational sort, but she was also someone who didn't know what to do when it came to love. As a result, she had made a whole lot of irrational decisions out of panic, but now that Welf pulled a big hero moment, she was about to make a bigger irrational decision to be with him. Probably. I mean, there were stories of goddesses who fell for less, right? Welf started to sweat and said, "Ahaha. Alright. You didn't think it through at all, did you?" Welf let out a nervous chuckle. I sighed and said, "Well. Since we've reached this point. Your family is famous for magic swords, right?" Welf slowly nodded and said, "Infamous, but yet." "Why?" "Well. Considering all of the shenanigans we pulled today, we need a reason to get the gods off our backs. And you need a reason to be able to justify marrying Hephaestus, so." I glanced at my inventory at the stacks of material I got earlier and said, "It's time we make you overgeared." "I still don't know what that means, Belle. Just shut up and follow me to the forge. I'll give you some prototypes, you just have to refine them." XXX. Hestia let out a deep sigh and rubbed her face. What a day. Hephaestus slouched back in her lounge chair and stared at the ceiling. "Don't remind me." "Ugh." She winced and then rubbed her shoulder. "I'm still sore all over." Freya smiled and said, "Loving someone will do that to you." Hephaestus rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not in the mood for jokes, Freya." Freya chuckled. Hestia lowered her hands and then glanced over to the side where Fina, Bella, and Pyrrha had fallen asleep hugging each other. It seemed like the three girls were tired out after their shenanigans and scoldings. Hopefully it meant that they wouldn't do that again. But knowing Belle and Welf, Hestia let out another deep sigh and then took a look around. They were in one of the bedrooms upstairs, recently renovated and refurnished by Welf. The children were asleep on a bed, huddled up together. Hestia was sitting on a table on the other side of the room with Freya sitting on her right. Meanwhile, Hephaestus had made herself comfortable in a lounge chair after complaining about her muscle pains from fighting. Artemis and Ryu had been there earlier, but they had left a bit ago. Artemis went to get some refreshments for the goddesses since they planned to have a longer talk to discuss the future. As for Ryu, after the children fell asleep, she excused herself while saying that she had to make some preparations. Hestia wasn't sure what the elf woman had in mind, but considering how Ryu had helped out and was also concerned about the children, Hestia wasn't worried. If anything, Hestia was hoping that she could stick around a bit more to help rein the kids in considering how strict she was. But now, a tense silence filled the air, broken only by the soft breathing from the sleeping children. Freya glanced over at Bella and Fina, smiling as she did. But then she looked back at Hestia and Hephaestus, her smile fading. Seeing that, Hestia frowned and said, "Time for business." "Yes." Freya narrowed her eyes and said, "We need to discuss what will happen next." She glanced at Hephaestus and said, "Especially with you, Faye." Hephaestus let out a deep sigh and then sat up. "I know." Hestia raised an eyebrow and said, "Not me." Freya paused. "No. There's something we have to discuss there as well. Especially if that woman was who I think it was." Hephaestus frowned and said, "So you think so too? Well, I know that survived, so I suppose it wouldn't be too much of a stretch that also survived. They never found her body, correct?" Hephaestus placed her hand on her chin and said, "That's true." "Wait." She blinked and said, "Survived. He is a bit different now, but dash." Hestia held up her hands and said, "Hold on." She frowned and said, "Could one of you explain first?" "Ah." Freya paused and then let out an apologetic smile. "I forget that you only recently descended, Tia." She chuckled and said, It feels like we've known each other far longer than that already. But in any case, I suppose this is relevant. Someone seems to be trying to recreate those times, so. Tia." Freya looked at Hestia and said, "Have you heard of the group called Evilus? XXX." Ryu walked out from the gates of Orario and glanced at the sword sheathed at her side. "I hope it will be fine to borrow it a while longer." An extraordinary blade sheathed in an ordinary and worn-out leather scabbard. The wind magic sword that Belle loaned her to use during the incident. There hadn't been a chance to return it after everything unfolded. But since there hadn't been, it meant that Ryu could hasten her plans a bit. It was clear now. She couldn't just keep hiding away like this. Although she was strong, it was still far from strong enough. Staying at level 4, it had been enough to protect herself, but to be able to protect others. Ryu shook her head and then rested her hand on the sword hilt. Wind gathered around her. Magic being performed without incantations by using the sword as a medium. Mana swirling without any strain on her mind or body. Ryu wasn't sure. She still didn't think that she deserved to stand in the light again after all she did. After betraying justice, she had resolved herself to just live out her days living a mundane life at the Hostess of Fertility as a waitress. But those people need all the help they can get. The rude and shameless flirt who ruthlessly stole hearts and tossed them aside while focusing on his family. Someone who seemed to always be thrown into all sorts of troublesome situations. That man's adorable and innocent daughter who seemed to have inherited her father's knack of finding trouble. The cheerful young girl who was so happy to call Ryu as her first friend. The kind-hearted goddess who welcomed a woman like her into their home, despite all the circumstances. Then there was that thick-headed blacksmith who caused giant mess through seeking his ideals along with his shy and earnest daughter. Not only that, but Lady Artemis who had somehow lost her divinity and become an ordinary mortal adventurer. Now that Ryu took a proper accounting of the situation. PFT. Ryu smiled and said, "I suppose Belle was correct. Compared to the trouble he's brought in, I suppose my situation will be insignificant in the grand scheme of things. A Krazo who could make unbreakable magic swords. A goddess turned mortal adventurer. Children who were half gods and half humans. And the crazy dastard who was at the center of the chaos who performed impossible feats on a daily basis but still kept trying to live a normal life with his family." Ha! Ryu let out a wistful sigh and then kicked off the ground, heading towards the last known location of her goddess Hestia. Chapter 54, Is it wrong to prepare for the worst? The Machigatte familia shop. Sitting behind the front desk as the sun set, Machigatte let out a deep sigh. A small ledger was in front of him, pages filled with notes on the day's orders, inventory, as well as future orders. Pages that had long been unused until today. Staring at the ledger, Mayaka's face twisted with a complicated expression. Naza walked out from the back and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? She set a small tray of vials filled with glowing orange liquid on the countertop. Did Dion Sect add more interest again? It is Lord Dion Sect, Naza. And no. Mayake let out a dry laugh and said, we have finished paying off payments for the next few months, so he will not bother us for a while. I thought so. Naza smiled and said, between our new line of potions and the guild's commissions, we should be well into the black. But then what's with that expression? Mayake was quiet. There shouldn't be any problems. Mayake knew that. They were simply providing a service that Orario needed. And if they had not, many people would have died. But still. To ask for money for treatment. Was that truly fine? Naza's smile faded and she frowned. Lord Mayake. Mayake sighed. I know. He let out a faint smile and said, you and Belle have both impressed the necessity of receiving proper payment for services rendered. And Hestia has been scolding me about my kindness before then as well. But what? Naza crossed her arms and said, we provided potions at a cheaper than market value price at a time when people needed it. Even if we earned more than we spent on each, the potion's efficacy was the same as any other for what they were to be used on. But could we not have saved more people if we spread that knowledge to others? Mayake could still see it. The rookie adventurers caught up in the chaos and perished due to their wounds. Civilians who ran into monsters and could not be saved because the wounds had grown too grievous. If the proper methodology and ratio of diluting potions while maintaining efficacy was known to other potion makers, would it not have allowed for more adventurers to afford potions? To have saved their lives in a chaotic situation like this? Naza let out a deep sigh. Maybe. But Lord Mayake. Mayake looked over towards her. Naza smiled and then tapped her prosthetic right arm. If you were concerned about that, why did you waste our familia fortune on this? That's... Naza had a point. If Mayake wanted to simply save people, then he should never have used their familia funds and taken out a loan to obtain Naza's prosthetic arm. But... He lowered his head, staring back at the ledger. Each order was money earned. And each order also represented lives saved. And yet... Naza walked over to place her right hand on Mayaka's shoulder and said, Lord Mayake. You are kind, compassionate, and caring. But in this world, people, especially gods like you are far and few. I know. Mayake let out a deep sigh and said, I know that all too well. The vast majority of gods who descended cared only for their own interests. The number who genuinely cared for humanity and wished to spread good in the world. Perhaps there were more that he had yet to meet, but in Orario only Hestia and Takemikazuchi came to mind. All the others. Mayake shook his head. Naza patted Mayaka's shoulder and said, don't worry. Right now we have to resort to this, but once I perfect the new strengthening potion we'll make a fortune. Then, after we've established a foothold in the market, we can start changing the way things work. Developing new potions, giving potions away, all of that. Mayake reached up to grab Naza's hand, pausing as he felt the stiff metal through her glove. When he did, he sighed and said, I'll leave it to you then, Naza. Naza smiled and said, I won't let you down, Lord Mayake. Mayake smiled back and then looked at the potion vials Naza had set down. Are those the results from examining the potion sample? Naza's eyes sparkled and she said, yes. I haven't figured out how to make that potion Lord Dionysus gave us, but it shouldn't take much longer. It seems that it's very similar to what I've been developing for Belle, so if I distill a few more samples and cross-reference the two. Oh. And it seems to have beneficial effects on physique regardless of fauna, so at this rate. XXX. The early morning hours, just before dawn. Standing in the small forge out back, I slowly turned around, examining the equipment that Welf made for me. Black armor with glowing crimson etchings. A black bracer that exuded a violet energy shield when I channeled mana through it. Then a plain grey sword at my side that would send out a barrage of copies when swung. Welf rubbed his eyes and muttered, I still don't understand how you make these things, Belle. The end result and materials, I get. But the process. Ugh. My head hurts just thinking about it. Probably better that you don't. I stored the new equipment back in my inventory and then looked over at Welf. Although, are you really one to speak? Welf had made a new set of armor for himself as well. If my suit of armor looked completely fit for a demon lord with its crimson and black color scheme, his was definitely suited for a hero. Like mine, his armor had crimson trimming. But instead of black, it was gold. At least, it looked like it was gold. But... what? Welf glanced at his armor and then coughed. Is it a bit much? Nah. You need to be flashy if you're going all in like that. But... I tilted my head and tried to decipher the flow of energy running through the armor. How the heck did you manage to make a crazy alloy like that? I watched him make it, so I knew for a fact that it was just gold and copper. But I also watched him stress test it, and that thing definitely wasn't just gold and copper. Especially since I stress tested it too by blasting it with a bunch of adamantite shards, which didn't even make a dent. I dunno. Welf looked at me and said, how the heck do you make magic swords and artifacts out of thin air when I have to forge them from scratch? Fair. It was probably something he wouldn't be able to tell me since it wouldn't make sense. I mean, if I just went around and told people I could come up with whatever BS I wanted to because my skills let me do it because I thought it would work, they'd just call me crazy. Especially since I was pretty sure that people wouldn't be able to replicate what I did since I was mostly skipping the process. Welf sighed and then walked over to clean up his forge. As he did, he looked at me and said, "You planning on just sticking around here today? After everything that happened, it's probably good to maintain a low profile, right?" Well. I leaned against the wall and said, the best thing to do would be to head back to the guild and brush up on a bit of Orario's history. I'm pretty caught up on recent events and laws, but it seems like some old monsters are popping back up. I'd definitely need to go bug Ina again about pulling out the archives. But I had a feeling that the guild was a giant mess right now with all that happened, and that I'd get roped into something really troublesome if I walked over there, so I'd do that later. I shook my head and said, that can wait though. I stretched and said, it's been a while since I've played with my cute little princess, and I haven't played with her new sister at all, so I think I'll take a few days off. Welf brushed off his hands after finishing his cleanup and sighed. Wish I could do the same with Pyrrha. I wanted to teach her how to make some alloys today. I walked over and patted Welf's shoulder. You can do that after sorting out things with Faye. I paused and then thought about the potential trouble that was definitely going to unfold after Hephaestus declared Welf to be a man not only worthy of being her husband, but who matched her skills in blacksmithing. Probably unintentionally, but definitely inevitably. After we go update our statuses. Now come on. I glanced towards the church to where I could sense Freya, Hestia, Hephaestus, and Artemis sitting. Let's hurry up with that before some other crazy event happens and catches us off guard. You say that like it's a daily occurrence, Belle. I started walking off and said, considering I'm the MC, it basically is. Welf frowned and followed after me. You still haven't explained what an MC is, Belle. Don't worry about it, hero wannabe. Hi. I shook my head and kept walking. Now, let's go kiss Tia, cuddle for a bit, and then see how much my crazy status has changed since the last time. Also need to remember to update the kids' statuses. God knows they're going to get wrapped up in more shenanigans than not considering who their parents are. XXX. Belle Cranel. LV. Strength, SSS 1337. Endurance, SSS 1337. Dexterity, SSS 1337. Agility, SSS 1337. Magic, SSS 1337. Energy Manipulation, E. Compilation, E. Magic. Quantum Magic, Instant Magic. Crafting, Auto Magic. Skills. Liar's phrase, reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External influences are subsumed and overridden. Storyteller's refrain, allows the user to impart a portion of their experiences onto another. XXX. Welf Krazo. LV. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Wrought Iron, H. Magic. Will or Wish, Instant Cast. A blacksmith's flame consumes all materials. Induces ignis fatuus through a disruptive wave of flames. Gradient Air, Active magic. Using the body as a furnace, mana as material, and imagination to forge, the user can temporarily call forth the sword they envision. Performance varies with focus, mana, and knowledge. Synergy with wrought iron. Burnout. Skills. Cross blood, the user can create swords. Allows the incorporation of various materials and resources during creation. Lesser effect in creation of the items that are not swords. Will of Rebel, a bell signals the start of humanity's advance. Magic and skills have a chance for positive mutations. Limits are removed. It becomes possible to spontaneously learn magic, skills, and develop mental abilities. XXX. Fina Cranel. LV. Strength, H100. Endurance, H100. Dexterity, H100. Agility, G200. Magic, H100. Mystery, H. Luck, H. Magic. Spirit body, automagic. All magical phenomena targeting the user is erased. Resurrection, automagic. Upon receiving a lethal wound, all damage is erased. Phoenix fire, instant magic. Calls forth divine flames embodying life and death. Skills. Vesta, spirit of everlasting flame, grants dominion over fire. Grants instant regeneration. XXX. Pira Krazo. LV. Strength, I150. Endurance, I150. Dexterity, I100. Agility, I100. Magic, I100. Wrought iron, I. Magic. Eupheme, instant cast. The blessing of a great blacksmith may change a warrior's fate. Enhances performance of all targeted equipment. World egg, automagic. From the mind springs infinite manifestations. Various materials and objects can be produced from mana. Skills. Divine blood, it is the nature of a thing that matters, not its form. The user can create divine equipment in any form using any material. Resists magical phenomena. A father's wish, negates physical damage. XXX. Artemis Selene. LV. Strength, A899. Endurance, A899. Dexterity, S999. Agility, S999. Magic, SS1000. Hunter, A. Magic. Lunar shadow, instant magic. The moon's shadow veils the light of truth. A territory may be designated where information is concealed from the outside world. Orion's arrow, instant magic. A peerless arrow that will strike true no matter the foe. Fires an unavoidable magic arrow that bypasses defenses. Skills. Elpis, the light of hope, prayers from those who wanted her to survive and live a happy life. A wish from a young hero who desperately tried to save her. Answering it all, a miracle was performed at the cost of the past. XXX. Bellatrix Cranel. LV. Strength, I50. Endurance, I50. Dexterity, H200. Agility, H100. Magic, G200. Charm, H. Luck, H. Magic. Gersemi, automagic. A fine is imposed for harming a precious treasure. Mitigates damage and exacts the full extent upon the attacker. Bifrost, active magic. A child should not part from her parents. Allows travel to either parent through bridging spatial coordinates. Skills. Hunas, treasured sweetheart, even the most heartless will hesitate to inflict harm. Easily gains allies. Valkyria, Chronicles of Warfare, grants the ability to use any weapon at a proficient level. Grants the ability to see through all ruses. Victory is assured in a one-on-one confrontation. Chapter 55, Is it wrong for something to be amiss? Hestia flopped onto a couch in her home's makeshift living room and let out a deep sigh. Freya chuckled from nearby and said, exhausted. Hestia groaned and said, more like I have a giant headache. She didn't mind the fact that she had to do so many status updates. Considering how Belle had promised to expand the familia in the future, it was good practice for when they started having more members join. But all of the nonsense that she just read in all of the statuses. Then there were THHE portions of Belle's status and Artemis's status that were written in characters Hestia couldn't understand but that Belle was able to understand. plus all of the additional information that conveniently showed up now to explain what the skills and magic did. Hestia covered her face with her hands and muttered, "Why do I feel like the world keeps trying to pull us into trouble?" All Hestia wanted was to live a happy and carefree life with her family. Was that too much to ask? Freya sighed and then glanced at a sheet of paper in her hand. I can sympathize with that. To think that Bella inherited Belle's ridiculous nature. I suppose it runs in the blood? Was a monster of talent and her son is definitely the same. Hestia groaned again. Right. There was that too. The fact that Belle was apparently the secret son of a top-class adventurer from the familia, and the fact that said top-class adventurer had recently showed up again despite the fact that she was supposed to have died 10 years ago. Freya smiled and said, on the bright side, Faye has decided to be considerate enough to shift the focus away from our dear Belle. Isn't that right? Hephaestus adjusted her clothes and blushed. Do you always have to throw a jab at me, Freya? Freya looked at her fingernails and said, I have no idea what you mean, dear Faye. Hephaestus sighed and said, of course you don't. She shook her head and looked at Hestia. But relax, Tia. If you just act like we planned, everything should turn out fine. Freya paused and looked at Hephaestus. And you will be made a laughing stock because of it. Are you sure that will be fine, Hephaestus? Hephaestus laughed and said, I've been ridiculed since we were in heaven. A little more won't hurt. And besides. She reached out to grab sheathed at her side and blushed. I can finally be open about wealth and Pyrrha. A giddy smile. A flushed face and eyes that instantly turned hazy, staring at a rosy future. Was that how Hestia looked when she was talking about Belle and Fina? She could see why people could be annoyed if it was. But in any case. Hestia sat back up and then glanced towards the courtyard. Belle was playing with the kids today, making up for the time he missed in the past few days. Artemis was there to help keep an eye on the rowdy bunch while Welf had immediately holed himself back up in his forge. As for the goddesses. Hestia glanced at Freya and said, so they're having it today. Freya nodded. I received the missive from Uranus early this morning. And if I am not mistaken. She glanced out towards the courtyard again. Hestia followed Freya's gaze and saw a young elf woman with short and bobbed brown hair wave from the front gate. Wearing a guild uniform and clutching a scroll with the official guild seal on it, there wasn't any mistaking why she was there. Freya tilted her head to the side and muttered under her breath. Hephaestus frowned. As for Hestia. She watched as Belle walked over to greet the elf with a smile. But that smile quickly faded as he grabbed the scroll and opened it. After that, he turned to look towards Hestia. A tense expression. Not only that, but crimson eyes burning with determination. As if he would set out then and there if there was any danger to them. Hestia smiled and shook her head. Only then did Belle relax. Wrapping the scroll back up, he put on his usual carefree smile and then laughed as both Fina and Bella ran over to greet the elf. And he laughed more as the elf's eyes widened in shock. Right. It should be like this. Fun and carefree times. Although it would have been ideal if it was just Fina there instead of Bella as well. But in any case. Hestia stood up and adjusted her clothes. Brushing off her wrinkles on her dress and fixing her hair, she nodded and said, let's go. This time, she would be the one to protect their family. XXX. The grand hall and Babel floating above the halls. That was where the Donatus would be held. Marble pillars, lush greenery, a fountain in the middle of a courtyard along with comfortable chairs scattered about. Although it was meant to be a meeting about formal affairs, as expected for gods that descended to the lower realms for their own interests, it was a relaxed setting. Even so, that didn't mean that the people arriving were relaxed. Freya casually swept her gaze around the area as she arrived along with Hestia and Hephaestus. Usually, the atmosphere for each Donatus was lively. Though formally a proper meeting to discuss Aurario's ongoings, it was truthfully a casual get-together for gods to brag about their children. Freya thought it all a bit trite. It was amusing every now and then when it came time to decide adventurer aliases, but she could do without the incessant babbling that most gods did. Of course, today was different. Tense expressions on all the gods present. Gazes of suspicion cast all around. Not only that, but quite a few fixed on herself, Hestia, and Hephaestus. Ordinarily, Freya would have been worried. Hestia was a kind soul and not the sort to dwell amidst the den of snakes the gods pretended not to be. But she was different now. Perhaps because of Belle's influence, or perhaps because she had something to protect, Hestia's entire atmosphere was different. A faint crimson haze. A pressure wouldn't lose out to Freya's own charm. Freya let out a faint smile, feeling a vague sense of pride. But Hestia wasn't the only one that was a bit different today. To the right, Hephaestus walked with her head held high. From what Freya could recall, Hephaestus had always been aloof during these meetings. Doing the bare minimum, speaking only what was necessary. Professional and minimalistic. But that wasn't the case now. Sleek crimson armor that Welf had forged specifically for the day. That outrageous blade the Krazo poured his love into creating for Hephaestus's sake. Seeing that, Freya couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Like this, would others not think that Hestia and Hephaestus were goddesses of war and not her? Of course, that was for the better. After all, though a simple meeting on paper, in practice when gods met like this, it was undoubtedly war. The area was already packed by the time Freya, Hestia, and Hephaestus had arrived. It was inevitable, really. Although the Denatus was important, making sure that Bella, Fina, and Pyrrha were assured nothing would happen was more important. But in any case, that led to the goddesses taking a seat near the outskirts of the courtyard and a bit out of the way. Not that it make any difference in terms of the attention they drew. Of course, with Hestia's fiery determination and Hephaestus's steely resolve, it didn't matter how many people stared at them. And for Freya, that made it all the more convenient. Sweeping her gaze around the area, Freya took note of a few gods to keep an eye on. Soma, Apollo, Ishtar. Soma was seated by himself and letting off a gloomy aura, caught up in his own thoughts. A god who cared not for his familia other than its ability to aid him in his journey to recreate the ideal drink. As a result, the Soma familia was slowly spinning out of control. And knowing their dear Belle, Freya was sure that he would get involved with them at some point. Then there was that Apollo. A man who cared only for beautiful things and did whatever he wished to obtain them. Obsessive and single-minded. And also one who would likely target their children the moment he found out about them, if he did not know already. Then considering his propensity for war games, Freya made a note to pass information about that along to Belle. As for Ishtar, the seductive dark-skinned beauty glared at Freya. Freya smiled back. She would be trouble. Belle was incredible. And while he had yet to truly make a name for himself, there were rumors aplenty of his actions during the recent incident, even if they had yet to be attached to his name. Considering the grudge Ishtar had against Freya, and particularly considering how Freya had foiled the scandalous beauty's plans to charm Ganesha during the banquet, Freya had no doubt that Ishtar would try and make trouble for Belle just out of spite. That, or try to steal him away. It was almost cute, really. Trying to control or steal a man like Belle was impossible. After all, Freya had only recently managed to gain a spot as begrudgingly accepted at his side despite all of her charm. Perhaps she should have her children act up a bit? She had been neglecting them recently, so they should be eager to jump at whatever scrap she threw their way. And it was a bit of an eyesore to see Ishtar use her divine charm to claim those she wanted. It gave other goddesses of beauty a bad reputation. Freya, for example, would never do that. There was nothing she could do about the faint natural charm she emitted as a goddess of beauty, but actively using that ability to wash away a person's will and trap them in a dreamland revolving around her. Freya would have to be crazy to do that. Even for Belle, she couldn't imagine doing that and destroying everything just to have him by her side. If anything, she would rather destroy everything she had to be by his side. Which reminded her that there was that sticky situation with her children. Otter was fine. He loved Freya dearly, but it was the pious love of a devotee to their goddess rather than romantic love. And if not that, it was familial. The other children like Alan, however. Perhaps she should perform a small play with Hestia. It was a bit early since Belle was still level 1, but considering his current abilities, perhaps after he leveled up. Thank you for gathering here today. A calm and refined male voice echoed through the surroundings. Freya blinked and looked up to see Dionysus standing at the center of the courtyard, leading the Denatus. The blonde god glanced at Freya and smiled before looking back out at the other gods. As my family was fortunate enough to not be affected by this incident, I was asked to lead today. But before we begin, shall we discuss some administrative duties? Freya frowned. Dionysus was an elusive god. He rarely showed up at meetings, and if he did, he was usually quiet and kept to himself. But now, once was a coincidence. But twice. She glanced at Hestia. Hestia glanced back at Freya and frowned as well. Freya looked back at Dionysus and paid close attention to the god as he started going through the motions. It seemed like this meeting might be more troublesome than expected. Chapter 56, Is it wrong to get along? I had a headache. Well, I already had a headache after talking with the Bell Cranel from another timeline who was living rent-free in my head and who was currently on timeout in my inventory. Then there was the headache from the fact that Tia, Freya, and Hephaestus were going to be fielding questions left and right from the emergency denatus happening. But I had another headache at the moment. And for once, it wasn't because of all the flags that I had raised. Instead. And like that, we can make a lot of coins to help pay for rent. Fina gave me a bright smile after finishing up her little presentation about the venture she and Pyrrha made. I let out a wry smile and stared at the impossible sight in front of me. A glowing shop screen that looked straight out of an MMORPG. Some boxes where you can put coins into exchange for the items that were being sold. While the item descriptions were a bit silly, the system was definitely far from it. That's a great idea, Princess. I glanced over at Pyrrha, who was shyly standing behind Fina, and said, "And you're okay with it, Pyrrha?" Pyrrha nodded and said, "Why yes. I want to help Papa and Uncle Bell too." After saying that, she blushed and lowered her head, trying to hide her eyes with her bangs. Gah! Kids were too cute. And I definitely needed to start planning with Welf on what to do in the future when the girls grew up. I set that thought aside and then looked at the last person added to this group venture. "And you want to be a part of this too, Bella?" Bella shifted in place and looked up at me through her white bangs. If it isn't too much trouble, Papa. Big Sis and Pyrrha are nice, and I want to play too." Glistening crimson eyes that were tinged with a bit of violet. An innocent face with trembling lips that pulled at the heartstrings. Yep. Bella definitely took after her mom. I didn't even want to think about the mess she'd cause in the future when she grew up yet. Especially since she was already being sly like this. I wasn't sure exactly what my youngest daughter wanted, but I could sense that she was plotting something. Call it a father's intuition or the fact that Bella took after her mother a lot. Either way, I sensed that Bella definitely had her own plans for getting involved with Fina and Pyrrha. Especially since. "And you want to be the speaker?" Bella grabbed the hem of her skirt and said, "I don't know how to make things like Big Sis and Pyrrha, but Mama said that I'm cute, and cute things mean more people will like it, right?" Fina hugged Bella and said, "Yeah. Bella's really cute, Daddy." "Right, Pyr. Yeah." Pyrrha nodded and said, "Why yes. Bella is cute." I resisted the urge to take a deep sigh. And I was starting to regret asking Welf to go with Artemis to pick up some groceries. It'd be nice to have some other adults to try and sort out this situation. Wait. Did Welf count as an adult? I think he was 18, right? Close enough. In any case. I saw why Anna was always sighing when she met me now. Ridiculous things were par for the course for me since I was the MC. But I didn't think that anyone else would do stuff like that either. Of course, I should have expected my daughters to inherit at least a part of the MC aura. Especially after seeing their statuses. But no use worrying over spilt milk. Considering that Fina and Pyrrha had gone off to develop something like this on their own, motivated mostly by the offhand comment I made to Fina a while back, I definitely needed to be more careful in how I acted. Especially after the three ran around farming monsters for drops in the middle of all that craziness during Monsterphilia. Right now, I could approve of the idea and try to get the girls to channel their energy into it. That way, I could at least somewhat contain the chaotic creative energy they had. But it was dangerous. This was definitely unprecedented. Not only did it give people an inventory like me, albeit limited, but it also meant that people could get resources they wouldn't be able to get deep in the dungeons. Considering that the major bottleneck on dungeon exploration was resources, this would flip Orario on its end if it got out. Then again, so would everything else I had, but we weren't talking about me. It was innocent enough, and well-intentioned, but I could practically see all the red flags sprouting all over the place if I let it be. On the other hand, if I crushed their dreams here and said it was too dangerous, that would be bad too. It wasn't like they did anything wrong. And this wasn't anything inherently bad either. Crushing their good intentions and fun would be bad parenting. And I had plenty of experience with having dreams and ideals crushed when I was younger. I swore off doing that to my own kids, so I wasn't about to start doing that now. Not to mention that while Fina and Pira might stop, I had a feeling that my youngest daughter would drag them into some other troublesome venture. No. Better to contain it. So. Alright. But let me check any upgrades you make, okay? The three girls looked at each other and then let out a cheer. Well, Fina and Bella did. Pira just shyly raised her hand. And then after that, Fina and Bella ran up to hug me. You're the best, Daddy. Thank you, Papa. I smiled and patted their heads. And you two are the best daughters I could hope for. Fina's smile brightened. But Bella paused and tilted her head. But who do you like better, Papa? Fina looked at Bella confused. Daddy just said we were both the best. Bella looked back at Fina and nodded. Yes. But Papa has to have a favorite. She looked at me and said, right, Papa. Fina frowned and said, why would Daddy have a favorite? Well, Papa spends more time with Mommy Tia than Mama. But isn't Miss Freya busy? Daddy's busy too, so it's hard to meet, right? Just like the knight and the princess in the books. That time, Bella frowned. But if you love someone, you should always be with them. That's what Mama said. Fina blinked and said, hi? But if you love someone, it's fine as long as they come back to you, isn't it? Even if it's just a little bit, if you have a lot of fun for that little bit, then that's fine, right? Bella's frown deepened. I cleared my throat and said, Pira's looking a bit left out, girls. How about we play a game for now while we wait for Uncle Welf and Auntie Artemis to come back? Pira blinked and tilted her head. I'm fine. I quickly dragged Fina and Bella over and said, no. It's not good to leave you out like this. Let's see. Okay, think fast. What's a fun game that can keep kids distracted that I can make right now? Simple and not too complicated. Ah. That'll work. I quickly crafted a pile of small rectangular blocks and started stacking them in piles of 3. This game is called Jenga. The goal is XXX. Welf shifted the bag of groceries in place, doing his best to ignore the pointed stares on him from the adventurers he passed. Hey! Isn't that the Krazo? Red hair and that equipment? Definitely. Do you think it's true that he made an unbreakable magic sword? It's gotta be. I've got a pal in the Hephaestus familia and he said that their goddess was all lovey-dovey with him. For real? Yeah. And you know how cold and professional that goddess is, so if she picked somebody. Damn. Looks like Rakia lost big. An idle conversation. One that he could only hear now that he had leveled up. It made him wonder how Belle dealt with this. Or if this was what Ryua felt like. They were definitely out of earshot of a normal person, but Welf could also definitely hear them as if they were next to him. Don't mind it too much. Welf blinked and looked over to the person next to him. Artemis smiled and then adjusted her hair. It was different. Maybe since Belle became conscious of it after Welf pointed it out, he decided to take extra measures to conceal Artemis's identity. The brilliant blue hair had faded out a bit to be a pure silver. The source of that was a little moon hair clip placed on Artemis's hair. Belle explained that it didn't actually change the color of the hair, but Welf didn't follow the explanation. He mentioned something about waves, light and color, but Welf didn't understand what water had to do with light, so he just smiled and nodded. Artemis adjusted the bag of groceries she carried and said, people are interested in what they don't know, so they will constantly question what the truth is. Yeah. And Welf had to get used to this. After all, he was about to be tossed in the spotlight. Leveling up, showing off his magic swords, flaunting this equipment. The whole point of it was to do exactly what Artemis was talking about. A Krazo showing up in Orario who didn't only make magic swords, but whose caliber of blacksmithing was enough to woo the goddess of blacksmithing herself. It was definitely a bombshell that would get the rumor mill stirring and distract from a few other more important things. Like the fact that Pira, Fina, and Bella existed. And also the fact that Belle was a literal one-man army with practically unlimited magic powers as a level 1. An all SSS ranked level 1. Seriously. The longer Welf knew Bell, the more he felt his worldview breaking apart. But anyway. There were still people looking at Welf from the distance. Quite a few people were looking at Artemis as well and gossiping about who she might be. He decided to ignore them though and talk with Artemis instead. So. Arte dash. Artemis quickly interrupted Welf and said, Artie is fine. That or Selene. Welf cleared his throat. Alright. Didn't he just realize that people could hear further away with higher stats? Come on, Welf. Selene then. Artie was just a bit too weird for him. Too informal for a goddess, even if just a former goddess. How do you like it at the Hestia familia? We haven't had a chance to talk, so, how've you been? Artemis smiled. It's been wonderful. Spending the days with the children and enjoying the peace has helped me a great deal. Don't you miss your familia though? Artemis's smile faded. Welf blinked and then let out a nervous laugh. Did I say something wrong? He didn't, right? It was just an ordinary question, so. Wait. Artemis was a former goddess. Belle emphasized that. And she had been hanging around the Hestia familia this entire time without anyone coming to visit her and without going out. Then. Oh. Artemis let out a faint smile and shook her head. It's fine. You've been busy so you haven't heard all the details. That was true, but even then. I'm sorry. Like I said, it's fine. Artemis looked up at the sky and said, I would be lying if I said I didn't miss them. Though I can't recall their faces, their voices, or even their names. Her smile dimmed and she placed a hand over her heart. It still feels like something is missing. I kind of know how that feels. Welf muttered, recalling his first goddess. He would never be able to see her again or thank her for what she did. And while he knew that she was still alive and well in heaven, since he would never meet her again while he was alive. Artemis spoke up and smiled. Even so. She looked at Welf and said, I'm sure that they would be happy right now. Wherever and whoever they might be, the fact that I am here and now living beneath this brilliant sky is proof that they existed. So it's fine. Yet. Welf looked up at the sky as well, imagining his former goddess watching over him. It was a bit ridiculous on how things turned out, but living up to his full potential like this, facing his blood and past head on and then going forward. You'd be proud, right? Was it just his imagination? For a moment, he felt like someone was staring back at him. Welf smiled and then shook his head, looking back at Artemis. Sorry about getting all serious like that. Artemis shook her head. It's fine. If you ever need someone to confide to, think of me like your big sister. Welf laughed. I'll do that. But anyway. You use a bow, right Selene? Did you need any other equipment? I noticed you didn't have any armor. Ah. I suppose I am short on belongings. That's no good. I'll grab Belle when we get back to help make you some stuff. And come to think of it, we're kind of running out of rooms at the church. We might need to do a bit more renovation. That could be a fun family project. And Welf had a feeling that he might need to install a few defensive measures. Just in case. Oh, who was he kidding? Knowing Belle, it was bound to happen. XXX. I sneezed. And the moment I did, the tower of wooden blocks in front of me collapsed to the ground. Bella giggled. We win, Papa. Fina ran over to hug Bella and said, good job, sis. Hee hee. Fina let Bella go and then ran to hug Pyrrha. You too, Pyr. Pyrrha blushed and then hugged Fina back. Thank you, Fina. I watched the kids celebrate with a smile. It was good that they were happy. And it was great that they were having fun. But. I glanced off towards Babel and frowned. Now, I wasn't one for superstition, but wasn't a broken tower supposed to symbolize terrible luck coming your way? It's just a coincidence. Yet. Let's just keep thinking that. At least until Welf and Artemis gets back. When they do, it's time to start speeding up Project Munchkin. Chapter 57, Is it wrong to force it? A series of trifling matters. Various gods chiming in here and there about the ordinary series of events. Recent level UPS, potential adventurer aliases. Chatting about who would host the next banquet of the gods, which turned out to be Apollo. It was droll and tiresome, a fact evident by Hestia barely stifling her yawns and Hephaestus fiddling with her sword, as if she couldn't wait to draw it. In all honesty, Freya felt the same. If she could simply wrangle the gods by their necks and get it over with. Well, she could by using her charm. Of course, she didn't. For one, Ishtar was present. And seeing how she kept sending daggers towards Freya, the other goddess of beauty would no doubt try to subvert Freya's plans. But more importantly, Freya fiddled with her dress and carefully eyed the one speaking at the head of this Dionysus. Dionysus. A god of wine similar to Soma. Famous in heaven as one of the few manufacturers of ambrosia as well as his elegance and pleasant demeanor. On a surface level, he seemed to be just that. A relatively handsome, if not meek appearance. Refined clothing, a beautiful white jewel brooch. A pleasant voice that was neither grating nor growling, but just the perfect middle ground. And Freya would have left it at that. But it's dirty. Contrary to the god's appearance, his soul and essence was dirty. For the most part, it was a pure and vibrant green. But as Freya looked closer to the source, she could see a dense and murky rotted hue. Poisonous and toxic. Ordinarily, she would have left it at that. It wouldn't be the first god she had seen playing at being kind. But considering the recent flow of events and Hestia's reaction to him at Ganesha's banquet, Freya shifted her gaze off to the side. Loki. Her familia was investigating the aberrations in the dungeon as well as preparing for another expedition, were they not? It seemed that Freya was due to have a proper drink with her old acquaintance. And after that? Yes. That trickster Hermes was there as well. Though loathsome to deal with, perhaps it would be best to exchange some information with him as well. Just as Freya was finishing her thoughts, Dionysus clapped his hands. Looking out at the gods, Dionysus smiled and said, "Very good. Then, with those trivial matters out of the way, shall we begin with the main event?" He shifted his gaze towards a table set apart from the other gods. There, a single man sat. Shaggy black hair, a handsome and serious face. His honed body was on display beneath his colorful vest. After seeing the gods look towards him, the man shifted the elephant mask in front of him off to the side and stood up. "I am Ganesha." He slowly looked around, meeting the gazes of every god present and then bowed his head. "This incident, I will take full responsibility." A harsh-looking god scowled and spoke up. "And how do you plan to do that? Half of my children died because of your little show." Another god with a holy aura and glasses nodded. "Yes. And countless lives were lost. The responsibility here is not simple." Staring at Ganesha, the god adjusted his glasses and said, "Can you bear it?" Ganesha looked up with a serious face and said, "I will. All I ask is that my children be spared. This was solely a result of my actions alone." Low murmuring. A shift in attitude towards accepting Ganesha's statement of guilt. It was quick. Convenient. And something that a majority of the gods present were eager to jump on, considering the reparations that the Ganesha familia could pay out. But if it was a question of justice? Freya glanced towards Hestia. As expected, the goddess of the hearth was furious. At the same time, however, she was holding herself back. Of course. Although it was unjust, Hestia had too much to lose right now. There was an order of events that had to occur here. A series of actions that had to proceed in sequence in order to mitigate the fallout upon their family. At least, that was what Freya would say if Hestia asked her. But the real reason? "I object." A calm male voice. "Machigatte." Standing up from his chair, Machigatte looked at Ganesha and said, "Although this was a horrific incident, the blame cannot fall upon Ganesha alone." He looked around at the other gods and said, "You all witnessed it. The monsters that attacked were more than those present for monsterphilia. Moreover, they were changed and mutated." The harsh-looking god from earlier scoffed and said, "What of it? The bottom line is that monsters on the surface attacked and killed adventurers and civilians alike. Something that would never have happened if someone didn't bring monsters up in the first place." He glared back at Ganesha. Machigatte frowned and said, "Even so, some other perpetrator is responsible for the chaos. Ganesha and his familia may have brought monsters to the surface, but another caused the outbreak." The harsh god scowled and said, "How do you know it wasn't Ganesha?" Machigatte narrowed his eyes and said, "Not every god is as self-interested as you, Deai sect. The harsh god. Deai sect narrowed his eyes back at Machigatte. A tense silence fell. But then it was broken by a mischievous female voice speaking up. Loki waved her hand in the air and said, yeah. We can beat around the bush and shift blame all we want later. But we're here to solve a problem, aren't we? And the problem is that there's a tricky bastard running around trying to cause havoc again like 10 years ago. TCH. Deai sect backed down, frowning. Machigatte gave Loki a grateful nod and then sat down as well. Seeing that, Loki continued and said, look. The guild has already reported variant monsters in the dungeon for a while now. Hell, my lovely Ace and Fina even fought off against a variant war shadow not too long ago. Then there's the fact that Artemis and her familia disappeared off the face of Orario after accepting a quest. Low murmuring. At that time, Dionysus spoke up. Looking at Loki, he smiled and said, and what are you suggesting, Lady Loki? I'm suggesting that we've got a snake here. Loki crossed her arms and swept her gaze across the room. Someone who thinks it's funny to follow after the footsteps of those slimy bastards. Don't you agree, Freya? A sudden shift. At once, the entire room focused their attention on Freya's table. And the fact that she was there with Hestia and Hephaestus didn't go unnoticed. But she was expecting that. Freya smiled and said, I agree. It seems that there are some fools who believe Orario has been a bit too quiet in recent years. As she said that, she gave a pointed look towards Ishtar. But Loki didn't let the flow change that easy. Oh yeah? And you haven't been bored at all not being able to collect any new toys? Freya reached up to adjust her shirt and said, one would almost believe you were implying something, Loki. I'm not the one sending with some newbie adventurer into the dungeon. And I'm not the one working on some top-secret project that made Hephaestus cancel the order to repair my kids' weapons. Freya smiled. Is it wrong to help a friend? Loki grit her teeth. At that time, Dionysus raised his hands and said, please, let us be civil. Letting out a pleasant smile, he looked at Loki and Freya before saying, baseless accusations will only do us harm. Baseless, huh? Fine. Loki glanced at Hestia before looking back at Freya. Then how about something with some weight? Freya here apparently knew all about the variant monsters in the dungeon and was having hunt them down with the shrimp's new kid. And the shrimp didn't even know about it. After saying that, Loki fixed her gaze on Hestia. Ah! It seemed that Freya made a mistake. She didn't think that Loki would recall a comment that was made in passing like that. Still. Hestia stared right back and crossed her arms. What about it, huh? Is it wrong to help other people or something? If she was trying to turn Hestia against Freya or something along those lines, it wouldn't work. Loki gave Hestia an incredulous look before saying, did you get charmed or something, Hestia? Trusting Freya? Do you even know who she is? And you too, Hephaestus. Of all people, considering that Krazo. You're working with her. Ishtar laughed and then gave Freya a sly look. Yes. Loki makes a good point. Did you finally decide to take the direct approach, Freya? A low murmur echoed through the room. The gods exchanging looks while looking at Freya, Hestia, and Hephaestus. Ah! So this was how it was. Freya glanced at Dionysus. The god of wines simply gave a pleasant smile back. A direct approach? Yes, a direct approach would not work on her. Because of that, it seemed like they were trying to assassinate her character. Give enough rope for her hang herself with. It was a coincidence. Piled misunderstandings that created an opening. Something she wouldn't have allowed if she was still the Freya who had not met Belle. But now. Freya let out a deep sigh. Love truly is a fatal flaw. Carelessness. A moment of it led to this outcome. The flow of the conversation had completely changed against Freya. And as a result, Hestia and Hephaestus were being looked upon with suspicion as well. Still. You think that I would be as shameless as you in stealing men from other goddesses, Ishtar? Or in being shameless enough to use your charms so fragrantly? Because I recall Ganesha being placed under charm at his banquet after having a private conversation with you. Ishtar's face paled for a moment before flushing red. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? Freya glanced at Ganesha and said, but I am certain that you recall, do you not, Ganesha. Ganesha's brow furrowed. Before he could speak, Ishtar stood up and pointed at Freya. Even if he remembers, how do we know you haven't charmed him, Freya? A break in the flow. Ishtar's outburst shifting attention away from Freya again. And not only that, but a break that also caused Loki to look thoughtful, glancing over at Ishtar. At that time, Dionysus clapped his hands. Now. As I said, baseless accusations will only do us harm. Let us all set this matter aside for the moment until the guild's investigation is concluded. Loki frowned. And who gave you the authority to decide that, hey? Well. Dionysus smiled and looked around at the gods. I simply wish for us to resolve this peacefully. But if you all wish to descend into chaos and violence, please continue. Maik spoke up again and said, Dionysus is right. There's no need to point fingers now. In the distance, Soma raised his hand and said, are we done then? I've wasted enough time here. Murmurs of agreement. Since the meeting had dragged on long, even if it was important, most of the gods were getting bored. Wait. A male voice spoke up, cutting through the murmurs. After that, the speaker took off his feathered cap, looking straight at Freya. Hermes. The messenger god adjusted his blonde hair and said, we've talked around it and left the elephant in the room. But isn't it time we address it? Was it because she didn't have a chance to cut in at all? Or was it because she was anxious? Either way, at that time, Hestia huffed and said, just let us finish already, Hermes. Aren't you busy too? Hephaestus nodded at Hestia's words and then said, right. We all have much to do after the incident, so it would be best if we adjourned here. Hermes laughed and said, yes. I am pretty busy. And it would indeed be best if we adjourned here, for you too. After all, we haven't even started to discuss your lovely daughters, have we? You know, the ones that look so much like you. Hestia froze. Hephaestus flinched. Freya resisted the urge to let out a deep sigh. What was the old saying? Even the best plan does not survive contact with the enemy? Was it too late to do like Ishtar said and take the direct approach? It seemed like spending time around Belle had made her a bit rusty in terms of plotting and scheming. Bang! The door to the gathering hall slammed open. Immediately after, the sound of heels against tiles echoed and a goddess strode in. It seems like you're as nosy as ever, Hermes. A haughty and irritated female voice. One that made every god present gasp in surprise. And one that made Loki jump out of her chair. Hera. Freya blinked and looked towards Hera. Hera stared back and rolled her eyes. XXX. At Freya's private room in Babel, a shadow and a shell stood apart from each other. Althea, revived through miraculous means, and Zald, kept alive after his defeat to Otter by Freya's whim and one of the Fell's inventions. Silence, one following the brief discussion they had catching up on current events. And then Zald slowly shook his head and said, I understand your concern, but resorting to that is a bit extreme, is it not? Althea shrugged and said, Hera owes me that much. Besides, that bastard Zeus deserves a beating or 20. She let out a faint smile and said, selling his location to her in exchange for helping my beloved son and his family leaves only benefits, no. Zald chuckled and said, well. I suppose that's true. Lord Zeus was always fond of storms, so he shouldn't protest too much when one comes his way after the peace he's enjoyed. But I'm surprised. Zald stared at Althea and said, for to go out of her way to stir up such a noisy event. You've changed. Althea paused, turning to look out at the blue skies through a nearby window. Staring at the clouds, she muttered, I suppose I have changed. But... She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and then gave Zald a sideways glance. But do you have a right to say that in your current state? True. Silence. At that time, Zald turned to look out at the skies as well before saying, it's a pity. Althea looked at him and said, what is? Erebus was correct. But he was 10 years too early. Ah. Althea looked out at the skies and said, I suppose he was. In chaos and despair, true heroism would emerge. Back then, Althea and Zald took it upon themselves to act that role on the stage Erebus had laid out. In order to prepare the next generation of heroes, they created and led an artificial evil to sharpen the fangs of the ones who knew only peace. It was a partial success. Although far from the standard of the heroes in the past, there were promising seeds in the current generation. Like, and others. But perhaps I should have simply snatched him away. An idle thought. If Althea had not turned away from her son and instead embraced him. And if he had been present in those chaotic times, considering his abilities. Well, there was still time. Besides that, if she had, she would not have such adorable granddaughters to spoil. Zald chuckled and said, perhaps. A monster of talent raising another monster. Would the black dragon even stand a chance? Of course not. Althea let out a proud smile and said, that beast would be slain within the year. If that. The two laughed. And then it was silent again. After that, Althea stared at Zald and hesitantly said, so. Do you plan to remain here for the rest of eternity? Or would you like me to introduce you to your nephew and great-nieces? Zald waved his hand and said, I will wait a bit longer. Having you and Hera return is enough chaos for Orario. Besides that, I believe Freya will have her own plans for me soon enough considering how smitten she is with your son. As she should be. Althea nodded and said, my son is a talent that surpasses myself in my prime, despite his flaws of being a natural womanizer. She paused and said, though I suppose it was useful if it drew the protection of someone like Freya. Lord Zeus would be proud. And jealous. Perhaps I should pay that man a visit myself? Give him a little scare or two. Though I do owe him for raising my son at least adequately. Althea mumbled and started gathering shadows around her. Zald smiled. The shadows flickered, and then Althea vanished, leaving Zald alone. After that, his body slumped before leaving just an empty shell of armor. A glowing orb flew out before settling back into a small cage with a jewel resting inside of it. And then Freya's room was quiet once more, completely devoid of life save for the tiny flicker in the corner of the room. Chapter 58, Is it wrong to decompress? An orange sky, slowly turning blue with the rising sun. I glanced up at it for a bit and then walked along the streets of Orario, lost in thought. Everywhere around, the aftermath of the incident was clear to see. Because of that, I was lost in thought, pondering on what exactly to do next. Tia and Freya had returned late last night and explained the current situation after the Donatus. On the plus side, it didn't seem like I'd need to start up the plan anytime soon. On the downside, there were a ton of new variables to account for. Lady Hera, long absent from Orario and near impossible to track down, had suddenly showed up at the Donatus to argue in our defense. Since I had never met her before in my life, and since I had no memories of meeting her before in Belle's memories either, it was a tremendous red flag. Come to think of it, the number of red flags that I'd come across recently would be enough to make dozens of quilts from. Thinking about that, I let out a deep sigh and continued walking. As I did, I glanced at my surroundings. Before I just had a casual look of things, but now that I focused, it was worse than I thought. Main Street was devastated, the road filled with cracks and potholes. While the worst of it had been filled by people volunteering with earth magic, there were still plenty of spaces left untouched. Not only that, but the buildings alongside Main Street were completely demolished. Homes turned into ruins overnight and I could see countless ordinary people huddling in the dark, curling up with blankets. It made me furious. None of this had to happen. It was one thing if it was a natural disaster. If this was the aftermath of say a giant earthquake or tornado, it would be understandable. But this was intentional. Someone had gone out of their way to plot and plan for this chaos to occur. And if I hadn't been there to help stop the worst of it along with Welf and Ryu, Orario might not even be standing right now. So I was furious. There wasn't a point to it. I had gone over everything again and again, but there were no rational benefits to gain from inducing terror like this. Money? The economy was devastated by wiping out key infrastructure, so it couldn't be that. Power? The ones who gained the most from this were those who volunteered, like the Freya familia and the Loki familia. And while there were a few suspicious points there, the risk wasn't worth the reward. Revenge? Maybe. But to have a grudge against Orario itself, it was more likely to try and tarnish a familia or a particular adventurer. And this incident didn't have a rhyme or reason to it. Was it to lure someone out? To lure me out? I considered it. Especially since Lady Hera had appeared out of the blue, but that didn't feel right. Like countless times before, my gut and intuition was telling me something was happening. And that something wasn't due to wanting to lure someone out. No. This was the handiwork of a madman. One who wanted to see nothing other than pure chaos, just like evil us in the dark past of Orario. I grit my teeth and kept walking, making sure to scan the surroundings. Even if I didn't catch something myself, I was sure that compilation would pick up on it later. Like that, I continued on my way. And then I passed by a small collapsed home. The front had been sheared away, revealing the internal structure, or it would have if the building hadn't folded in on itself. As it stood, only a small clearing that must have been the living room was unscathed. And there, a young mother and her child, a young girl, huddled together, sleeping beneath the open roof. For a split second, Tia and Fina's images overlapped the two. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I had already walked towards them. The young woman opened her eyes, immediately on guard. Seeing my appearance, she trembled and held her daughter close. I paused and then crafted a blanket before handing it to them, along with some valise. After that, I resolutely spun around and kept walking. Thank you, sir. A weak voice called out, filled with gratitude and relief. I kept walking, doing my best to suppress the anger in my heart. This was a world where villains and heroes clashed at the whims of the gods, so it was impossible to save all the weak caught in the middle. Even so, it pissed me off. Why did it have to be that way? The heroes of the past didn't need to rely on the gods. That enough was proof of things. And my recent experiments had affirmed that fact. So I could change it. I could change the paradigm of despair here where mortals clung to the mercy and whim of the strong. But I sighed and shook my head. A hero trying to save everyone will turn into a villain to everyone. Come on, Belle. You know this. It was Pandora's box. Granting the ability for everyone to become on par with adventurers didn't necessarily mean that everyone would be equal. Not only that, but it wasn't my job. Moreover, I had responsibilities. Maybe if I had never met Tia I would have done that. But right now I had a family to provide for and friends to protect. Tia, Fina, Bella. Freya too. Then there was Welf, Pyrrha, Artemis, Ryu. No. I had to focus on the things in my reach, not the things I could see. I might be white-haired, but I'm not about to go and pull a certain wannabe superhero. That was Welf's shtick. And speaking of white-haired wannabe superheroes, I idly swept my right hand through the air. The moment I did, light flickered and a window that only I could see appeared. As usual, it showed my inventory. But it was also a bit different now. Maybe because I had leveled up? Probably. Still needed to go actually do a status update. First priority when Tia gets up. But anyway, in addition to my usual inventory window, there were a few different tabs now. One for crafting, one for warp points, and one that was currently grayed out with a bunch of question marks. Probably the next upgrade after I do a proper status update. That aside, I looked at a certain icon tucked away in the corner of my inventory that was constantly flashing. Yet I'd put it off enough. A quick tap on the icon later and the air rippled, resolving into a transparent figure. He looked familiar. In fact, he was pretty much what I saw every day when I looked into the mirror. Messy white hair, crimson eyes, black armor, and a lean build, except not quite. His eyes were a bit more rounded. His facial features a bit less sharp. Even so, that didn't diminish the air of experience around him. Especially when his crimson eyes looked a bit glazed, like an old veteran. I tucked my hands into my pockets and glanced to look at him. You finally up for talking? The figure walked beside me and let out a deep sigh. Did you really have to separate out my existence and chuck me into a corner of your inventory like that? I continued on my walk and muttered, considering your actions are the source of this mess and since you didn't give me any helpful information last time. Yes. Yes I did, Mr. Cranel. Bell Cranel. He was me, but not me. According to him, he came from a different timeline where he managed to reach the depths of the dungeon only to fail and gamble everything on a regression magic that he earned last second from a random grimoire. He was also the reason why I was a Gary Stu-style MC since that magic apparently twisted fate, time, and destiny to fulfill the user's deepest desires. I tilted my head to look at him and said, you didn't expect anything else, did you? The other Bell no. Let's call him Cranel. Cranel wrapped his hands behind his head and said, look, I said I was sorry already. How was I supposed to know that it wouldn't just send me back to my own timeline? I sighed. Whatever. What's done is done. Are you still going to stick around by the way? Cranel chuckled and said, what? Sick of me already? Considering you're living in my head rent-free, yes. Especially since you haven't told me anything useful. My previous interrogation only confirmed that his timeline and mine had branched at the very start. Apparently, his mother had been a sickly woman named Materia, who was supposedly the twin sister of the crazy strong Althea lady who had declared herself my mother. Verdict was still out on whether Althea was really my biological mother or not, but it did explain a lot. Especially my abilities. For example, Althea was notorious for being able to copy fighting styles at a glance. I could do the same thing with. Althea was infamous for her incredible prowess with magic. I could do the same with. All this time I thought it was just because of my reincarnation thing, but I was starting to think that Belle just had a broken bloodline. Wait. Didn't I make a joke about this with Welf at some point a while back? Do I have the power of foreshadowing now? No, have I always had the power of foreshadowing? I mean, I spotted flags a mile away and purposefully raised a few to make things happen, but doesn't this? Gotta stop thinking. Cranel glanced at me and said, parallel timelines are weird. I remember being all naive and idealistic at this point and thinking I could solve everything with pure skill and strength. How the heck are you so jaded and contemplative already? I blame you. Fair. We made our way through town. It was mostly just aimless wandering, but it seemed like people thought I was doing a patrol since the citizens we passed gave me a grateful nod. Cranel noticed and said, not even a whole year in Orario and you're already recognized as a hero, hi. Don't remind me. I sighed and said, being the protagonist is suffering. Oh I know. Being a hero is far from easy. But with proper preparation and foresight says the dead man. Hey. I might be a spirit, but I'm not a ghost. Should I go find an exorcist? Don't be too hasty. We don't know if that'll send me back or kill me. Does it look like I care either way? Damn it. Just listen to me, okay? I promise, I can Tell me about major bad guys, plot points, etc. We went over this already. This is a different timeline, so things could spin completely different directions. Better to not know things and have false expectations, especially with my skill. You're just mad that I won't give you my skills. Was it that obvious? Cranel let out a deep sigh and said, do you really need my skills? The only thing that you lose out to me on are raw stats, you know. Knowledge is power. Literally, figuratively, metaphorically, and actually in my case. Now, are you gonna start paying rent yet? Or do I have to turn you into a bunny plush for my kids to play with before you change your mind? Plushy it is. Wait. Let's talk about. I flipped the new black bunny plushie a few times in my hand and then started walking back home. Alright. Since the next major plot point will probably be a war game. I guess it's time to do some recruitment. Me, Welf, and Artemis. Right now, that was our main force. Technically, Pyrrha, Fina, and Bella were included in our familia as well and could take part in a war game, but I'd raise Orario to the ground first before I let them risk getting hurt. Even if Fina was technically immortal, Pyrrha was invincible, and Bella could charm anybody in existence. Cranel squirmed around trying to smack my body, but I wrapped a few mana thread around him to keep him still. Anyway. We needed to recruit people. At least 3 more to make a decent expedition team and to have a decent force in a potential war game. Ryua was pretty much a guaranteed recruit at this point, but I wasn't sure how long she would take, so I needed to account for that. Even then, I needed to find people who would be loyal and actually willing to join as family members instead of just a business relationship. A faint inkling in the back of my mind, pointing me towards a certain direction in Orario. I glanced towards it and frowned. Well. I guess it's a good place to get intel too. And I suppose it shouldn't be that hard to find people who'd be eternally grateful there. The Red Light District, or in more polite terms, the Entertainment District. Also the only place that was completely unscathed in all of this mess. But for now. I tossed Cranel over my right shoulder like a sack of potatoes and then started walking back home. Let's see, what should I cook for breakfast today? I'm thinking something sweet, maybe crepes? And I Freya too. Guess it wouldn't be bad to go all out for a fancy breakfast for once. Chapter 59, Is it wrong to have some random encounters? Fina was having a wonderful day. Her daddy had come back from work and woke up early to make them all a big breakfast. Her cute younger sister Bella was playing with the fluffy bunny toy that daddy brought back, and their whole family was home. Well, except for Miss Ryu. Fina thought it would have been perfect if that big sister was around too, but she was busy. Even with that in mind, it was a wonderful day. Especially since her daddy was home. And speaking of that, Belle scratched his head, staring at Fina with a strange expression. You want me to make you materials? Fina nodded her head and let out a bright smile. That's right, Daddy. You can do it, right? Fina remembered how her daddy made those big rocks fall from the sky to attack the monsters, so he could definitely make materials for her and the other girls to use. I mean... yes. But... he tilted his head and then took a look around. The father and daughter pair were standing out in the church courtyard. The sky was a clear blue, the sun was out letting out its warm rays, and birds were happily chirping away in the distance. Belle turned back to look at Fina and said, Are you sure you don't want to do something more fun like playing tag? Fina shook her head. That's fine, Daddy. Tag is fun, but it's more fun making gifts for everyone. Belle scratched his head and said, Is it? Fina nodded and then said, People are really happy when they get gifts, and it makes you feel good. Like when you gave Mama Freya my baby sister. Belle coughed and then quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. That's a bit different, Fina. Fina tilted her head. But Mama Freya has been super happy and nice ever since Bella was born, right? Fina remembered that Miss Freya was a bit scary at first, but now that Bella was around, Miss Freya was really nice and different. And she even asked to be called Mama Freya too, so it meant Fina had two mamas. Ah! Mommy made a strange face when Fina said that, but it seemed like she was okay with it, so it was all good. Belle stared at Fina for a bit before shaking his head. He muttered, Children really think in different ways from us, huh? Fina blinked and tilted her head. What was that, Daddy? Belle smiled and then reached out to pat Fina's head. Don't worry about it, Princess. Now, you asked me to make some materials for you, right? He pulled his hand back and said, Is there anything you dash? Stones. Fina's eyes sparkled and she said, Crystals, diamonds, and shiny things. The more the better. Belle froze. Daddy. Belle let out a deep sigh before letting out a wry smile. So this is what people mean when they say raising daughters are expensive, huh? Fina puffed her cheeks and said, Nuh-uh. I'm very cheap, Daddy. And I help pay for rent too. Belle laughed and rustled Fina's hair again. No, Princess, you're priceless. And don't worry about the rent thing so much. He smiled and said, After tonight, we're going to be rich. Fina blinked and then crossed her arms. Daddy. No selling your body. Belle flinched and then said, What? Wait, who taught you that? Do you even know what that means? Fina nodded. That blonde mister said that people can do that to make a lot of money really quick. But he said that it was really bad and that cute girls shouldn't do it. She paused and then said, But why not? Blonde mister, huh? Belle muttered to himself. Must be that shady guy I met before. Looks like me and Welf need to have a chat. Daddy. Belle shook his head and then smiled. Don't worry about it, Princess. Anyway, you wanted shiny things, right? He cracked his fingers and then said, I've been meaning to practice making minerals anyway. Fina's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. Yay! Belle smiled and said, All right. Let the Magic Princess Parade show start. After that, he clapped his hands. And the moment he did. Wow! The courtyard started shining in countless colors. XXX. Belle. I love you, but do you have to give me a headache all the time like this? Hestia stared at Fina, Bella, and Pyrrha playing in the yard with a giant pile of gemstones before letting out a deep sigh. I don't know if gods can get grey hair, but at this rate I just might, you know. I set a platter of cookies down in front of Tia and started pouring some tea. It'll be fine. Apparently, I have a super strong background or something, what with Hera vouching for me and my alleged mother being a super former adventurer. Tia sighed again and grabbed a cookie. And that's what I'm worried about. Well, more worried about. She munched on the cookie and said, at this rate, it helps explain all the weird things happening around you. But it's just going to draw attention. I shrugged and said, better me than the kids, right? It was annoying, but it was expected. Since the world seemed set on making me the protagonist and the center of events, I might as well grab that role and strangle it by the neck. Tia frowned. I guess that's true. Ha! She slumped over the table and said, I just wish I could do something to help. I grabbed a cookie from the platter and patted Tia's shoulder. You're doing plenty, Tia. Tia looked up at me and said, am I though? She tilted her head and stared out the window back at the kids. Freya is helping settle everything by talking with Hera and Faye, Artemis is going to join you and Welf as an adventurer, and all I can do is stay at home and do odd jobs. She paused and then said, and I don't even need to do that now since you can make money from thin air. I chuckled and said, technically, it's from ambient mana, but close enough. Tia sat up and puffed her cheeks. It's not funny, Belle. I munched on my cookie and said, it kind of is, actually. I finished and smiled at her. Just relax and accept all the good luck coming your way. You've worked hard enough to earn it, Tia. The goddess of home and hearth, one who didn't have any marketable skills but still worked hard to support her familia. And while we were in a good spot now, from what Cranel told me, she had swallowed her pride and worked hard just to make ends meet in that time. And from how Tia was when we first met, I was sure she would have done the same if I hadn't been given such cheat powers. So. I finished my cookie and then gave Tia a quick peck on the forehead. She flinched and then sat up, face a beet red. What was that for? For being cute, Tia. Tia huffed and then crossed her arms. This doesn't get you out of trouble, mister. Of course not. But it's enough to get my cute goddess in a better mood, right? Tia's mouth twitched, a smile threatening to start. But she forcibly firmed her lips in a frown. Still, she couldn't hide the happiness in her clear blue eyes. Anyway. I watched the kids play outside, and by play, I meant pulling off some stunts that would probably flip Orario upside down with the things they were making. It must be in the blood. Pretty sure a few of those little trinkets they were making would be prized artifacts worth millions of valis. Guess the apple didn't fall too far from the tree? I looked away from the kids after making sure they were alright, and that Cranel wasn't getting too roughed up since he was in plushy form. Looking back at Tia, I said, since money's a non-issue now, you don't have to worry anymore, Tia. You've always wanted to have a happy family, right? Now's your chance to do that. Tia fiddled with the plate of cookies. That's true. She paused and rested her hands on the table. Looking out at the kids again, she let out a soft smile and said, it's nice. Even though it's been a bit troublesome, living in a warm home like this with a family of my own. It's like a dream. I reached over to place my hand over hers and said, but it's not. It's reality, Tia. Yes. Tia nodded and said, I suppose it is. And because it's reality. She looked at me and frowned. What are you trying to butter me up for now, Belle? I coughed and said, ah. You caught on, hey. Tia rolled her eyes and said, you think I wouldn't after hearing you try and charm me all the time, Belle? I laughed and said, true, true. I might have to up the ante a bit to fluster you in the future then. Tia reached out to poke my head and said, stop trying to tease me and get to the point, mister. What trouble do you have in mind this time? It's not really trouble, Tia. Just. Welf and I are going to have a guys' night out at the red light district. What? XXX. So. Welf adjusted his tuxedo and said, remind me again why we have to go to the entertainment district, bro. Because it's suspicious. I adjusted the bow tie on my own tuxedo and slicked back my dyed black hair. And right now we need to mitigate all the suspicious and potential plot points we can. The red light district was the only place left completely unscathed after the monster invasion/dungeon break. Not only that, but my gut was telling me that important things were happening there. Well, that and Cranel mentioned that he got wrapped up in some things there before. That guy's memory seemed to be suspiciously faulty when I tried to pry for specific details though, which was all the more reason to consign him to a perpetual life as a child's plaything. But anyway, even if I didn't think the place was suspicious, I was planning to make a trip there anyway. After all, since Freya had clearly and explicitly, in more ways than one, told me that I was her one and only, I had earned a swathe of enemies in the form of her admirers as well as her own personal enemies. Like a certain rival goddess of beauty who was known more for her lust and obsessiveness, Ishtar. And you're doing the thing again, bro. You know, most people can't mind read. I paused mid-step after hearing that and looked over at Welf. People can mind read. Welf blinked and said, well. He rubbed his chin and said, I guess it's not technically mind reading. But high-level adventurers have all sorts of weird skills, and I've heard of a few who can tell what people are thinking just by looking at them. Plus, most gods can do that too, right? I mean, Miss Freya is famous for reading people, isn't she? Note to self. Definitely brush up on occlumency and other related mental guard techniques. But anyway. Welf took a look around, fiddling a bit with the bronze sword cuff links at his wrist. You still haven't explained what we're doing here, Belle. Was it because he was nervous? Welf had slipped back to calling me by name instead of bro. Then again, I couldn't blame him. It was a dark night with a new moon. Because of that, it would ordinarily be completely dark out. And in fact, most of Orario at this time was completely dark. All except for the entertainment district. Fighting off the darkness were crimson lanterns tinging everything a soft red. While there were places that were better lit with ordinary lanterns and lights, the streets were tinged that red hue. Not only that, but I was fairly certain that an enchantment of some sort was floating around the air, making people a bit disoriented and dizzy. Welf and I weren't affected, of course. My best buddy had recreated a certain ribbon that negated all abnormal status effects in preparation for rushing past the dungeon floor filled with purple moths. But I saw more than a few guys swaying on their feet and easily getting dragged away by scantily clad Amazonesses. I pulled out a pocket watch to check the time, which seemed to be 1/4 till midnight, and then said, like I said, we're here to scout. And we're also incognito, Wolf. I didn't go through all the trouble of synthesizing hair dye for you to mess everything up now. Welf tugged at his currently black hair and said, still don't get how you can make all of these crazy things, bro. He shook his head and then took a look around. Catching the gaze of some scantily clad woman, he quickly blushed and cleared his throat, walking a bit closer to me. We really are here on serious business, right? You just aren't dragging me here because you want to have a fun time away from Tia? Because I just got in a good spot with Faye, so. I rolled my eyes and said, I have an adorable goddess in love with me, and the most beautiful goddess in Orario willing to jump me if I so much as look at her a bit too long. Do you really think I came here for that? Welf cleared his throat and said, true. Speaking of which, you really haven't dash. Before he could finish, a short girl with light brown hair bumped into him. Sorry. After saying that quick apology, she dashed off into the distance, stopping only to give me a quick look before ducking down an alleyway. It seems like I can't avoid random encounters no matter where I go, huh? Welf patted his clothes down and said, that was weird. He glanced back after the girl and frowned. This isn't really the place for someone like that. You'd think so, Welf. But the world is ugly. Welf blinked and then grimaced when he caught the implication. Not that I thought the girl was doing anything like that. But better for him to remember that people were capable of terrible things. Gods weren't much better in that regard, actually. And speaking of gods, I glanced at a few Amazonas women walking around. Particularly at the sticky pink threads that weaved in and out of their heads, like puppet strings wrapping around their brains. You know a bit more about Orario than I do, Welf. The entire entertainment district is owned and run by Ishtar, right? Hi. Welf blinked and then nodded. Yeah. That's right. Why are you asking? Oh. I glanced at a nearby casino and smiled. No reason. Anyway, you ever played blackjack, Welf? Chapter 60, Is it wrong to deal out some karma? Flashing neon lights in every direction. A haze of smoke filling the air. Chimes went off from nearby machines while chips clattered against tables. In the dark of the night, casino halls like this in Orario's entertainment district continued to glow bright. Of the casino halls in the entertainment district, the largest was the Grand Casino El Dorado Resort, accessible only to the rich and connected. Here, seated at a poker table in the Grand Casino, was a young man with black hair and crimson eyes. Idly picking at a mountain of casino chips in front of him, he glanced at the pair of cards in his hands before placing them on the table. After that, he grinned at his opponents and shoved the chips in the middle of the table. All in. Welf watched from a nearby bar and nervously sipped on a glass of water. This was the 10th round of poker. Not only that, but this round was against bigwig adventurers. Welf wasn't able to pinpoint the exact level of adventurers like Belle was, but he could tell based on the equipment that they were wearing both openly and concealed. Magic items from the Hermes familia, a few of the Hephaestus familia's finer works, magic swords that individually reached about half of the level of a Crozo magic sword, and then there was a guy who actually had a Crozo magic sword. Welf gulped and then set his glass down, carefully eyeing the table. He was a bit worried that people would catch on to him and Belle. But thankfully, everyone else in the casino was already watching Belle at that table. And speaking of Belle, what's the matter? Flashing a cocky smile, Belle grabbed a chip and flipped it in his hand before catching it with one finger, idly balancing it on the tip. He stared at it for a second before casually tossing it back to the top of the pile, letting it slide perfectly in line with the other chips below it. I thought this was for VIPs? Don't tell me that this is just the warm-up group before I get taken into that back room for the VVIP club. Welf started to sweat. Setting aside the fact that the adventurers sitting with Belle were at least level 5, they were in the middle of the El Dorado Resort. The El Dorado Resort that you could only get in with an invitation ticket. And an invitation ticket that could only be obtained through connections or spending insane amounts of money at various casinos beforehand. When they arrived, Welf thought that Belle planned to do the first by using his connection with Freya. Of course, they went with the second option instead and cleared out the jackpots in all of the smaller casinos within the entertainment district. Not only that, but they had cashed out in Valis, which Belle had stored away somehow with one of his many random skills. Which meant that Belle was walking around with billions upon billions of Valis stored away somewhere on his person. Welf calmed his shaking hands and carefully sipped on his glass of water, still watching Belle. No wonder Belle made us wear disguises. After tonight, he was definitely going to be number 1 on Orario's underworld hit list. And Welf probably was going to be too by association. Honestly, Belle never did things by halves. And Welf still didn't understand why they were here. Unless Belle just wanted to stock up on funds for a grand wedding? In hindsight, Welf wouldn't put that past him. TCH. One of the adventurers at the table with cheaper equipment clicked his tongue. After rubbing his short beard, he stood up and tossed his cards on the table. I fold. Damn it. He turned around and walked off, running a hand through his short cropped black hair. I've got nothing but bad luck these days. Belle watched him leave and then turned towards the others. Anyone else? A tense silence. Adventurers eyeing each other before deciding. Some thought it was a bluff. Others wanted to try their luck. But at the end of it, Belle laughed and said, "Tonight's my night. Royal straight flush." After that, he stood up, tossed his cards on the table. Turning to one of the waitresses nearby, he said, "Is that all this place has to offer? If so, I want to cash out." He glanced at Welf and said, "My brother and I have business to attend to." Damn it, Belle. Don't just drag me into this mess. A sudden shift in attention. Everyone that had been staring at Belle turned to stare at Welf. Welf would be lying if he said he didn't have the urge to scream and run out of there from all the tension. It wouldn't be the first time he was faced with so much attention, but it was definitely the first time faced with so much outright hostility from high-level adventurers. It hadn't even that bad back in Rakia when he refused to make any magic swords for his family. Still, Welf kept calm. Casually finishing his glass of water, he stood up and reached into his suit pocket, pulling out the pocket watch that Belle had handed him earlier. Adamantite, orichalcum, various expensive metals and flashy gemstones that were worth more than the average adventurer could make in their lifetime. Staring at something that was on par in price with what he could make by selling a magic sword, Welf couldn't help his hand trembling a bit. But since he couldn't help it, he put on an angry expression and snapped the pocket watch shut after reading the time, shoving it back into his pocket. After that, Welf walked back to the table, mentally repeating that he needed to be able to handle at least that much pressure if he wanted to marry Faye. Somehow, it helped him keep his composure all the way to Belle. "You finally finished, bro." Belle glanced at Welf and said, "What? Bored already, Wolf?" Welf nodded, mentally thanking the temperature control attributes he added to his clothes preventing him from sweating. After that, he glanced at the pile of chips and said, "This is just child's play anyway. Why bother playing around with something meaningless like this?" It was a scripted line, but it was one that also had a bit of sincerity from Welf. After all, Valis really was meaningless to Belle considering the guy could materialize whatever mineral or gemstone he wanted out of raw mana. Which reminded Welf that he needed to have a talk with Belle soon about enabling the kids to create dangerous magic items without parental supervision, but he put a pin in that thought and set it aside for the moment. Belle laughed and then decisively turned his back on the mountain of chips on the table. "True, true. It was kind of fun, but it's just a game in the end with cheap prizes." He tucked one hand into his right pocket before walking off. "Come on, Wolf. Maybe we can find something more interesting before we head home. This isn't worth the protagonist's time." There it was. The protagonist. That was their keyword to head out for the night, prepare for a fight, and then bail. Welf resisted the urge to let out a sigh of relief. Not because they'd probably be fighting level 5 and higher adventurers, although Welf was pretty sure he could at least not die with the way he was equipped right now. But mostly because the night of tense nerves seemed to be at its end. Now, they just had to walk out, draw their swords and then warp away with Belle's crazy ability and... Now. An elderly dwarf man with slicked back white hair and a full beard walked over. Wearing a beige suit paired with a purple tie, he let out a hearty laugh as he headed towards Belle. Bowing his head slightly, the dwarf man said, "Apologies for the delay." He raised his head and said, "My name is Terry Cervantes, owner of the Grand Casino El Dorado Resort. I would have come to greet such a VIP sooner, but I was preoccupied with other affairs." Belle paused and slowly turned his head back. "Is that so? #$. Damn it, Belle. Let's just leave already." Welf stared at Belle and did his best to signal with his eyes. Even Welf had heard about Terry Cervantes, and none of it was good. Rumors about challenging people to card games, tricking beautiful women into becoming slaves and his lovers. "Oh." Belle grinned, his crimson eyes glimmering as he stared at Terry. "Then I suppose you have a lounge with other esteemed guests where we can play for proper prizes." Terry smiled in return and said, "Of course. However, the sorts of prizes that are exchanged dash." Before Terry could finish, Belle flicked his wrist and pulled out a familiar-looking sword. One that was packed with enough mana to blow up the entire casino if he wanted to. The wind-based magic sword that Welf had made for him after refining the magic sword Belle had. Spinning it around in his hand, he held it out handle first for Terry to grab. "Is this valuable enough to buy in?" Welf's eyes widened and he quickly put his hand on Belle's shoulder. "Be bro." Belle glanced at Welf and winked. After that, his voice echoed from right by Welf's ear, despite not standing there. "Can you hear this? I think it should be working now, but anyway, relax, bro. It's just an empty copy with a lot of mana *." Welf blinked. He had so many questions. But Belle seemed like he had everything under control, so... Well... Welf could always complain about it to Hestia when they got back. Though that would mean telling her that he was with Belle for his crazy shenanigans. Which meant that Faye would definitely find out about it. "Ha!" Welf pulled his hand back and said, "Whatever. Just make it quick." Belle chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I'll make it worth our while." "Ah." He looked at Terry and said, "You don't mind if my brother comes along as well, do you? I'll pay for him." Terry chuckled as he took the sword and said, "Of course not. Now, follow me." He glanced at the crowd watching them and said, "Gentlemen like ourselves should play in a more refined setting, should we not?" Belle simply smiled in response. Welf shook his head. He already knew it was going to be a long night after Belle asked about the casinos and mentioned the world being ugly, but... well... On the bright side, Welf wouldn't have to worry about testing his newest equipment in a live combat environment. XXX. A room in the far back of the El Dorado Resort, away from the Ganesha Familia guards that patrolled the other parts of the casino. One with a nondescript door and simple-looking lock. After arriving there, Terry opened the door and led the way down a long hallway to a table at the end where various scantily clad beautiful women were waiting. Various beautiful young women, and more than a few with bright smiles directly contradicting their dull and despairing eyes. I suppressed the anger welling up inside me and put on a smile just as fake as the one those women wore. Turning to Terry, I said, "I see that you have interesting prizes available." Terry laughed and said, "Well, I am a connoisseur of beauty and valuable objects." I took a casual glance around the room and said, "I can see that." Contrary to the outside, the inside of the room was luxurious and opulent. Those beautiful women standing around making seductive gestures while carrying expensive refreshments. Soma wine, luxury cuts of meat radiating intense mana that showed they came from monsters deep in the dungeon, glittering crystal fruits that I didn't recognize, and powdered substances and pills that were definitely drugs. In other words, what you would expect from a shady underground place like this where lives past hands at the turn of a coin and Lady Luck swim. Terry waved his hands and said, "Make yourself comfortable. The other guests haven't arrived just yet, so it will be some time before we start." I glanced back at Terry and smiled. "My, honoring us as the first guests to such an esteemed venue. I suppose the El Dorado isn't quite the cheap and gaudy shack I thought it was." Terry's eye twitched a bit, but he smiled back and said, "Of course not. And it is my greatest shame that you received that impression, Mr." I smiled and said, "Carinus, like the ancient king of lightning and truth." I took a seat and made myself comfortable, placing an arm against the back while kicking my feet up on the table. My mother liked fierce names, you see. In the corner of my eyes, I noticed Welf sit down next to me, visibly upset. Well, to my eyes. To others, he just kept on a stony and serious face. But considering the guy's normally carefree and relaxed personality, he was definitely strung up about everything around us. Though, I didn't blame him. Especially considering that I could see all of the women were wearing chokers primed to take the life of their owner if they didn't obey orders. Terry laughed and said, "Let's hope the game is as fierce as your names then, Mr. Carinus and Mr. Wolf." He bowed his head and said, "I'll return shortly with the other guests. And again, please, make yourselves comfortable." With that said, he made a quick signal to the women before walking out. The moment he did, the women started drifting towards us, doing their best to be seductive and enchanting. One in particular, a beautiful blonde fox girl with green eyes, walked over and bowed her head. She held out a tray of Soma wine and crystal grapes. "Your refreshments, sir." Ha! Seeing her expression, those dull eyes and hopeless gaze, I clicked my tongue and said, "This is why I can't be a hero." The fox girl's eyes widened for a bit, but then she tilted her head, confused. "Pardon." I waved my hand, gently shoving all the women back with a gust of wind and said, "Leave us be. My brother and I have some discussion before the games begin." The women looked confused, and that blonde fox girl looked a bit disheartened, but they did as I said. The moment they were out of earshot, I used to prevent sound from reaching the rest of the room as well as blur our faces to prevent lip reading. After that, I glanced at Welf and said, "We're good to talk now." Welf grit his teeth, his blue eyes frosty with rage as he looked at some of the younger women standing around the room. "That bastard! What are the gods doing letting something like this happen in Orario? And Ishtar? Calm down." I conjured a glass of water and held it out to him. "We'll raise the place to the ground soon enough. But we need to see just how far the rod is before we rip everything away. Not to mention..." I glanced at the corner of the room at the pile of treasures Terry kept. "I have some questions I still need answered from this guy." Most of the things in the pile were usual fancy and expensive trinkets. But there were a few things that caught my eye. The first was my fake copy of the wind magic sword Welf made for me, of course. That stuck out like a sore thumb no matter how you looked at it. But the second was a seemingly ordinary vial of orange liquid. I said seemingly because most people wouldn't be able to tell what it did since they weren't as attuned to energy as me. But as for me, is that a mix of a god's blood and a potion like the one Naza gave me? The potion definitely reeked of divinity. And from the way the mana flowed, it was similar to Naza's strengthening prototype potion that increased muscle gains and training growth. Combined like that. Was someone trying to make an artificial demigod? No, was someone trying to empower ordinary mortals in a way that avoided the use of a fauna? Suspicious. But what was more suspicious was the third thing in the pile, tucked away beneath some gems. A seemingly ordinary crystal with a soft white flame inside of it. To the observer, it would just seem to be a fancy magic stone with a cool fire inside. But to me, it would be impossible not to tell the source of those flames. Why the hell are Fina's flames there? Before I could finish my thoughts, Welf let out a sigh. Slicking his hand through his black hair, Welf shook his head and then said, "I don't know how you can do it, bro." He clenched his hand and said, "Seeing all of this, I just want to pull out my sword and burn everything to the ground." I made a glass of water for myself and said, "That's the inner Shiro talking there. Make sure to keep that in check." Welf blinked and said, "The inner what?" "Don't worry about it." The door in the distance opened as Terry returned, leading in more guests. I tilted my head and said, "Remember. Don't move until I do. You can gamble or whatever, but don't act hostile until I flip the table." Welf nodded. I know." He paused and then said, "Wait. Do you mean flipping the table literally or dash? I'm dropping the field now. Remember, Karenus or bro, Wolf. Don't slip up unless you want these girls to die a pointless death." Welf scowled. "I got it." "Good. Then. Back to the play." I let the sound and light flow like they usually did, dropping my. As I did, I took a look at the other guests Terry brought over. The first few were expected. The typical fat noble mobs, a few gruff and scarred mercenary-type mobs, some more generally sleazy bastards. But the last three guests caught me off guard. The first was a young woman who looked Japanese with black hair kept in a neat ponytail. Wearing a traditional crimson kimono, she looked around the room with her dark eyes before settling on the fox girl from earlier. Seeing her, the young woman's face distorted a bit with worry and anger before turning neutral again. After that, she fixed her gaze forward and continued after Terry. The second was another young woman. And a young woman I knew well, although she didn't look like one at the moment. It was Ryu, wearing a black suit and pants. Paired with her slender build and short hair, which had been dyed white of all colors, she stuck close to the young Japanese woman like a proper escort. When she met my gaze, Ryu's eyes widened in surprise before they narrowed. "Hey! I'm just as surprised to see you here, so don't go doubting me now. And what's with that white hair? And the girl?" Is what I would have liked to say. But it wasn't the time or place. As for the last person, they were short enough to be mistaken as a child. However, they were wearing a neatly tailored black suit and pants combo, along with clearly expensive cufflinks, jewelry, and cane. Not only that, but they had a gold monocle over one eye. Like Ryu, the last person looked a bit ambiguous in gender, and so currently looked like a handsome young man more than a young woman. But I knew that wasn't the case because she was definitely the same girl that bumped into Welf earlier in the night. The girl looked at me and then tensed. No, it wasn't that she tensed, but that she paused to, read something? I couldn't see it, but her eyes were definitely moving like she was reading something in thin air. Wait. I narrowed my eyes, carefully re-evaluating the young girl. That outfit looked ordinary, but it was also pretty similar to the outfit of the Monopoly mascot on the cover of the box art I made to play with the kids. And then there was the way she ran into me and Welf twice in a row. If I was a normal person, I'd already be suspicious. But since I was definitely the Gary Stu MC of a fictional story, or at least the equivalent, the law of conservation of detail applied. Which meant that I knew this person somehow, someway through the connections I already had. And piecing together all the info. I definitely needed to have a chat with Fina and the other girls when I got back home about making system quests to follow me and Welf. After that last girl, or rather, the short young man, walked in, Terry headed over to the table and took a seat. Plastering a wide smile on his face, he looked at me and said, "Shall we begin?" I glanced at the girls who numbly walked over to entertain the guests before turning back to Terry with a cold smile. "Let's. I'm rather interested in these beautiful toys of yours, you see." Chapter 61, Is it wrong to hate ugly bastards? The sound of clattering chips echoed. The highest valued chips in the El Dorado resort being stacked in front of the 10 players seated at the table. The beautiful young women roamed around the room and passed out refreshments to each of the players before taking place behind them. A hazy room, a sleazy old man sitting at the head of the table with a confident smirk on his face. All things considered, I would be lying if I said I was surprised I would run into a situation like this. After all, this was one that I manufactured by going out of my way to seek it out. Even so, one of the players sitting across from me, a fat man wearing gaudy gold jewelry and expensive silk clothes. After raking in the chips in front of him, he grabbed a glass of wine from the girl serving him before draining it and copping a feel. Said girl smiled and let out a shy giggle. But the joy that should have been there from that giggle was gone. Her eyes were dull and empty. And looking around, I could see similar acts being performed. A rougher adventurer pulled one of the girls into his lap, laughing. Another kissed the nearest girl and then pulled her in by saying she was his good luck charm for the night. The only ones who were acting like a decent person were me and Welf, Ryu, that Japanese-looking girl, and then the mysterious young girl who was definitely involved with my daughters and Pira. Ryu was doing her best to play a dutiful husband to that Japanese woman and stayed close to her, using that to push away the woman. The young girl disguised as a young man was acting like a money-hungry fool and focusing on counting the chips in front of her. And Welf. Well, he was radiating so much I don't want to be here energy that the girls didn't try getting close. As for me, I did what was natural. And by that, I meant using my natural charm to keep as many girls as I could away from those sleazy bastards. Girls which included that blonde fox girl who kept staring at me for some reason. Terry gave me a strange look as he saw the small crowd of girls standing behind me. Still, he put on a smile and said, My. You really do enjoy my little toys, don't you, Mr. Carinus? I laughed and then casually reached out to ruffle the blonde fox girl's hair. Of course. Great heroes are meant to be surrounded by great beauties. I've been missing that since wandering around Orario, so it's a great opportunity to win them here. The Japanese woman sent daggers towards me with her eyes. And if it wasn't for Ryu whispering to her, it probably wouldn't have stopped with just her eyes. The young girl glanced at me and frowned before seemingly tapping on the table. But from the way the girl's fingers were moving, she was definitely typing, which meant that she was definitely a spy from my rambunctious daughters reporting on my every move. Gotta remember to scold them later about that. The other men that Terry brought in looked a bit sour at my words. Probably because I was hugging most of the girls. But Terry himself just laughed and said, Good. That's the way heroes like us are meant to be. He smiled and then snapped his fingers, causing the table to split open and reveal a strangely modern-looking card-dealing machine. The card machine spun around, spitting out a pair of cards to each player before spitting out 5 more in the center. Terry reached out to split the 5 cards into a group of 3 and a group of 2 before saying, Then should we get started? I smiled and said, I don't mind. But I glanced at the other players and said, Is everyone else fine? The sleazy mercenary-type guy snorted and just waved me off, focusing more on the girls, alcohol, and mysterious substances. The fat noble guy was the same, just waving his hand to move things along. Ryu spoke up though. Looking at Terry, she said, I presume the stakes are as we discussed. Terry beckoned for one of the girls from the mercenaries to grab him some alcohol before nodding. Of course. An unconditional request from either party, but it would be a bit unfair for that to be between just us, Mr. Dragon. He looked around the table and said, Do you not agree, my dear guests? The fat noble looked at the Japanese woman near Ryu and licked his lips. Hee. If they're playing at this table, they should be prepared to lose everything, shouldn't they? The Japanese woman glared at the fat noble and muttered under her breath. I couldn't catch all of it, but I clearly heard baka, hentai, and korosu. Now, I wasn't Japanese, from the Far East, or a Japanese language student, but I had seen enough anime before ending up as Belle here for me to know that she was definitely pissed off and trying real hard not to kill the ugly bastard. Still, at this rate we'd be here all night just playing at pretenses. And I could practically feel Welf starting to fume beside me, so I decided to move things along. Grabbing one of my chips, which was apparently a million valis from the marking, I casually tossed it in the center of the table and said, I agree. So shut up and play so I can take it all from you already. Ryu glanced over at me and frowned. She stared at my face and narrowed her eyes, clearly trying to reconcile what she remembered of me with what she was seeing. Joke's on her. My disguise is foolproof. Especially since I figured out how to use the charm that I stole, awakened, from Freya to make subtle suggestions. One of the many trump cards I'd prepared in my deck box for the craziness the world seemed to be throwing my way. But anyway. The young girl disguised as a young man nodded and said, Lyle agrees. She grabbed a coin and tossed it in as well before saying, time is money, and Lyle thinks we are wasting both talking. Terry laughed and said, very well. Then. Let the games begin. I smiled. Those idiots didn't know that I had quantum magic. XXX. Welf was furious. At least, at first. Seeing the young girls wandering around the room acting like that and being treated like objects by the sleazy bastards that Terry Guy brought in made him want to just burn the place down. But he was patient. He trusted Belle to resolve everything, like how that guy always did. And since Belle brought them out of the way to get here, he clearly had a plan to resolve all of this. But that plan was gambling everything on cards in a shady room in the middle of the most infamous casino in Orario. Welf wasn't a gambler, but he knew enough from his father's stories back in Rakia. Places like these were always rigged. While you could win big if you were in with the house, they would scheme and collude to take everything away from you. And with how Belle made it clear he planned to sweep everything away, it was going to be an uphill battle. Now, Belle had good luck. It'd be impossible for him not to with all the near-death experiences he kept dodging. And Welf saw that in action with how Belle swept through all the casinos and got them into El Dorado Resort. But he didn't think that Belle could win here. So Welf had been prepared to set things up as best he could for his best friend to win, but... four of a kind. You lose, fatso. The fat noble slammed his hands against the table and jumped to his feet. Impossible. You cheated. You swapped the cards out. You had to. Belle beckoned for the girl behind the fat noble to come over before shrugging and said, it's not impossible, fatso. We're playing with more than one deck here since we have so many players. Besides. He looked to Terry and said, I'm sure the El Dorado Resort isn't a place that would fall to such crude measures, would it? Terry laughed and said, of course not, Mr. Carinus. His eyes turned sharp and he said, but I have to admit, your luck seems quite good tonight. Belle laughed and held his arms out. I'm surrounded by beauties and have my brother at my side. Moreover, tonight even the moon has hidden itself away out of respect for my presence. He lowered his arms and said, tonight is a night of possibilities and miracles, my friend. Terry smiled. I see. He tapped his hands against the table and said, how much longer will that last, my friend? Belle smiled back and said, let's find out, my friend. Welf watched the exchange and then shook his head. It really was a good thing that Belle ran into Hestia first and became a family man. Seeing him like this, even if he was acting, wouldn't he have charmed all of the women in Orario? Welf was sure that in another life, Belle was definitely the bane of all women alive, and maybe some men too. The fat noble slammed his hands against the table again and said, this isn't fair. He looked at Terry and said, you know what I've done for you. How can you dash? Terry snapped his fingers. The moment he did, a surge of white flames erupted and engulfed the fat noble. It happened in an instant. 1 second, the fat noble had been talking, and the next there was nothing left. Not even ashes. Welf's eyes widened and he looked over at Belle. Those flames. Although Welf wasn't sure, white flames were rare enough that he was fairly confident in what they were. And from how intense those flames had been, not to mention how they seemed vaguely familiar. Belle didn't react to the flames other than to scoff and say, rude. At least let a man finish his last words before sending him off. Terry laughed and brushed his hands together, as if wiping off dust. My apologies, Mr. Carinus. He was getting on my nerves. I am sure you understand, do you not? Welf frowned and opened his mouth to say something. But before he could, he heard Belle's voice. Those are Fina's flames. Keep an eye on the guy. We're going to send him off personally. Welf paused and then stared at Terry. Specifically, he stared at a ring on Terry's right hand that had seemed innocuous until now. A simple golden band with a glittering diamond. One that seemed to flicker every now and then with a flash of white light. Welf frowned and then leaned back to Belle and whispered, we need to keep a better eye on what our kids are selling. Belle nodded. At that time, Terry tilted his head and said, are you brothers colluding against me now? Belle laughed and said, of course not. He smirked and said, I can sweep everything away by myself. He nodded towards Welf and said, my brother was just curious about that ring of yours. He chucked another chip on the table and said, is it on the table for winnings? Terry rubbed his ring and said, a valuable client of mine loaned this to me, but if Mr. Carinus were to offer more items like dash. Before Terry could finish, Bell flicked his wrist and tossed a pile of glowing gemstones on the table. One's flickering with light similar to the ring that Terry was wearing. Bell smiled and said, as you can see, I'm an avid collector of mysterious gemstones. So. His smile turned into a grin and he said, are you in? Terry grinned back. Welf watched that all unfold and then shook his head. The poor fool. If Belle could outplay and snag Freya of all goddesses before taming her to be a lovey-dovey housewife, then what chance did a poor sap like Terry have? Welf eyed his pile of chips and then shrugged. Well, he was clearly just a side character today in Belle's little play. But while he was at it, Welf might as well get some spare funds. Unlike Belle, Welf couldn't just pull money out of thin air to stockpile a wedding nest egg. XXX. The night grew long. Chips continued to exchange hands as the cards were dealt, deciding the fate of the players at the table. At least, that was the plan. Terry resisted the urge to grit his teeth as he saw the slowly growing pile of chips in front of that cocky black-haired bastard. And he forcibly resisted the urge to yell at the girls he had collected to stay away from that guy. Everything was going wrong. Ever since he picked up that renard from those bandits, his luck had been flipped upside down. No, it had turned around ever since that masked bastard handed over that weird potion and gem for safekeeping. I knew I shouldn't have accepted. Since then, that Mr. Dragon and his wife had showed up threatening to reveal his abduction of his toys, his underlings were starting to rebel and try to blackmail him, and now this cocky bastard had showed up sweeping everything away. Him. Terry Cervantes. The one even Ishtar bowed her head to because he kept the entertainment district running. What's wrong? Carinus laughed and said, upset that luck isn't coming your way, Mr. Cervantes. Terry resisted the urge to curse at the guy and simply smiled, adjusting his ring. There were only 6 players left at the table. Terry, Carinus, that bastard's brother, that Mr. Dragon and his wife, and the young man calling himself Lyle. In other words, the only one left in his pocket was Terry himself. The planted players he brought along had all lost their chips and then started to spill the beans on Terry's operation when they were losing, so he was forced to use that ring the masked man gave him to shut them up. Of course, that meant that he had less people on his side to work with. But it also meant that the remaining players were forced to play more cautiously. Since then, the only ones betting large were Terry, Carinus, and Carinus' brother. The bastards. Carinus tossed 5 chips into the center of the table and said, we've been at it long enough, so it's about time we speed things up, right? That time, Terry couldn't help but scowl. He grabbed a handful of chips and tossed them in as well before saying, you're talking a lot for a man in the middle of my territory. My. Carinus smiled and said, finally struck a nerve, have I? He reached out to ruffle the hair of the blonde renard sitting beside him and said, careful now. You don't want to play the role of a villain, do you? Terry forced a smile and said, of course not, esteemed guest. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That bastard was ruining everything. And look at that dragon bastard and his wife too. No, all of them were looking down on him. No. Calm down. He was the one in control here. Until now, he had only been pulling a few subtle tricks to tip the odds in his favor. A pocket ace here. A straight there. But since that bastard seemed to have the devil's luck himself. Terry stood up and walked over to the treasure trove he kept in the back of the room. Carinus raised an eyebrow and said, planning to cash out so soon, Mr. Cervantes? Terry laughed and said, of course not. Just grabbing one of my favorite drinks for good luck. A glistening bottle with liquid that shimmered a faint gold. That masked bastard said that it was a good luck tonic. Terry doubted it. In fact, he was sure that it was something that would probably kill him and whoever was around him after he drank it. But at this rate he was going to lose everything to that smug bastard anyway, so. Terry sat back down and popped the cork off the bottle before draining it. Smooth and savory. A sweet and fizzy sensation. The moment that Terry finished it, he felt light. Like nothing in the world could go wrong. Maybe that masked man wasn't lying? Either way. Terry laughed and said, how about we raise the stakes some, He looked at the other players and said, since this has become a two-person show, how about we change things up? All or nothing for everyone still in play. Karanus hummed and said, sure. A little risk makes things interesting. Right, bro. He tilted his head to look at the man called Wolf sitting next to him. The hero's story is better if he's in danger of losing it all, isn't it? Wolf nodded and shoved his chips in. Yeah. But I'm taking half of what you win, bro. Karanus laughed and said, don't worry. I've got a hefty nest egg already after tonight, so I'll hand the rest to you to prep for your wedding. Wolf's ears turned red, but he nodded and said, you promised, bro. Of course. A hero never breaks his promises. Terry's eye twitched at watching the casual exchange. But he pulled off his ring to add to his chips and shoved those in the table as well. Confident, are we? Karanus nodded and said, always. Life has a way of going my way when I believe it, you know? Ah, but I guess someone like you who's living in the shadows wouldn't understand it, Mr. Cervantes. Terry exhaled and tried to keep calm, even as he felt his blood boiling. Don't let him get to you. He's just a smug kid who's trying to rile you up. Dragon shoved his chips in as well, shortly followed by his wife. Looking at Terry, he said, I take it our agreement will be fulfilled so long as you don't win, Mr. Cervantes. Terry waved his hand and said, sure. Whatever. Just hurry up. Lyle glanced at Karanus and then said, Lyle will retire here for the night. Terry glared at the young man. Karanus shoved his chips in, along with the pile of gemstones he pulled out earlier, and then said, let him be, Mr. Cervantes. A little chick like that should be allowed to scamper away like a bunny when they're afraid, shouldn't they? And it's just pocket change. Lyle froze, glancing at Karanus. Terry exhaled. It was fine. Compared to what else was in play, what Lyle had was indeed pocket change. So. Terry waved his hand and said, go. Have the people at the desk exchange it and then leave. Lyle nodded at Terry and then looked towards Karanus. Karanus waved his hand and said, hurry up. The children should hurry up and go to sleep. Lyle jumped and then nodded. Then Lyle will head off first, Mr. BB Karanus. With that, Lyle swooped up as many chips as he could and ran off. Finally. Terry tapped his fingers against the table in a sequence, setting up the cards to be dealt by the machine. A royal straight flush for him. A four of a kind for that bastard just to give him a hint of hope. And then scraps for everyone else to send them packing. The machine ruffled the cards. The players watched as they flew out, landing on the table. Terry waited for the 5 cards in the river to come out before sorting them out. Karanus smiled and said, shall we just open? There's nothing left to bet. Terry laughed after confirming he had the winning hand from the faint patterns on the back of the cards. Confident as always, Mr. Karanus. Of course. Terry smirked and then said, don't cry when you lose it all, kid. He flipped the rest of the cards over before revealing his hand. Royal straight flush. In the river, there was a king, a queen, an ace of spades, followed by 2 more aces. A bit of hope for anyone who might have a pair. Dragon frowned and tossed his cards in, revealing a pair jacks, making a full house with the aces. That man's wife flipped over a 2 and a 3, nothing matching at all. Karanus's brother flipped over a pair of queens, making a full house with the aces. And as for Karanus, he stayed still, quietly staring at his cards. Terry grinned and said, what? Your luck finally ran out, you smug bastard. Karanus slowly shook his head and said, no. Just. He tossed his cards on the table and said, you really should have played by the rules, Terry. Changing the game tends to come back and bite you. A pair of aces. Cards that Terry definitely didn't deal him. A hand that, combined with the 3 aces in the river, made 5 of a kind. A hand that beat everything else, and one that was only possible because they were playing poker with multiple decks of cards to make up for the larger number of players. Terry froze. At that time, a soft click echoed as the collars on the girls standing behind Karanus suddenly fell off, confirming Terry's loss. Karanus stood up and flicked his hand, sweeping the entire pot of bets away along with Terry's treasure trove in the back. Standing there, he looked at Terry and smiled. Like I said, the hero wins. And like I also said, you shouldn't have become the villain, Terry. Terry froze for a minute, still not believing what had just happened. But then he roared and jumped towards Carinus. Boiling blood. Vision turning red from anger. Terry swung his arm towards Carinus to knock that smug smile off that bastard's face. And then... smack! A loud collision. Terry's fist clearly hit that bastard's face. But he didn't budge. Instead, Carinus let out a cold smile and stared at Terry with his crimson eyes. Terry froze, suddenly realizing something was off. And then Carinus spoke. Ryu, take the girls out. The eyes of Dragon widened and he said, so it was you after all, B-. Whatever he was going to say was cut off as he, his wife, and the girls all vanished into thin air. Before Terry could process what was happening, Carinus kicked him away and said, yeah. Nice to see you too. Now come on, Welf. It's time. Finally. Carinus' brother jumped out of his seat and cracked his knuckles together. At the same time, crimson flames erupted from his arms before coalescing into a glowing sword. I've been waiting for this. Terry got up and slowly looked around. Seeing the girls being led away by that dragon person and his wife. Realizing that Lyle was in on it as well. Seeing Carinus' confident stance and his brother being armed with a magic sword. He. So you think you can play with Terry Cervantes, do you? Terry cackled and then looked at Carinus. That bastard. He was an ant. A tiny insect compared to Terry. And he had the gall to act up like that? Was it his imagination? As Terry stared at Carinus, the smug bastard started getting smaller and smaller. No, not just him, the room started to get smaller too. Carinus raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to say something. But Terry didn't let him. No one plays with Terry Cervantes. He charged at Carinus again. This time, instead of swinging a fist, he lashed out with his hands, wanting to rip that smile off the bastard's face. And he did it. Terry saw his nails cut into Carinus' face, felt the warmth of blood fall on his fingers, and felt his blood boil and burn. Wait. XXX. A loud thump. Terry falling onto the ground in a heap, mid-transformation into an ungodly monster. I reached up to wipe away the scratches on my face, feeling them immediately heal up as my lovely daughter's flames flew out from my ring to cover them. I didn't need a mirror to know that there wouldn't even be a scratch left on my face considering how much my little princess adored me. But putting that aside, I stared at Terry's body that was a mix between a person and a weird plant monstrosity that reminded me a lot of those bioweapons in Resident Evil. A body that was slowly turning purple from his hand down, where he had my blood splashed on it. Hi. I tilted my head and said, come to think of it, lead was poisonous, wasn't it? And seeing the reaction Terry had to my blood, that definitely confirmed another aspect of my skills description. Welf walked beside me and stared at Terry as well. But when he heard my comment, he coughed and said, well, oh only a little. I laughed and said, it's fine. Now come on. Since we've come this far, we might as well go all the way. But first. I reached out to grab Terry and shoved him into my inventory. It was a tight squeeze, and my inventory definitely didn't want him in there. But it should last long enough. Welf stared at the empty space where Terry had just been and said, should I ask? Have you developed anti-charm and anti-mind-dreading measures yet? No. Then no. I brushed my hands and then flicked my wrist, sending out a giant stone pillar to punch through the roof of the casino. Now, it's not fair that Ishtar and her district got away with the damage, so it's only fair that we wreak some havoc to make that equal, right? Welf stared at me and then let out a deep sigh. I swear, bro. Sometimes, I can't tell if you're a calculating bastard or just insane. It's both, obviously. Now come on. We're going to be late for breakfast with the kids at this rate. Plus I need to make it up to Tia for staying out so late. Welf drew his sword and said, well. At least you have your priorities straight. Chapter 62, Is it wrong to ruin the night for the bad guys? The plan was simple, run them hands and break them stuff. Or in other words, wreak as much havoc as possible. Especially since Ishtar seemed to be in league with whoever was responsible for the recent monster invasion in Orario. Like Welf initially suggested, I really wanted to send the entire place up in flames. But I thought better of that. This was Orario's entertainment district. Not only that, but it was one infamous for its red light district that was run by Ishtar. A red light district that had tons of rickety buildings that were definitely occupied at this time of the night. While I was sure that a majority of the people using said buildings would probably deserve getting hurt, there were also definitely a large portion of people who didn't, so we scrapped that plan. Instead, lightning crackled and struck down all around the El Dorado resort, lighting up the moonless night. Fires spread where the lightning struck, but a torrential downpour instantly snuffed those flames. I sat down on a pilfered chair and waited, quietly listening to the screams and panic spreading through the entertainment district as the El Dorado resort guests ran out. Welf leaned against the chair and looked up at the sky. You know, bro. I get playing the role, but do you have to go out of your way to pull a crazy light show like this just because you called yourself after a king famed for lightning? I shrugged and said, it's the least destructive means of ruining things. Plus, bad omens and all that jazz. Welf looked up at the clouds and then said, how are you doing all of this by the way? Aren't you still a level 1? I am. Which reminds me that I need to still have Tia update my status. Kept forgetting about that between all the random stuff happening. Probably a good thing though. I was pretty sure that I'd level up from all the crazy I'd been through recently, and I didn't want to do all the paperwork required for the new taxes and things. Still, I'd been putting it off long enough, I guess. First thing in the morning, I'll bug Tia about it. I needed to go look up some parenting books in the library anyway, so I could go meet with Ina and sort that out at the same time. But anyway. I looked at Welf and said, are you really going to ask that though, Mr. Tsunami in a Blade? Welf shrugged and said, Krazo swords are built different. Me too, apparently. Welf looked at the skies and said, seems like it. So, He looked back at me and said, we going to hang out here until Ishtar shows up in person, or are we gonna bail? Not just yet. I pulled out a pair of masks from my inventory before tossing one to Welf. Put this on. Welf grabbed the mask from me and turned it over in his hands. A wolf. It was a plain white mask with a crimson wolf head patterned on top of it. I placed my mask on and adjusted it. After that, I crafted a quick mirror to check my reflection. Black hair, crimson eyes, and crimson lightning patterns all around my mask looking like cracks. Paired with the black cloak I'd put on, it definitely pulled off the evil mastermind image. After a quick nod, I glanced at Welf to check that he had put everything on properly as well. And seeing that he did, I said, you ready to play the bad guys now? Welf sighed and said, ready as ever, I guess? But seriously, how are you such a good actor, bro? It's called being shameless. Now. I reached into my inventory and pulled out the bastard that I shoved in earlier. Time for an interrogation. A soft pop echoed, followed by a splash as a body fell to the floor. Well, I guess it'd be more correct to say a person considering he was still alive. For now. Bwah. Terry gasped and then coughed, sending water and specks of blood onto the ground. His clothes were ripped and tattered from his attempt at turning into a monster. But since he got knocked out, that had been cancelled and he reverted back to his normal sleazy self. I got up from my chair and walked over, purposefully taking heavy steps to send water splashing. Terry noticed me and looked up, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. At first, he was confused. But when he saw the mask, his eyes widened and he stumbled backwards. Why you? Damn it! His fear turned into anger and he said, you masked bastards! I got into this mess because of you guys. In the corner of my vision, I saw Welf tilt his head. To me, it was clear that it was out of confusion. But to Terry, it seemed to be pretty intimidating considering the dwarf flinched and landed on his butt again. Though I guess the fact that Welf was holding a giant sword glowing an ominous crimson hue added to the intimidation factor. Anyway. I walked forward until I was right in front of Terry and then crouched down until I was at eye level. Terry gulped and then started shaking in place. Did he instinctively sense he wasn't making it out of this place alive? Either way, that helped. I chuckled, making sure to distort the sound a bit with and then said, interesting. I had wondered why you were so brazen earlier. It seems there are fakers running about. Terry flinched and said, F fakers. He quickly glanced behind me to look at Welf. Welf laughed. Probably because he actually found it hilarious. But considering his build and outfit, plus the distortion I put on his voice, it definitely looked intimidating. At least, judging from how Terry turned almost as white as his hair. I smiled and said, yes. Fakers. I held up my left hand and summoned a bunch of Venus flames from my ring. They happily emerged with a giant roar before wrapping around my hand like a cute snake. I reached out with my right hand to pet the flames before looking back at Terry. He was already pale from shock, but now he had lost all color in his face. His eyes were wide, slowly following the flames before moving to my mask. CC, could it be that the ring dash was stolen from me? Yes. I lowered my left hand, dismissing Fina's flames. They lingered for a bit, as if reluctant to go. But then they fizzled away, leaving everything back in the dark. Terry gulped and then quickly flipped over, slamming his hands and head on the ground. Forgive me, Great Lord. I did not realize you were still alive. Great Lord? The heck? Wait. Let's roll with it and do some improv. I chuckled and said, yes. Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated. As were those of Evilus' demise. Terry trembled and said, I knew that Lord Erebus had not returned to heaven. Okay. Definitely a flag there. And someone to look up. For now though. I chuckled and said, indeed. So. I reached out to place my hand on Ted's head and said, please. Explain to me who these other masked individuals were. WL. Terry gulped and then started talking. XXX. Well-fied Terry's unmoving body and then said, you know, Belle. You're pretty scary when you're serious. I knelt down and sent out a surge of flames to disguise grabbing Terry's body in my inventory. Once there, I used it to craft an innocuous pebble. After that, I stood up and said, good. I looked at him and said, better to be scary and have less issues than too nice and have people test you. Welf scratched his hair and said, I guess that's true. People did stop bugging me to make swords when I threw a temper tantrum. Yep. I brushed my hands off and then looked off into the distance. So, ready for the real boss fight. A crash of lightning struck down, exploding another portion of the El Dorado resort and sending it falling to the ground. And with that flash of lightning, a crowd of women could be seen approaching in the distance. Amazons, beautiful women with animal ears, a couple elves. And all of them, obscured with that sticky pink mist that I saw earlier when I first arrived with Welf. I gathered a pile of rubble together by using my inventory as makeshift telekinesis before stacking it together. After that, I sat down on top and waited. Welf eyed the people coming closer and said, So I did make some anti-charm stuff, but I don't think I want to test it right now, bro. He gulped and nervously tugged at his collar. Do you think you could send me back first? I rolled my eyes and said, sure. Go scold the kids for staying up too late and spying on us. Wait. What do you mean spying dash? Before he could finish, I sent him back to the house with my quick travel. And just in time as a wave of pink mist swept out towards me. Of course, nothing happened. I saw the mist gather around me and try to stab into my head and heart. But the moment it got close, the mist broke apart and disappeared. But that was obvious. After all, if my cheat skill was enough to stop Freya's full power charm and reverse it on her, it was definitely enough to stop Ishtar's. Though, I made sure to not let the charm fire back at Ishtar. I already had two lovely goddesses in my life. I didn't need a third, and especially not one who used her charm to force people into prostitution. The crowd of beauties drew close. Rain continued to pour as lightning crackled up above. I simply sat there and waited, leaning my head against my fist as if I was bored. And then eventually the crowd of beauties came to a stop, encircling me on all sides. One of them stepped forward. An Amazon with purple eyes and long black hair covering the right side of her face. She raised a curved great sword at me and said, "Foolish man who dares to cause such a ruckus in Lady Ishtar's territory. State your name." I chuckled and said, "My name." I slowly stood up and said, "Why should I tell it to slaves of pleasure like yourself?" The Amazon bristled and tensed, ready to pounce. But then a hand reached out to stop her. "Wait." A sultry and seductive voice. One similar to Freya's but different in a clear way. Specifically, in that it sounded like a lady on the verge of moaning at the end of every sentence. Or at least, that was the general vibe I got from it. "Lady Ishtar." The Amazon immediately knelt down, revealing the woman who had reached out. A well-endowed woman with light brown skin. One who was lewd enough to walk around with just a red sash covering her nipples instead of a proper shirt. Something that really didn't do anything at all considering it was moving in the strong wind and bearing everything to the world to see. At least she was wearing a long red skirt to cover her lower half, though that had a super long slit that also would bear it all if the wind took it the wrong way. She also wore a lot of gold. A gold necklace, gold bracelets, gold anklets, a gold tiara with a ruby set in the center. Overall, a haughty and lewd woman without a shred of class or seductive charm. I had issues with some of Freya's outfits. Especially that super deep V-cut excuse of a dress that barely covered her breasts or groin. But at least that was something class and sensual that could pass for being nightwear. That lady. No, I guess she was a goddess. The attire of that goddess in front of me just reeked cheap whore, escort. Ishtar stepped forward, flicking her purple hair to get off some of the rain. In doing so, it caused her clothes to shift and bare everything for a split second. She must have thought it was sexy. Honestly though, it was just pretty cringe. A man like you who managed to cause such a ruckus. Ishtar slowly walked forward, swaying her hips side to side. She reached up with her right hand, placing her index finger on her lips and smiling. Won't you have some fun with this lady? Again, that pink mist flew forward. A heavy and cloying mist that smelled a bit like spice mixed with flowers. Ishtar's charm. I wrinkled my nose in disgust and said, a lady? Looking like that? I swept my hand through the air and broke the mist, shattering Ishtar's charm attempt. Just call it how it is, you cheap escort. See cheap? Escort. Ishtar's face distorted for a moment. But then she smiled, redoubling her charm attempt. Why, now I must have you. I chuckled and said, sorry. Already taken. And thanks for showing yourself. What? Ishtar blinked. But a second later, she took a step back. Was it a god's intuition? But it was too late. I smiled and chucked the innocuous pebble I made earlier at Ishtar's face. It tapped her cheek and then fell to the ground. Ishtar blinked and then scowled. You dare to diss-dash. Evilus says hi. Also, rumors of Erebus's death have been greatly exaggerated. Boom. A blinding white light erupted, along with a pillar of flames. Nothing too serious. It would be bad if a god dropped dead in Orario, regardless of whether she was a crazy bitch who deserved to rot in hell. But definitely enough to make her life a living hell for the next week or so. Ishtar let out a pained scream. At the same time, the pink mist surrounding the crowd of beauties that she brought with her dispersed. Confused voices. Footsteps racing as some of the girls more quick on the update ran away. And as for me. Get fucked, bitch-tar. I left a one-liner and vanished. Man, it was fun to be a bad guy to the bad guys. The moment my quick travel activated, there was an immediate change in surroundings. The bright light and flames vanished, replaced by darkness and the familiar silhouettes of the ruined church that I called home. And the silhouettes of a bunch of young women. And the silhouette of my lovely goddess standing in the middle of the courtyard with her arms crossed. And the silhouette of Welf standing in the back, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh yeah. Can't have action without drama. I sighed and walked forward, holding up my hands. I can explain. Chapter 63, Is it wrong to recruit some help? A small cafe in the middle of Orario's commercial district. One that had miraculously avoided damage except for a few tables that had been left outside and broken when the monster invasion happened. Said tables had since been replaced by the work of trainees from the Hephaestus familia, making it seem like nothing had happened. And here, a meeting between two longtime friends was occurring. Well, friends in the loosest sense of the word. Loki sipped on a mug of ale and glared at the woman sitting across from her. Care to explain what you've been up to, Freya? Freya sipped on a glass of lemonade and smiled. I thought we were here to catch up, Loki. If you were going to interrogate me, I would have worn different attire. Loki clicked her tongue and then kicked up her legs, leaning back in her chair. Fine. Let's chat a bit first then. She took a long drink from her mug and said, How have you been, friend? Freya set her glass of lemonade down and then adjusted the blouse she was wearing. Nothing too fancy. Just a plain white blouse, a light blue skirt, straw hat and boots. Since she was a mother now, she couldn't walk around wearing her usual outfits, after all. Especially since her Belle was finally showing her some affection instead of keeping her away. It wouldn't be good for him to get the impression that she was unfaithful. Although Freya had to admit that it felt a bit restricting walking around with a full outfit like this instead of her usual attire. She kind of missed the feel of wind and sunshine against her skin. But she had to answer Loki. Freya smiled and said, I've simply been enjoying being a mother and a stay-at-home wife. Loki nodded, clearly not buying it. Being a mother to that spirit who looks suspiciously like you and that Belle guy the shrimp adores. Freya smiled. Is it wrong to wish for a simple family life? Coming from the woman famed for her scheming to collect the souls of various heroes since practically the dawn of time, you'll have to excuse me for not believing you. Loki took another long swig from her mug and then let out a frustrated sigh. Freya sipped on her glass of lemonade and said, And how have you been, Loki? Any progress on that half-elf or sword princess of yours? Loki let out another sigh and said, as if. Lefia has been going around with that Filvis woman from Dio's familia and Ace has been running herself into the ground from training ever since that Belle guy turned her down. Freya nodded and said, understandable. It must be heartbreaking to be rejected by someone as incredible as my Belle. Loki gave Freya a weird look and said, are you drunk on some of Soma's newest experiments or something? You've been weird for the past month or so already. Freya smiled and said, I don't know what to tell you, Loki. She looked into her glass and stared at her reflection. A soft and warm smile that came naturally to her instead of the carefully refined one she had to put on. Her usual sharp and smooth features distorted just a bit from the wrinkles around her eyes when she had that warm smile. Freya chuckled and then took a sip from her lemonade. If I'm drunk on anything, then it's love, Loki. Again, you're the last person I'd believe saying that, Freya. Freya shrugged and said, it is what it is. Life takes unexpected turns at times. Which is why us gods descended in the first place, is it not? Yet. Gods like me. Loki crossed her arms and said, but we both know that's not why you chose to descend. Freya smiled. Loki let out a sigh and said, okay. Fine. Say I believe you about this love mumbo-jumbo and wanting to be a parent. She leaned forward and opened her eyes wide, staring at Freya's face. Do you know anything about what happened in the entertainment district last night? Freya tilted her head and said, something happened. She paused and said, did a disgruntled adventurer finally deal a blow to Ishtar? Or maybe her fellow collaborator decided to tie up loose ends. That was convenient. Freya had already been planning to have Alan and a few of her more zealous adventurers wreak havoc to pay Ishtar back for causing her so much trouble. But she had planned to do that in a month or two after the incident had calmed down. Loki stared at Freya for a while longer and then closed her eyes. So you really don't know, huh? Damn it. Then who the hell did it? Freya sipped on her lemonade and said, I'm afraid I don't know, Loki. And believe me, I would love to congratulate the one who gave a slap to that lewd woman's face. More like a bomb. Freya blinked. Pardon. Loki pulled her legs off the table and then leaned forward. You heard me. Loki opened her eyes and stared at Freya with a serious expression. Nobody knows who did it, but rumor has it that Ishtar took a bomb to the face. It looks like it might be Greek fire or something too since the burn isn't healing at all. Not only that, but all the elites in the Ishtar familia are suddenly popping up at other familia and trying to join them. Freya paused and said, come again. She frowned and said, I was under the impression that Ishtar kept a tight grip on her toys, tighter than the leash I used to put on my little heroes in the past. Loki raised an eyebrow. Used to. Used to. I plan to let my heroes go in the near future, you see. But in any case. Freya frowned and said, Ishtar would never allow that. Even if they broke free of her charm, those adventurers would never be able to receive a falna from another god. Loki nodded. Right. And that's the weird part. She frowned and said, apparently, their falna was erased. Freya blinked. Erased. Yet. Loki took a long swig from her mug and said, erased, gone, poof. Nothing left, as if they were fresh adventurers. And from the rumor mill, all of them are back at level 1 with zeroed out stats. Freya paused. That was impossible. While she was aware of a few esoteric items and magical artifacts that could seal or update fauna form another god, to erase a fauna, that was to deny a god's authority. To erase the divinity within a god's blood coursing through the vein of their adventurers and... Wait. Come to think of it, there was an individual who she knew that could perform such a feat. After all, he managed to not only erase the charm she emitted but repurposed it to use back on her. Freya chuckled. Loki frowned and said, "What's so funny?" Freya let out a wide smile and said, "What person wouldn't find it funny for that lewd woman to be dealt such a blow?" Loki paused and then chuckled. "Well, I guess that's pretty funny. Especially since whoever did it cleared out all the casinos in the entertainment district too." Yes. That little tidbit confirmed it was definitely her Belle's doing. He had been worried about their finances recently and had been racking his mind on how to resolve it. Of course, Freya said he didn't need to worry considering what was hers was his. But being the responsible family man that she fell in love with, he said that he would resolve it somehow. And what better way to do it than by cleaning out the coffers from Ishtar? Not only did that weaken a future opponent, it also gave them a tidy sum to help plan for their future. My. You keep surprising me, Belle. At this rate, I might just drown in my love for you. Loki sighed and then grabbed her mug of ale. After that, she stared at Freya and said, "You really don't know anything about what's been going on, Freya? Even with the Ganesha familia?" Freya shook her head and said, "I sincerely do not, Loki." She put on a warm smile and said, "As I have said, I have been preoccupied doing my best as a new mother and wife." She paused and then said, "Ah, wife-to-be. It would still take a bit of time for that to be formalized. After all, it wouldn't do to steal a march on Tia." Moreover, Freya still had quite a few affairs to settle before she could make her relationship with Belle official. Perhaps she should have a discussion with Otter and Zald? If Belle was capable of marching into Ishtar's territory and dealing that horrendous woman a blow, then it shouldn't be long off before he could stand against Freya's admirers. Oh! Perhaps a war game? One with herself on the line as a prize for a pretext to join the Hestia familia. Yes. That would work. They would need to enact a little play before then, but... Yeah. Freya. Freya blinked and then realized that Loki had been calling out to her. She smiled and said, "My apologies, Loki. I was preoccupied with my thoughts for a moment." Loki sighed and leaned back in her chair. "I don't know what you're on these days, but I guess it's clear that you're not up to anything sinister at least." She took a long swig from her mug and then said, "But damn! What the hell is going on in Orario then?" Freya tilted her head and said, "What exactly is going on? I may not know the details, but I may be able to hazard a guess as to the motives and themes." Loki looked at Freya for a bit, thinking. And then she said, "Well, I suppose it helps everyone if it gets sorted out." She sighed and drained her mug of ale before saying, "You see, around the time of the monster invasion here, there was a murder in Rivera. One of Ganesha's kids." She set her mug to the side and frowned. "My kids are on an expedition to look into it with some of Dionysus' kids, but it's hard since mutant strains of monsters keep showing up in the dungeon." Freya paused and said, "Tell me more about these mutant strains of monsters." XXX. "So I managed to delay the conversation after I got back until the morning. And then I managed to delay the conversation until noon by saying that the traumatized girls needed proper rest and relaxation, and that Fina, Bella and Pyrrha could help with that by playing with them and being kids. But I couldn't delay the conversation forever. Noon, at the Hestia familia home. Our home. And specifically, at the dining room at our home. Sitting at the head of the table, I took a look around the room to analyze the situation. Welf had bailed, saying he was going to keep an eye on the kids. Tia was seated across from me, arms crossed and clearly upset. Thankfully, not angry. Just more irritated and annoyed, as well as exasperated. Artemis was sitting next to Tia, offering moral support. She also looked a bit amused by the situation, probably because she felt it was similar to how I saved her. I didn't think it was that funny, but it was good to see someone was enjoying this. On my right were the girls I had rescued, seated on a bunch of chairs that I made for them. That blonde fox girl sat in the front of that group, keeping a thoughtful eye on me. On my left, there was Ryu and that Japanese-looking girl who was apparently named Yamato Mikoto and a member of the Takemikazuchi familia. All the people related to yesterday's affairs had gathered now, minus Welf. But that guy was more of a liability in a situation like this, so that was for the better. The problem was how I was going to explain all of this away. You see, it made perfect sense in my head. After all, I was clearly the main character here and was bound to get wrapped up in troublesome events. Because of that, I went ahead to use my meta-knowledge to go nip a few plot threads in the bud ahead of time. Well, at least a few plot threads that I felt might be brewing in the background. That was why I headed to the red light district. After all, that place had Ishtar, the bitter rival of my obsessed goddess Freya, and it was the only place untouched from the recent invasion. If this was a game, that was the next obvious place to go check for story triggers. Well, other than the dungeon. But Dungeon Chan still had it out for me, so I wanted to prep a proper party before heading there. Anyway, it made perfect sense. To me at least. The problem came with explaining it to everyone else. Apparently, Ryu had been stopped by a mother and father when heading back into town after her mission. They begged her to rescue their daughter who had been taken as collateral by Terry Cervantes, and Ryu, being the just person she was, decided to help. At the same time, Yamato Mikoto heard that one of her friends from the Far East, that blonde fox girl who had been sticking to me in the VIP room, had been sold off to a brothel in the entertainment district. Apparently, Terry Cervantes caught wind of it though and bought that blonde fox girl for himself just a bit before he met me. In short, it looked like I actually went to just go pick up women. Of course, for good reasons, but, well, hard to explain reasons since the timing was really too impeccable. One of the downsides of being an MC apparently. All the timing lines up super conveniently with everything. So, to explain this, Tia frowned and said, "Well, Belle? I'm waiting for your explanation." Ryu nodded as well and said, "Yes. I would also like to know why you were in such a place, Belle." I nodded and said, 3 reasons. I held up one finger and said, "First, money. Since being an adventurer is expensive, and since we were getting more mouths to feed soon, me and Welf took a trip down to the entertainment district to win some cash." Tia's frown deepened, but then she nodded and said, "Okay. It's safer than going into the dungeon, I guess. But that doesn't explain them." She pointed to the women and said, "I know I said that it would be nice if the Hestia familia grew a bit, but this wasn't what I was talking about, Belle." "Of course." I nodded and said, "I wouldn't do that. Instead, reason 2. I stuck up a second finger and said, "Cutting out the legs from our enemies." Tia blinked and then said, "What?" "As you know, Tia. We've recently become very important people. Not only that, but since we were tied up close to Freya, Ishtar is inevitably going to come after us. So." I laced my fingers together and leaned forward in my chair. "We did a preemptive strike. Take out her funding, take out her source of funding, take out her face. Well, the face to show up in public at least. And conveniently enough, it so happened that there were other bad guys running around. Which brings me to reason 3. I straightened and stuck up 3 fingers. Finding out who the bad guys are. I frowned and said, "It was by chance." Well, intuition too, but it turned out that the bad guys there had somehow gotten a bit of Venus flames. Stuff happened, and since it was convenient, I happened to free all the girls as well. And since Ryu was back and free to take care of things, I sent them all to our house. Plus, some more friends around for the girls isn't a bad thing, right?" Tia was quiet. Ryu sighed and face-palmed. The blonde fox girl's eyes sparkled. "A few of the other girls, like a girl with brown hair and cow ears? Plus cow horns? Hi. Anyway, they looked at me with wide-eyed admiration." Miss Yamato shook her head. Artemis smiled. And then after a bit, Tia finally spoke up. "Belle." "Yes, wifey." "You're grounded." "Yes, wifey." "Well. I tried." Chapter 64, Is it wrong to discipline children? The courtyard outside the church where the Hestia familia had made their home. There, a giant spectacle was on display. Namely, me. Specifically, me with my shirt off, sitting in the middle of the yard on a stool while Tia sat behind me to update my status. Now, if it was just us, I wouldn't mind. But Daddy's super cool. Fina clapped and cheered. Can Daddy do that with Mommy next time? Bella looked on with a bit of sadness in her eyes. Gah! Emotional damage. I wasn't expecting that so early in the morning. I quickly straightened and patted my chest. Don't worry, Bella. Daddy promises to do it with your mommy at least once too. Smack. Gah. Tia tugged my ear and said, what kinds of things are you promising in front of the children? It's just a status update, Tia. Humph. Tia puffed her cheeks and said, just a status update, you say? You haven't even come to have me update your status since Fina came into our family, and now you promise to let another goddess update it. She paused and then leaned her head on my shoulder before quietly saying, do I really mean that little to you, Belle? Oh, of course not, Tia. But dash. Booming laughter echoed in the courtyard. Welfs. Bahaha. He wiped away tears from his eyes and said, that's what you get. How does it feel being on the receiving side of that blade of guilt for once, hey? I narrowed my eyes and said, some brother you are. And should you really be acting like that in front of your daughter? Welf froze and then quickly looked down at Pira, standing by his side. Papa didn't mean that. Pira was quiet for a bit. And then she lowered her gaze and said, Papa is terrible. Welf collapsed onto the ground and screamed. No. Okay. Maybe I've been putting the guy under a bit too much stress recently with my antics. Tia giggled and then said, okay. I think that's enough playing around for the morning. At this rate, my ache might get worried and come over. I glanced at the crowd of people around and said, I think anyone passing by might get worried seeing this. Me, sitting with a bare torso in the middle of the courtyard. Tia, sitting behind me and tracing her fingers across my back. Fina and Bella standing off to the side, the former excited and the latter a bit depressed. Welf, punching the ground with tears streaming down his face due to a mental breakdown. Pira looking confused and worriedly patting her father's back. And then there were the 10 or so young women that were still sticking around at the church because they didn't have anywhere else to go. Women who were still dressed in scandalous clothing exposing far too much skin because they didn't have spares. And then there was also the blonde fox girl whose name was Haruheim standing next to that Mikoto girl. And then there was also Ryu, who had changed back into her adventurer gear which exposed far too much skin. If anybody passed by and took a look, they might think that I was being offered up as a human sacrifice or something. That, or I was about to be ravaged by a crowd of women and engage in all sorts of debauchery. Tia traced her finger along my back and said, well then, let's finish updating your status before anything bad happens, hubby. A light touch, paired with the sensation of something warm dripping across my back. Was it because I grew stronger? Because I grew more proficient in my skills? Or was it because my feeling for Tia eclipsed what I had since the last time she updated my status? A tingly warmth spread throughout my body from where she touched. There was the familiar sensation of divine mana mixing in with my blood as well. Tia's divine blood slowly being mixed in with my own to update her blessing. But there was more this time. A feeling like a gentle flame warming my heart. A nostalgic scent of cinnamon. And then just, happiness. Like pure joy, devotion, and adoration injected straight into my veins. Except, these weren't my emotions. Not entirely. But... what is this? Tia scrambled back in shock, her face a deep red. I tried craning my neck to look at my status. What is it? Tia shook her head, still staring at my back with a flushed face. I couldn't get a good look at my status by craning my head, but then I remembered that energy manipulation was a thing and just distorted the light behind me so I could directly look at it. Okay, it wasn't that easy and my vision spun for a bit as everything suddenly looked like it got a weird distortion filter from a photo editor. But after a few seconds, I got the hang of it. At least, enough to make out what was written on my back. XXX. Bell Cranel. LV2. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Energy manipulation, E. Compilation, E. Magic. Quantum magic, instant magic. Crafting system, automagic/instant magic. Skills. Liar's phrase, reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External influences are subsumed and overridden. Storyteller's refrain allows the user to impart a portion of their experiences onto another. Beloved prelude, love born of the everlasting flame warms your heart. Beloved by a goddess of flame, all abilities enhanced at the start of battle. Fairytale ending, love is a myth that does not change in your heart. Beloved by a beautiful goddess of war, abilities do not decline through the course of a battle. XXX. Oh. Okay, I can see why she might react like that. Those last two skills were pretty clear in embodying how I felt. I mean, I loved Tia and did pretty much everything for her sake, which explained the first skill. As for the second, while I was open to the idea of loving Freya, Tia was definitely going to always be number one in my heart. Even if that made me feel a bit guilty for Bella. Aeon Tia just fainted with a happy look on her face. Hi. She probably just got the feedback from reviewing my memories and emotions and updating my status. Which means she probably just felt how much I liked her, and how happy I just felt when she updated my status, which would definitely be a happiness feedback loop. Well, I guess it was a good thing we were going to be staying at home for a while. XXX. The guild office on Main Street. Due to recent events ranging from Evila's potential return, the Ishtar familia's effective collapse, and the recent monster outbreak in Orario, it was fairly busy with most guild receptionists running back and forth doing various tasks. As for a certain half-elf advisor responsible for a certain white-haired trouble incarnate, Ina dropped a pile of books about parenting onto her desk before looking at the young man. Or rather, the young father sitting across from her. It wasn't the one she expected to see though. A tall young man with blazing orange hair and icy blue eyes. A toned body and darkened skin as a result from working long hours at a forge. But instead of an adventurer outfit, he was dressed in a professional suit and pants combination. Sitting on the young man's lap was a young girl with short red hair and mismatched eyes, one just like the young man's and the other a glowing red hue. She wore a cute red blouse and jeans, along with a pair of black leather boots. Overall, Ina thought it was adorable. But it was also unexpected. Ina adjusted her glasses and said, "I'm surprised to meet you of all people here, Mr. Krauzo. Didn't you decline having a dungeon advisor?" The young girl on Welf's lap blinked and looked up. "Papa? You said no to having help? But didn't you say that you should always get help when you can and not try to do everything like Uncle Bell?" Ina blinked. "Uncle Bell?" Welf cleared his throat and then patted the young girl's head. "That's right, Pira. But Papa was a bit immature before you came into my life." "Oh." The young girl, Pira, nodded and said, "Then I should listen to what Papa says now and not what Papa used to say before I was born." "That's right. Papa knew you were smart." Hee. A bombshell of information. Ina did not expect to deal with the fact that Welf Krauzo decided it was a good day to request a dungeon advisor, her specifically, and that he had brought along his daughter with him. A daughter that looked suspiciously like Lady Hephaestus, now that Ina took a good look at her. And Ina remembered hearing some rumors about a few goddesses adopting spirit children that looked a great deal like them. And thinking about Belle's daughter again. Ina wasn't paid enough to deal with this. Welf noticed Ina was getting irritated and then cleared his throat. "Thanks for meeting with us, Miss Toole. Belle said that you were probably busy, so I'm really grateful you took the time to help." Pira nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Toole." Ina smiled. "You're welcome. And I am busy, but it seems like Belle needs all the help he can get, so I don't mind." She pushed the books over and said, "I'm guessing these are for him too." Welf took the books and nodded. "Yeah. The kids got into a bit of trouble, so Belle said he wanted to read the entire library on how to raise and discipline children. He's also grounded, so it's not like he has anything better to do." "Grounded?" Welf nodded and said, "Yeah. Lady Hestia has been a bit annoyed at his shenanigans, so he's on babysitting duty for a while. Not to mention there's a lot of things we need to sort too with the new familia members and Belle leveling up dash." "Wait." Ina held up her hand and said, "What was that about Mr. Cranel leveling up?" Welf paused. Pira looked up at her father and frowned. "Papa." Welf laughed and said, "Well. Better to get the forms now for Belle and Hestia to fill out than later, right?" Ahaha. Ina let out a deep sigh. XXX. Please come to the rundown church at the end of Main Street for your reward. That was the message that Lily received that morning when she opened her quest menu. Considering the previous rewards she had gotten for doing quests, like the valuable gems and magic items she sold to pay off her debt to the Soma familia and the magic sword she used to beat up that obnoxious captain who wouldn't let her leave, she was looking forward to the reward. Except, when she arrived at the location, she was starting to get a bit worried. First of all, there wasn't a rundown church at the end of Main Street. There was a church, yes. But considering the gleaming white marble exterior, freshly trimmed flower gardens, and golden goddess statue in the middle of the courtyard, it would be impossible to call it rundown. Second of all, there were a lot of people around. Young women, specifically. A young woman with long pink hair and matching eyes tended to some roses with a watering can. A Bulls woman with long brown hair and green eyes stood in a corner of the church's courtyard, tilling the soil and planting some fruit tree saplings. A cat woman with red eyes and long pale pink hair polished the goddess statue with a cloth, joined by an Amazoness with her long hair tied in twin tails. Standing beneath the shade of a tree, an older elf woman with short blonde hair looked to be having a serious conversation with a younger elf girl with blonde twin tails. The latter seemed to be on the verge of crying, but cheered up after talking to the older elf. Then there was a beautiful woman with flowing blue hair practicing archery in the back of the church next to a young woman with long golden hair tied in a ponytail as well as a young woman with long black hair. And those were only the women that Lily could see. Of course, that fact by itself wasn't too much cause for alarm. After all, plenty of familia had beautiful young women. And judging from how most of those women were wearing a modest blue dress with a fancy flame emblem embroidered on the back, and from how they seemed to be enjoying themselves, they weren't under duress or anything. But there was a big problem. Lily recognized them all. It was hard not to, considering she just saw them all in despair and forced to do disgusting things they didn't want to just the other day. But then... Ah! You're here! A calm and confident male voice called out. Lily froze and instinctively took a few steps back. But before she could run away, the gates to the church swung open and an invisible breeze blew her in. At the same time, a young man walked out from the church. He looked different. First of all, his hair was white now and he was wearing a simple black shirt and pants. But there was no mistaking his handsome face or his gleaming crimson eyes. Lily let out a nervous laugh and said, Lily thinks she has the wrong address, so dash. No. The man who had called himself Karanus smiled and said, you've come to the right place. After all, you're here to receive your reward for doing that quest, right? Lily froze. At that time, two young girls peeked out from behind the man. Two of the three who gave her the item that let her use the special quest system. And also the ones who gave her the quest to follow Papa and Uncle. Lily smiled and said, this is a misunderstanding. Well. The man smiled and said, we can clear it up inside then, Miss Lily. Lily knew it was too good to be true. Chapter 65, Is it bad that history got messed up? The sounds of pens scratching across paper mixed with soft sniffling every now and then. After giving a long rant on why kids shouldn't order other kids around to follow adults in dangerous areas, why you should always get feedback from an adult before making big promises, and also why you shouldn't jump to conclusions and try to do things in secret when you could just ask, I made Fina, Bella, and their quest buddy, Lily, sit down at a room in the church and write lines. Specifically, I will not do dangerous things without parental supervision. Originally, I was going to make them write adult supervision, but knowing how smart my girls were, I had a feeling they'd get around that. I had a feeling they would also try to finagle around what dangerous meant later, but that was where Tia and Freya would come in. Well, mostly Tia. I had a feeling Freya was much more carefree in parental supervision considering she had left Bella with us for the past few days. And speaking of parents, it had been a while since I saw my own self-proclaimed parent. I still needed to have a proper long discussion with her as well. But anyway. I crossed my arms and stared at the three children sitting at desks writing lines. Fina was sniffling and wiping away snot and tears with her sleeves every few words. That made me feel terrible. But at the same time, it was necessary. My daughters were not only young, but they were young and powerful. Fina in particular had the capability of razing Orario to the ground judging from the little spark of white flames she had given me. So it was important to instill some self-restraint and also caution into them while they were still young. Because God forbid what was going to unfold when they hit puberty. I might be a complete BS Gary Stu type of character in this world from my bloodline, shenanigans, and skill set, but both past experience and current experience had taught me that didn't mean anything when it came to the rule of funny and drama. Anyway. Bella sniffled like her older sister while writing her lines. But perhaps because she took a lot after her mother, she wasn't really ugly crying like Fina. Instead, her beautiful crimson eyes shimmered as tears quietly dripped down her cheeks. That made me feel worse than seeing Fina. Bella looked like she was quietly enduring it on the inside. And since she was definitely smart enough to understand the relationship dynamics between me, Tia, and Freya, Bella probably felt it was really unfair. Probably since the plan was mostly Fina's idea as well. But I couldn't play favorites like that. Especially if I didn't want Bella to run off and become a villainess and get involved with the wrong crowd when she grew up a bit. Because from how pretty she was, how her mother was like, and my own disposition towards attracting trouble, I could already tell it would be a mess. Which meant that I needed to take Bella out on a daddy-daughter date and spoil her a bit. She seemed to take after her mother quite a bit in being starved for affection, so I needed to make sure to keep that in mind. Fina was fairly low maintenance like Tia and was just happy whenever she got to see me without any doubts that I loved her. But Bella was definitely the type to dwell on her thoughts and start building up a sea of doubt and low self-esteem the less time I spent with her. Being a father was difficult. As for the third troublemaker, Lily quietly wrote lines without making any fuss. She looked confused about it all, but it seemed like she had a guilty conscience about it since she didn't complain or make any comments. I also needed to get the full story of how she got involved with my cute daughters, as well as her personal backstory, but that was a thing that could wait until Tia finished work. Which reminded me that my lovely goddess was a stubborn and independent woman who insisted on keeping a job even while I could probably afford to buy half of Main Street. Couldn't help but love her for that though. Anyway. It seemed like everyone was behaving. Now, I just needed to wait until Welf got back with those books and I could. Belle? You in here? And perfect timing. Man, my skills were convenient. Until they weren't. Let's keep looking on the bright side. Welf walked into the room holding a giant pile of books while Pyrrha followed him, carrying a small bundle of papers in her arms. Emma and Iris said you were in here. Oh. Welf paused, noticing the girl seated in front of me. Did I come in at a bad time? Pyrrha stopped as well and then glanced at Fina and Bella, looking a bit guilty. I shook my head and walked over. No. You came at the perfect time, actually. Welf stared at Fina, who had stopped writing and was just wiping away her tears. After that, he looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Are you sure about that? Yes. I grabbed the books away from him, chucking them into my inventory, before holding my hands out for the papers from Pyrrha. There's a lot I have to do today, so you can supervise the girls while they're on timeout. Pyrrha handed me the papers, but then bit her lips and said, do they really have to be on timeout, Uncle Bell? Fina and Bella didn't do anything bad. Miss Lily didn't either. I took the papers from her and chucked them in my inventory as well. After that, I said, you're right. Fina and Bella didn't do anything bad. After hearing that, Fina stopped crying for a moment. Bella stopped as well, brushing away her tears and looking at me. I glanced back at them and said, but they did something serious without asking any adult. Lily's ears twitched and she opened her mouth to talk. I glared at her and said, you don't count. Lily flinched and lowered her head. Welf looked a bit confused, but slowly nodded. All right. Then. He tilted his head and said, you want me to just sit here? I glanced at Fina and Bella for a bit and said, I'll leave you here with Uncle Welf to reflect a bit longer. Think about why I was upset about what you did while you're writing your lines. Fina immediately started sniffling again, her eyes blurring with tears. Bella didn't cry. Instead, she bit her lip and lowered her head, hiding her eyes with her bangs. Seeing that, I couldn't put on the tough dad act anymore. I sighed and then walked over to them both to pat them on the head. Daddy's not mad at you, okay? And after you're done, Daddy will take both of you out to talk about it over some yummy food. Deal? Fina sniffed and then looked up at me with a watery smile. Oh okay. Bella sniffed as well, but she didn't cheer up as easily as Fina did. Staring at me with shimmering eyes, she reached up to grab my hand and said, promise. I lowered my hand to brush away Bella's tears and said, I promise, my little star. Bella blinked and then tilted her head. Star. I finished brushing away her tears and smiled. MMHM. My cute little shining star that I can't take my eyes off from. I fixed her bangs a bit and then said, I'm worried you'll disappear on me, so be a bit more careful, okay? Bella stared at me for a bit longer and then blinked away a lot more tears. I crafted a quick handkerchief with a star pattern and used it to wipe away her tears. Come on now. Don't cry, okay? Daddy loves you and just wants you to be safe and happy. I'm not mad. Bella sniffed and then took the handkerchief from me, hiding her face. After that, she quietly said, I know. I patted her head for a bit and said, there. Now. I stopped and said, I'll be back in a bit. Daddy has to go sort out all the new big sisters you and Fina have. And I have to meet your mommy too, so stay here with Uncle Welf and your big sister until I get back, okay? Okay. I smiled and placed a wrapped star-shaped candy in her hands. Here. A small treat to cheer up until Daddy gets back. Don't cry too much, okay? Bella lowered her handkerchief and then nodded, shyly taking the candy. Seeing that she was feeling better, I stepped back and smiled. And then I noticed Fina was staring at me. For a second, I was worried that she might be feeling upset I was spoiling Bella a bit. But then I saw Fina smile and give me a thumbs up. That's my princess. Bestest big sister in the world. Ahem. Welf cleared his throat and said, so. Do you still want me to dash? I got up and said, alright. I'll leave the rest to you, bro. And you can play with them after they finish writing another page, Pira. Pira nodded and said, okay, Uncle Bell. Right. Now. I walked out of the room and pulled out the pile of papers. To fill out all of this paperwork before Ina comes over here in person to yell at me. I crafted a pen and a clipboard to stick the papers on while flipping through them. Familia rank increase form, adventurer level up form, new familia member registration forms. Well. Since I was grounded, I might as well get the boring stuff out of the way. XXX. Thank you for your purchase. Hestia waved at her latest customer, a swordswoman with twin swords and long purple hair. It had been weird to make a super spicy Jagamerican, but that woman paid a big tip to make it, so it was worth it. Although. Hestia sighed and started making a fresh Jagamerican for a snack. Even though Belle had already packed her a lunch earlier, she couldn't help but feel hungry after thinking about all they had to do in the upcoming future. Specifically, taking care of all the young girls who had joined her familia. It was good that Fina had a lot of big sisters and babysitters to help watch her when Hestia, Belle, and Welf were busy. But at the same time. Ugh! Tia flopped over the side of her stall and said, why do you have to be so popular with women, Belle? My! Is our Belle being troublesome again, Tia? A familiar sultry and charming female voice echoed from the side. Freya's. Hestia tilted her head and then saw Freya walking over with Loki. Seeing that, Hestia sighed and sat up. Something like that. She shifted her gaze to Loki and said, what's up with her? Loki clicked her tongue and said, hello to you too, shrimp. Sheesh. Hadn't even said anything yet and you're already pissy. Hestia crossed her arms and said, I'll be nice when you compensate us for attacking my Belle. Freya paused and slowly turned to stare at Loki. Loki. Loki immediately held up her hands and said, hey now. It wasn't me. Ace just got a bit too irritated at seeing Shrimp and that Belle guy on their date. Hestia snorted. That's putting it lightly considering she tried to run him through with a sword. Freya smiled. I see. She looked at Loki and said, you know, Loki. I heard that the Sword Princess has a penchant for training. Perhaps she would like to spar with some of the Freya familia's elites? And it would be best to do so in a practical environment, so what say you to a spar in the dungeon? Perhaps the lower floors? Loki looked between Freya and Hestia before sighing. What the hell kind of a crazy guy is that Belle anyway? Making Shrimp aggressive like that and Freya all lovey-dovey. It's ridiculous. Hestia rolled her eyes and said, if you're just going to ramble then get out of here. She shooed Loki away and said, unlike some people here, I'm working. Freya paused and then placed a hand on her chin. That's right. Responsible parents work to support their family. She looked at Hestia and said, "Are you hiring?" Hestia gave Freya a blank stare and said, "Are you seriously asking me that? Just go swap with that horny girl in your familia and work at the hostess of fertility for a while." Freya's eyes widened and she said, "Of course. And then I could show off Bella to the other girls as well." She gave Hestia a wide smile and said, "You're a genius, Tia." Hestia felt a headache starting. But she knew it would get worse if she dug into what Freya said. So, instead of ranting about Freya's absolute lack of common sense when it came to Bella and Belle, Hestia just put on a smile and said, "Of course, Freya." Freya nodded and said, "Then excuse me, Tia. I should go hurry and tell Mia it would be Miss Mia. If I am going to play as Seer again, I should get back into practice." Mumbling to herself, Freya wandered off into the distance, which left Loki standing there alone. Hestia stared at her and said, "Are you going to order, or just loiter around?" Loki clicked her tongue and then rummaged in her shirt. Yeah. Here." She placed down a handful of coins and said, "Gimme whatever this will buy, shrimp." Hestia counted the coins and said, "One of the strongest familia in Orario and you only have 60 valis on you." Loki placed her hand on her hip and said, "Well, excuse me for not having cash on hand. When your familia gets as big as us, we just buy on credit. Not that you would know." Hestia thought back to how Bell carried around a literal mountain of valis in his inventory. And the fact that he could make another mountain of precious gemstones in a few minutes. When she thought about that, and how Loki was making a jab about how poor the Hestia familia was, Hestia giggled and said, "Right." She swept the coins into the bag with the day's earnings and said, "We wouldn't know what it's like to have to pay for things with credit." That was something they'd never need to do considering how much cash they had laying around, after all. Loki frowned. "Why are you happy about that? You're not supposed to be happy about that." Hestia smiled and said, "That's a secret. And ladies all have a few of their own. Not that you would know." "Hey." Loki crossed her arms and said, "Just because I didn't win the lottery in the chest department doesn't mean I'm not a goddess." Hestia nodded and said, "Right. Just like how just because I didn't win the lottery in the height department doesn't mean I'm a shrimp." Loki paused and then let out a deep sigh. Fine. I'll stop calling you a shrimp." She paused and said, "It doesn't really fit you anymore anyway." Hestia paused in the middle of pulling out some unfried Jagamericans. "What do you mean?" Loki rolled her eyes and said, "Don't play dumb. I don't know what kind of milk you've been drinking, but anybody can tell that you've been getting taller, Hestia. Look." She walked closer to the stall and said, "Here, stand up and see." Hestia paused and then stood up straight. And when she did, she noticed it. Hi. It used to be that Hestia only reached up to Loki's non-existent chest when they squared off. But now that she was paying attention, Hestia saw that she was actually standing up to Loki's nose. Now, Loki wasn't that tall in the first place. But even then, it meant that Hestia had grown quite a bit. She hadn't noticed since she was still around a head shorter than Belle, but... could it be? Was she finally average height? Loki held up her right hand to her chest and said, "See? You used to be this tall. But now you're like this." She shifted her hand to her chin and said, "Seriously? Is it because you had a kid or something?" Hestia blushed and said, "It's not like that. Belle and I have barely kissed." She paused and then said, Anyway, mind your own business." She huffed and went back to prepping Loki's Jagamerican. Loki held up her hands and said, "Okay. Sheesh. No need to get all uppity about it, Hestia." After that, there was a moment of silence as Hestia focused on cooking and Loki watched. But eventually, Loki muttered, "I'm glad you're doing well." Hestia paused and said, "What was that?" Loki blushed and said, "Why, you heard what I said. And pay attention. I'm ordering a refund if my stuff gets burned." Hestia rolled her eyes and expertly flipped the Jagamericans in the oil with a pair of chopsticks. "Please. Even if you're annoying, I'd never give you a burned Jagamerican." She puffed out her chest and said, "I'm a professional." Loki smiled, opening her eyes a bit to reveal her crimson irises. "Right. I guess you are." Seeing that, Hestia shuddered. Loki immediately shifted to a glare and said, "What was that for?" Hestia pulled out the Jagemaricons and placed them on a rolled-out napkin before grabbing a tin of powdered sugar. I like you better when you're being annoying and dishonest, Loki. But thanks. She topped off the Jagemaricons with a generous dusting of the powdered sugar before wrapping them up neatly with some fresh napkins and handing them to Loki. Loki took the Jagemaricons and frowned. Hestia frowned back and said, "What?" Loki hesitated and said, "Hey. About that Bell guy." Hestia rolled her eyes. "If you're going to make a crack about him again, I swear to the heavens dash." "No." Loki shook her head and said, "I'm being serious, Hestia." Holding the Jagemaricons to her chest, Loki bit her lips a bit, thinking. But then she nodded and said, "You should be careful around him. Ace told me that he reminded her of a strong monster who killed her parents." Hestia gave Loki a blank stare and said, "I'm not here to listen to you trauma dump your children's past on me, Loki dash." "Seriously?" Loki opened her eyes and took a look around. After making sure there wasn't anyone in earshot, she leaned forward and said, "If that Bell is really the son of, he might have been affected from her fight against the one-eyed black dragon. And if Evilus is acting up again, they'll definitely target him." Hestia paused. That would explain a bit. Hestia didn't know too much about that lady claiming to be Bell's mother, but she did know about the one-eyed black dragon. And if Bell was affected by that monster's power when he was still unborn, well, it would definitely explain why the dungeon seemed to hate him so much. And why trouble and misfortune seemed to follow him. And also why he was unreasonably strong considering he had leveled up while he wasn't even a full month into being an adventurer. Hestia tapped her fingers on her countertop to think and then shook her head. She could think about that more later. For now. "Thanks, Loki." Hestia stared at Loki and said, "I guess we can count this as even for your sword princess attacking Bell." Loki snorted and then waved her Jagemaricons around. "You're welcome to, brat." "Brat." Loki took a bite from one of the Jagemaricons and then said, "Yeah, brat. You're not short, but you still act immature, so. Brat. What about you then?" Hestia pointed at Loki and said, "You're the epitome of immature." "Oh, fancy words. Scary. Arg." Hestia slammed her hands on her countertop and said, "Screw off, you sexual harasser." Hey. Loki opened her eyes and said, "Stop with dash." "What?" Hestia crossed her arms and said, "It's true, isn't it? Groping women left and right without consent, peeking on showers and hot springs. You're worse than Zeus. Sexual harasser. Molester. Pervert." A small crowd was forming. People staring at Loki and then muttering to themselves. Loki started sweating. Anyway. Thanks for the food, brat. Gotta get going now to keep an eye on the kids, aha. After that, Loki ran off before Hestia could get another word in. Hestia watched Loki leave and then smirked. That'll show her. Loki might have been able to keep her perverted antics under wrap with her mysterious and aloof public persona, barely. But not anymore. After all, Hestia was a cute, innocent and adorable beauty who worked a hard job scrounging up scraps to make ends meet for her family. Bell's words, not hers. While she didn't buy into everything Bell said, mostly because Hestia would die of embarrassment if she took his compliments seriously with how freely they fell from his lips when they talked, she knew they had at least a grain of truth to them. And Hestia was also a really popular and public figure these days with her Jagamerican stall. So. Now we're even, Loki. Hestia happily hummed and started cleaning up her workstation to prep for more customers. And then she noticed someone approaching her. Another irritating individual, but one that she had hoped to never see again since leaving heaven. "Beloved Hestia." An arrogant and dramatic male voice. As to the speaker. Hestia narrowed her eyes and said, "What do you want, Apollo?" Apollo smiled, sweeping his arms out. His crimson cloak shifted as he did, along with his white robe. Now. His smile turned to a grin as he reached up to adjust the leaf laurel over his wavy blonde hair. "Is that any way to greet an old friend?" "No." Hestia crossed her arms and said, "But it's the perfect way to greet a persistent perverse sexual harasser who won't take no for a hint despite being kicked in the face 100 times by yours truly while we were in heaven." Apollo laughed and placed a hand over his chest. "How can I restrain myself from expressing my sincerest admiration in the face of such beauty, beloved Hestia. Hestia shuddered in disgust. After that, she eyed the pot of oil that was just starting to cool from cooking Loki's Jagamericans. It should be fine as long as it isn't a lethal injury, right? And Bell said he knew all of Orario's laws, so if Hestia said it was self-defense. But I digress. Before Hestia could finish her thought, Apollo smiled and said, "There is just one thing I wish to say to you today, beloved Hestia." Hestia slowly edged towards the pot of oil. Yes. Maybe she should do it anyway? At most it would be a fine, right? And Bell was filthy stinking rich now, so. Apollo swept his arm out and pointed at Hestia. You. Me. A war game. Hestia froze and then said, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" Apollo flinched and then said, I am sorry. XXX. A room at the Apollo Familia mansion. One with all the walls covered in sketches on parchment paper. A bunny being chased by shadows. A vicious black dragon. That bunny falling into a deep pit while surrounding by glowing stars. Cracked glass orbiting a galaxy. And then following that, countless abstract sketches that were just blurs of colors. Sitting in the center of the room and holding a notebook was a young woman with long, dark black hair and light green eyes. Her left eye was obscured by her bangs, which were already slightly messy from hunching over to stare at her notebook. Reaching up to fix her hair, she stared at the words written there and muttered, "What does it mean? Dash. From whom does the bell take its toll? Blessed soul, blighted life. Rising sun, devoured by white. From whom does the bell take its toll? A hero, a fool. Eternal flames, the tool. From whom does the bell take its toll? A play, a lie. The god's demise. Memoria Rhapsodia, Mea Oratoria Familia. Dash. Cassandra Ailian bit her lip as she stared at the words before flipping back to the previous page, scribbled with notes. Dash. For whom does the bell toll? Dash signaling change. Cursed blood, burning anew. Dash Welf Krazo making magic swords again? Revival of Krazo bloodline? Fallen moon. Dash Artemis Familia demise. Love shot through. Dash. A fool, a hero. Dash. The one, the zero. Dash. Drunken madness breeds innovation. Dash Soma Familia. Dionysus Familia. Innovation? Heroism thriving within devastation. Dash mystery adventurer helping during monster invasion plus Welf Krazo. The liar, the play. Dash Apollo? Or the storyteller, today. Dash Hermes? Dash. It was similar to the last time. But it was also changed in an important way. Cassandra flipped back to the latest words that had appeared to her in her dreams and tried to decipher them. Bells, they symbolize joy and freedom. But the motion can be the two extremes of good and evil. Toll, a cost? Freedom being taken at a cost. It was confusing. Unclear. But at the same time, the clearest vision Cassandra had ever received. No. A proper prophecy. A god's death. A rising Sunday. Which could only be Lord Apollo. A play. Didn't Lord Apollo mention wanting to challenge a familia to a war game to get something? That would surely count. But then the lie. Cassandra slumped over, covering her head with her hands. Distress filled her face and she quietly said, "What should I do?" Chapter 66, Is it wrong to light a fire under someone? A room on the second floor of the church, overlooking the courtyard. One recently renovated into an office due to the fact that the Hestia familia had grown large enough to require one for its familia head to use. Specifically, me. I flipped through the stack of paperwork piled on top of my desk and said, "This is definitely karma for having my cute daughters write lines, isn't it?" The pile of forms that Welf and Pira got for me to fill out hadn't been much at first. Just a stack of about a dozen sheets that could fit in a small manila folder. But it turned out that it wasn't just the papers they handed over that had to be completed. Oh, no. It couldn't be that easy. Instead. Supporting affidavits. Written statements of each Hestia familia member's purpose for joining the familia. Tax forms and, again, supporting affidavits along with financial records. Proof of property ownership. Familia trademark registration along with an emblem design submission form. In short, bureaucratic hell. I let out a deep sigh and said, "It's a good thing I read so fast." But still. I frowned at the stack of papers and said, "There's so much hassle for once you reach over 10 familia members. Before the recent additions, the Hestia familia had been treated more like a sole proprietorship was back on Earth. Basically a small mom and pop shop that Tia owned and ran as a hobby. Since it was just me, the kids, Welf, and Artemis, we weren't heavily scrutinized or regulated. Especially since we weren't making much money and since Tia didn't have any special skills or businesses. But now that we had more than 10 people, that changed. Well, it might not have considering most of the new additions had just been rookie adventurers who hadn't gone past level 1 yet. However, with the recent hubbub about me and Welf along with the addition of Ryu who was a level 4 adventurer, things changed. Instead of a small mom and pop shop, the Hestia familia had stepped onto the stage as a start-up company. And while still just a start-up, the fact that we were a company didn't change. The legal formalities, tax filings, all of that. If they weren't done properly, we'd be facing all sorts of penalties. Back on Earth, it might even result in jail time. Of course, jail time wasn't really an option here. After all, a familia was still owned by a god in the end and not humans. Mutually assured destruction was very much possible if push came to shove, so most punishments were just monetary. And I knew for a fact that Tia was definitely the sort to push that nuke button instead of letting anything happen to me or the kids, so I was doing my best to not let things reach that point. Back to the potential penalties for failing to abide by formalities once you were on the stage. Well, despite the guild managing most of Orario's daily affairs, at the end of the day, it was a city built by and run by the gods. As a result, disputes were usually settled by said gods if the legal system didn't cut it. Usually familia to familia disputes, since most adventurer cases could be resolved by the guild. For irreconcilable differences though, war games were usually the go-to. Well, that or all-out war. Most gods didn't want to paint Orario red in an all-out war though, so it was usually a war game instead. A substitute war, with the terms decided upon by the challenged party, with the challenger being forced to oblige to the set rules, and with the setting laid out by the other gods. Apparently, it was pretty common. Gods came to this place for entertainment, and war games were about as entertaining as things could get. It was also something that I had been thinking about a lot recently. The results of a war game were enforced by all the other gods who served as witnesses. Anyone who refused to abide by said results would instantly become Orario enemy number 1 and hunted down like a villain by all the familia in existence. That, and the god of said familia would get instantly yoinked back to heaven. But anyway, point was, it was a powerful tool. Most of the time, it was only done as a way to settle disputes, but there wasn't anything that said it had to be used to settle disputes. Plenty of gods used war games as a means to make big bets, gain fame, and even gain adventurers from unwilling familia. Of course, that was under the assumption that the challenged familia accepted. While the results of a war game might be strictly enforced, participation in a war game wasn't mandatory. There were ways around that though. I didn't find any exact records in the case books I read back when I was studying, but I could imagine a few ways to force a familia to accept. Since most penalties were just fines in Orario, a large familia with plenty of resources could simply badger a smaller familia until they were forced to accept. If not that, they could just force the other party to initiate the war game instead by abducting an adventurer or something. Maybe cause an accident in the dungeon and withhold aid until the war game is accepted. It didn't take a genius to think of a few ways to force the small familia to accept a war game. Which was why I had been on guard recently, and also why I wanted to get a few more party members. Although the exact background of Fina and Bella were still hidden, it'd take a blind man to not realize that they looked like my daughters. And since we weren't spilling the beans, I anticipated that we'd be facing some challenges pretty soon for that secret. Well, since Pyrrha existed, people could challenge the Hephaestus familia as well to figure things out. But like how you didn't piss off the cook who made your food, you definitely didn't want to piss off the familia responsible for the gear that kept your people alive. And while Bella was clearly Freya's daughter, no sane person would think of challenging the top familia in Orario just to satisfy their curiosity. The small familia of a lesser-known goddess like Hestia though who only had a paltry group of level 1s and had tasty prizes like Welf Crozo along with my kids though. Yep. Knowing my luck, we'd probably be hit with one within the week. Which, again, was why paperwork was important. If all the formalities were in place and filed away properly with the guild, unreasonable requests could be fended off with the guild's backing. Not entirely, but we'd have standing to file formal legal complaint and lawsuits. And while war games were entertaining, I knew for a fact that court trials were just as entertaining, if not more so due to the drama. And I've just been procrastinating filling out these papers by running through that train of thought. I sighed and shook my head before digging into the papers. First, adventurer registrations. Ryu had managed to find her old goddess and transfer over to our familia, so she needed to be added to the formal Hestia familia roster. Since it was just a transfer, I didn't need to fill out too much for her. Just adding to the official roster, along with her level. For the others though. 6 girls Technically 7 if we included Haruheim, that blonde fox girl, who was going to come back to join after she sorted things out with that Mikoto lady and the Takemikazuchi familia. Apparently, Haruheim was a long-time childhood friend of the Takemikazuchi familia who they didn't expect to see in Orario. There was some drama behind it. Something about getting disowned, banishment, and a killing stone or something. Either way, I could postpone registering her since she was going to be hanging around the Takemikazuchi familia for a bit. And considering that Takemikazuchi was a known god of war, I could also be sure that she'd be safe over there despite being wrapped up in that whole mess earlier. But back to the new familia members. 6 of the girls that were rescued from the El Dorado resort had requested to join the Hestia familia since they didn't have anywhere else to go, and since they had already planning on becoming adventurers before getting tricked by that ugly bastard. The first was Emma Flores, a 15-year-old girl with long pink hair and matching eyes. She came to Orario looking for her missing older sister, but because of her lacking sense of direction, she ended up getting lost and entangled with shady characters that led to her being captured and sold off before joining a familia. I had a feeling that was a flag. Missing older sister, younger sister running away from home to find her. I fully expected to come across the older sister working for some villainous gods or something in the near future. Especially since Emma had a protagonist-like skill called that was literally the power of friendship and let her borrow the status from other people in her familia. Well, except for me. Even if Emma had protagonist status, or at least the main female lead status in like a shoujo novel, my Gary Stu status trumped that. If I had to guess, it was because her power was more like resonance and being on the same wavelength, but my power was like a black hole that didn't let anything out. Or something. Anyway. The second girl to join was Iris Bennett, a 17-year-old Bulls girl. Well, it would probably be more accurate to call her a cow's girl instead since bulls referred to male bovines. But anyway, Iris was a 17-year-old girl with long brown hair and gentle green eyes. Typical of the bulls/cows race, she also had a pair of horns, droopy cow ears, and a tail. Her story was that she came across another girl being pressured by that ugly bastard Terry's goons and made a bet to try and save her. Unfortunately, she had bad luck and lost. Fortunately, she had been acting like a mother figure to the other girls that ugly bastard snared and kept morale up. From what some of the other girls told me, at least the ones who weren't joining our familia, it was because of Iris that they didn't give up on life. In other words, it was because of her that the girls were even still lucid instead of completely being mind-broken. She had also taken on the brunt of things from Terry's clients, and prevented the younger girls from going through that. Didn't stop the trauma from being felt up by creepy bastards, but it could have been worse. Which reminded me that I should probably finish things with Ishtar at some point. Maybe I should try warping her to the dungeon and seeing if Dungeon-chan would accept eating a goddess as an apology gift? Food for her thought. But anyway, that was the second girl. The third was a cat girl named Love Silva. Like Emma, she had pink hair. But hers was a pale pink compared to Emma's, which were a vivid pink similar to cherry blossoms. Love. Actually, that would get confusing. Let's call her Silva. Silva was a younger girl, only 14. She was pretty short too, maybe around 5 feet tall. What was that in centimeters again? 150 or so. Emma was around the same height too, come to think of it. Iris was about as tall as I was before I got my growth spurt, around 5 foot 6 inches. Which was around how tall Tia now was, actually. Just goes to show what proper nutrition would do for you in a growing body. Where was I again? Right. Writing up summaries of the new girls and adding them to the roster. Silva was a young cat girl with long pink hair and red eyes with an appearance that naturally turned heads even though she was so young. Which was how she ended up in that mess. Apparently, she had a habit of accepting gifts from people since it happened so frequently. Unfortunately, she happened to accept a gift laced with sedatives and then was promptly sold off in the black market with a slave collar, leading to her being bought by that ugly bastard. Seriously though. Just what the hell was going on in Orario? Apparently there was a whole ass thriving black market trafficking humans, living beings, monsters, and other things. What the hell was the guild doing? Ah, wait. Enforcement in Orario was done by the strongest familia. The guild just kept the familia in check. Which meant that the Freya, Hephaestus, Loki, and Ganesha familia should be the ones policing this sort of stuff. And considering the only ones not tied up by business in that group were the Freya and Loki familia. And since Freya really didn't give a damn about anything until I came along. Ah. Maybe I should give more credit to Loki. I shook my head and finished filling out Sylva's information before making another copy for the next girls. We had Oriana Drake asking to join. She was a 17-year-old human girl with blue eyes and long golden yellow hair who was around Iris' height. And she also got involved in that mess the same way Iris did by trying to save another girl from her bet. Oriana was also a level 2 adventurer. She wouldn't say what her previous familia was, but apparently things happened, her familia disbanded, and she had been heading back to her family when that incident occurred. After her, there was Primo Libera, a young 10-year-old elf girl. Let's resist the urge to run back and chuck a knife at Ishtar again as well as raise the entertainment district to the ground. But anyway, Primo was a cute young elf girl with purple eyes and blonde twin tails. She was pretty smart too and fairly talented with magic. Unfortunately, she thought that meant she was a genius who could do things by herself, so she left for Orario with all the haughty arrogance of a child genius. And of course she got reality checked shortly after arriving in Orario. Tricked into heading into the entertainment district, tricked into racking up a huge debt, tricked into working as a cafe waitress before being pulled as a VIP waitress. Yet. Maybe I should have a chat with Ryu again. She hadn't said anything about her past yet, at least not in detail, but I had a feeling it involved exacting righteous judgment on a bunch of people who deserved it. We worked pretty well in our trip that ended up saving Artemis, so maybe we could go and do some more EXP farming in the near future. Anyway. Primo definitely had the worst out of all the girls joining our familia. Elves were inherently disgusted at touching other people and being touched, and what Primo went through. Well. Ryu was here to help act as a mother figure for Primo, and both Fina and Bella were close enough in age to Primo for her to make friends. Mentally, at least. Technically, my daughters weren't even a year old yet, but physically they were around the same age. Plus, Pira was here too. Then there was that Lily girl who I was planning to rope into our familia as compensation for taking advantage of my cute girls and niece. Niece? Was Pira my niece or goddaughter? Note to self. Check with Welf on that later. But anyway, Primo definitely had PTSD from what she went through, but there was a good enough support group around that she should be able to, probably not get over it, but at least manage it. Plus, I planned to make Tia retire from her job selling Jagamericans and have her run something like a library instead. That would leave her with more time to stick around the kids, and with her natural caring and compassionate personality, everything would turn out alright. Emphasis on make since Tia definitely wouldn't quit her day job without me nudging her along. And that was Primo done. Now for the last person to join our familia. Karen Morris. A young 15-year-old human girl with long black hair and dark eyes. She was apparently a noblewoman from outside of Orario who came to the city after being inspired by an adventurer who helped her in the past. But as expected of Orario, she suffered the cliché backstory of being tricked, drugged, and forced into the shady side of things. Seriously though. I thought I had just been the Gary Stu character in like a shounen story or something, but was this world secretly an age game? Once, I could understand. Twice was odd, but it was still a coincidence. But considering how many of our new family members seemed like the main character of an X-rated RPG Maker game who walked into a bad ending route, I let out a sigh and arranged all the forms together. The world really keeps making me want to run around like a madman to stir things up, doesn't it? Objectively, it was inevitable. In a world where superhumans existed and literal gods walked among regular people, there were bound to be a few bad apples in the bunch. After all, even with just plain humans back on Earth, stuff like human trafficking happened even in developed and modern countries. In a place where magic existed that could erase tracks, where gods existed with literal mind-wiping and mind control abilities, and where people disappeared so frequently due to monsters and dungeon exploration, it was only natural that there was a thriving underworld market that traded even lives like coins. It would have been fine if I didn't know about it. I wasn't a hero after all. Unlike that Cranel guy who actually became one and the ally of justice wannabe Welf was cosplaying as, I didn't care about saving people. I knew and accepted that humanity had a dark side of things and were despicable people. Some people were bound to fall through the cracks and disappear. But it was one thing to know that intellectually. It was another to see it with my own eyes. I crafted a folder to put the documents in and made a quick copy of everything in my inventory. After setting that off to the side, I clicked my tongue and muttered, should I flip the table over after all? We were reaching the point where a big play had to be made. If we didn't take the first strike, someone else definitely would. And considering the mountain of flags triggered so far, I tapped my fingers against the table to think. There was someone out there using Orario's underworld to run their operations. And someone who had managed to get their hands on Fina's flames. From my rigorous interrogation of Lily earlier, it wasn't from her. And both Fina and Bella confirmed Lily was their only customer. That meant that the flames had to have come from when I used Fina's ring in those ruins. And if so, that meant that the person behind all of this was the same person who wiped out the Artemis family. I was certain that the flames I spread back then would have died out shortly after I left. To have captured some, they would have had to arrive just after I left with Ryu. But that also meant we weren't dealing with ordinary people. Someone able to trick Artemis and cause her to lose her entire familia when they were all expert hunters. And someone who clearly could handle divinity since they manipulated Fina's flames into another ring. We've got a god behind all of this for sure. I muttered and then sat back in my chair. But who is it? My gut was telling me that it was one guy responsible for this. Well, guy in the gender-neutral sense. Could very well be a goddess as well as a god. Maybe Ishtar? Nah. That bi. Slew. That camgirl of a goddess who liked the mind break, mind control, and NTR tags YAI too much was too dumb to pull that off. That fat ugly bastard Terry had mentioned that I sounded like Erebus or whatever, so maybe someone related to that? I had a feeling things would start getting complicated once I started digging into it though. On the other hand, I also had a feeling that it was just adding gunpowder to the ever-growing mountain of plot points ready to explode if I just ignored it. On the other hand, we just recently obtained a large group of dependents in our little familia, so it would be dangerous if I stirred up a hornet's nest. On the other hand, I couldn't just wait around for people to solve problems forever. It might be fine this time if Freya's familia solved this mess or if the Loki familia resolved it. But that wouldn't help if someone targeted our familia directly. Yet. I stood up and said, let's go with that then. It was a bit dangerous to go to the dungeon right now since Dungeon-chan would definitely still be pissed at me. But it was probably more dangerous to just sit around like this at home and wait things out considering all the moving pieces. It was possible to protect one person well. But to protect more than that, it would be hard. And as BS as I was, and as overgeared as Welf could become, the best way to protect everyone wasn't for me to get strong and protect them, but for them to get strong enough to protect themselves. Plus, I knew for a fact that the world was going to try and get someone I knew and cared about kidnapped at some point or another if I got too strong. That was just the role of a protagonist, after all. If you couldn't beat them, you went after their weaker friends, family, and loved ones. So. Operation EXP share is up next then. I picked up the stack of papers and tucked it under my arm. After that, I started walking out of my office towards the guild hall so that I could file them. As I did though, I kept thinking out loud to straighten out my thoughts. Excelia is gathered to improve stats, and high-rank Excelia is needed to level up. But high-rank Excelia is only gained in tough situations where you push past your limits, ordinarily. I shut the door to my office behind me and headed down the stairs, still thinking out loud. I can definitely cheat that though if I'm reading my skills right. Even if I can't transfer it directly from my stockpile, I can definitely generate it by inducing proper conditions. Was cheat enough to turn Welf into a fake Shiro just with some offhand comments. But if I purposefully used that skill with the intent of imparting high-rank Excelia, it should work like the exp share in Pokemon. Probably. Yet. That'll work. I nodded to myself as I arrived at the door to the courtyard. The path forward was clear. Priority 1, marry Tia and make our relationship solid before the world throws any more monkey wrenches our way. That would also stop all the flags trying to drag me into a harem. Yes. Let's keep telling myself that. Priority 2, make an elaborate bus for everyone to ride and power level so that we didn't have to worry about any red flags or plot points coming our way. Priority 3, go raise Orario's underworld to the ground to force the baddies into the light so that we could team up with people like the Loki and Ganesha familia to take them out. And priority 0, make sure my cute daughters are happy and healthy. For Fina, that meant playing with her and making sure she didn't eat too many sweets while I wasn't watching. And for Bella, that meant spoiling her with love and affection so that she wouldn't spiral into self-doubt and fear. It also meant resolving the unambiguous relationship I had with Freyu right now, but that came after Tia. Yep. So now. I took a look around before I left home. And for good measure, I used to check in on everyone. My new adoptive sisters. Daughters? Considering I'd be marrying Tia and since they're technically her children. Anyway, the new members of Hestia familia were having fun doing some wood sculpting with Artemis and Ryu in the back. Probably some therapy to get their mind off things. Ryu's idea probably, considering how good she was at it. Welf was still keeping an eye on the kids in the classroom, though it seemed like the discipline was done since the group of 4 children, including Lily, were huddled together and chatting. Cranel. Hi. Seemed like the guy had adapted to the stuffed animal body and slipped away while everyone was distracted. Right now, he was chilling on the top of the goddess statue where most people wouldn't look and acting like a scout. He also noticed me looking and waved. Definitely needed to sort out what to do with that guy too since he was hanging around like a vengeful spirit instead of peacefully passing on. Maybe I could use him like a poke doll in the dungeon to escape from battles. Food for thought. Surprisingly, my mom was here too. Using her shadow powers, she was discreetly hiding in the shadow of the goddess statue. That brought up all sorts of questions, but I decided to let them be for now. What mattered was that the house was safe enough for me to leave it alone for a little while. Let's see. I looked up at the sun to check the time and said, it's almost sunset. I spent about a half hour doing all that paperwork. If I run now, I should make it in time before the evening rush at the guild hall. I locked the gate behind me and adjusted the papers under my left arm. After taking another look back to make sure everyone was doing fine, I prepared to sprint over to the guild hall. But then I noticed some people coming towards me. No, towards the church. Adventurers, judging from the mana emanations. And, at least level 2? There was one level 3 mixed in there, but for the most part, they were all level 2s. Maybe they were just lost? No. They're running right at me now. Wait. Is that guy holding a freaking Crozo magic? XXX. Boom. An explosion erupted that could be heard all the way on Main Street where Hestia worked. Her eyes went wide and she immediately turned to look towards the source of the noise. When she did, she felt her blood run cold. And no way. A towering pillar of flames that pierced the sky. And one that was directly where their home was. Screams filled the air as the people nearby saw it. Some adventurers immediately ran towards the source, not wanting to risk a repeat of recent events. And as for Apollo. Tisk. The sun god flipped his blonde hair and frowned. I told them to do it in moderation. Hestia blinked, Apollo's words drawing her out of her daze. And then she jumped over her stall, grabbing the guy's shirt. What did you do? Apollo laughed and said, well, beloved Hestia. I knew from our past encounters that you are quite the stubborn woman, so I thought I would provide a bit of incentive so you would accept. He frowned, gazing towards the pillar of flames. Although, I did not expect this. That man did offer to supply some useful tools for this but dash. Smack. Hestia slapped Apollo and then pushed him back. You. Apollo staggered and rubbed his cheek. Even so, he had a bright smile on his face. Well. It was a bit excessive on my part, so I apologize. Even so, I take it that changed your mind. Emma, Iris, Oriana, Love, Primo, and Karen. The new girls who had just joined their familia in hopes of finding a new home to recover from their tragic experiences. Hestia wasn't too worried about the others. Fina couldn't be hurt by flames, and since Bella always stayed with her older sister, she would be fine too. Pira was born from flames, so she would be fine. Ryua was experienced and could handle things. Artemis had a divine sanctuary skill that could protect herself and a few others. And Belle was, well, Belle. But those girls. Hestia's newest family members who put their faith in her to keep them safe. Who trusted them all despite having suffered the worst. Hestia felt her blood boil. This bastard. Hestia grabbed the pot of oil, preparing to chuck it at Apollo's face to burn him just like he burned their home. But before she could, a hand grabbed her arm. Calm down, Tia. A familiar voice. Bells. Hearing that, Hestia felt herself calm down. The tension in her body drained away and her legs gave out. She held onto Belle's hand for support and leaned against his arm. After that, she looked up at Belle. He was the same as always. Belle didn't show any signs of getting singed or injured by flames. Ah, that was wrong. There were some black streaks on his left side as if charcoal smeared it. But other than that, he looked fine. Still, Hestia was still worried. Belle, the others dash. Everyone's fine, Tia. Belle let out a wide smile and said, just peachy. The girls got a bit of a jump scare, but the flames didn't get anywhere close to home since I happened to be walking outside at the time. Hestia let out a sigh of relief. But then she noticed something. Hestia was hanging onto Belle's right arm. And she noticed that his left side was covered in black charcoal streaks. But there was one big thing she hadn't noticed until then. Something. No, someone Belle was dragging along with his left hand. It seemed that Apollo hadn't noticed until then either. But when he did, he let out a scream and said, Hyacinthos. Belle blinked and then let out a cold chuckle. Of course you would know who this guy is. Here. He swung his arm, sending the person he was holding onto the ground with a thud. Hyacinthos was a tall and beautiful young man. In perfect health, he was likely as beautiful as an elf with his lanky features. But at the moment, those were obscured by gruesome burn marks and blisters all over his body. His clothes, a professional black uniform with the Apollo familia insignia, had been burned away. And the bits of gold on the uniform had been melted into the man's skin. Hestia gasped and then looked to Belle. What happened? No, what did you do to him, Belle? Belle let out a cold smile and said, nothing. That guy did it to himself by swinging a crossbow sword willy-nilly without taking any safety measures. And if it wasn't for our princess's little gift, it would have been a hassle to deal with. Hestia's eyes widened. But then they narrowed as she turned to glare at Apollo. You used a crossbow magic sword to send a message. Apollo held Hyacinthos close to his chest and glared at Belle. You hurt my Hyacinthos like this. Belle shrugged and said, I didn't hurt him. He hurt himself. Besides. He glared right back at Apollo and said, you're lucky I didn't just kill him outright. I wasted quite a bit of potions keeping the guy alive, you know? But forget about that for now. He looked over at Hestia and said, Tia. Hestia looked at Belle and nodded. Yes, Belle. I was planning to file a marriage certificate and propose today after a romantic date, but it looks like we'll be busy with something else instead. Hestia blinked. Then Belle's words registered in her head and she felt her face heat up, along with her heart racing. And then the rest of Belle's words registered and she focused. What did you have in mind then, Belle? Belle gently pried Hestia's arms away. At the same time, Apollo stood up, cradling Hyacinthos in his arms and glaring. Seeing that, Belle smiled and said, since everyone seems to be so curious about us these days, how about we just take the world by storm? Shifting his gaze to Apollo, Belle's crimson eyes flickered before he said, an attempted kidnapping of our familia member, hiring adventurers to raid our home, and accosting you in public with all these witnesses. He glanced towards Hestia and smiled. What do you think we should do, Lady Hestia? Don't you think the Apollo familia have wronged us enough? Hestia's eyes widened in realization. It was a double-edged sword. Apollo had come to challenge Hestia in public where she worked so that she couldn't back down. And although the crowd had thinned because of the flames and explosion, a lot of people were still around. And not just people. Hestia's friend, Take, was looking over from his stall across the street. Off to the side, Machigatte and Nazo were standing there and observing, both carrying bags of materials after having just finished shopping. In the distance, Freya. No, Seer was sprinting towards them with a terrifying expression on her face, followed by the other members from the Hostess of Fertility. Standing behind a stall and trying to inconspicuous, Hermes fiddled with his hat, his gaze flitting from Bel to Hestia to Apollo. And there were a few more gods too, mixed in with third and second class adventurers all watching the scene. As if waiting for Hestia's actions. Realizing that, and realizing the stage that her Bel had just laid out for her, Hestia smiled. She took off her apron and then tossed it at Apollo's feet. After that, she pointed at him and said, "Apollo, god of sun, music and prophecy. I, Hestia, challenge you and your familia to a war game due to your actions against us." Hestia crossed her arms and turned up her head, looking down on Apollo. "Tell me, what is your reply?" Apollo grit his teeth and said, "Fine. You wish to play it that way? The Apollo familia accepts." He narrowed his eyes and said, "You will rue the day dash." Bel clapped his hands, interrupting Apollo. Apollo flinched, looking towards him. Hi, Bel smiled and then looked out at the crowd. "You heard it here first, everyone. Both deities have agreed, so spread the news." He held out his arms and said, "Tell the guild, call an emergency denatus." "Ah." He looked at Hyacinthos and said, "And someone call a healer too. That guy looks like he's a breath away from crossing the river Styx." A flurry of activity. Machigatte and Naza dashing over with potions at hand. Adventurers rushing towards the guild hall. Gods rushing towards Babel. And as for Bel and Hestia. "Let's go, Tia." Taking advantage of the unfolding chaos, Bel grabbed Tia and snuck away, warping back home while everyone was distracted. XXX. Standing on a rooftop overlooking the unfolding chaos, a man wearing a mask and a robe embroidered with mask designs smirked. My. I had set the stage for this play, but it seems you are a better actor than I anticipated, Mr. Cranel." Inio rubbed his chin and said, "Or perhaps I should call you a fellow playwright. Your mother had quite the lovely swan song for Orario in the past. It appears that the apple does not fall far from the tree." He chuckled and then reached into his robes, pulling out a crystal with a small fetus, a vial with a glittering gold liquid, and an orb with flickering white flames. Looking at them, he said, "I suppose a small interlude is sufficient before the next act." Inio tucked the items back and then looked down, watching Apollo's frantic gestures towards Machigatte and Naza pouring out potions for Hyacinthos. Desperation, fear, anguish. Inio licked his lips and said, "This war game should be a delightful appetizer before the main course. I do hope you don't disappoint me, Mr. Cranel." XXX. I felt a shiver run down my spine and resisted the urge to glance back towards Main Street. Tia noticed though and frowned. "What is it, Bel?" I shook my head and said, "Probably just some creep who's looking at the chaos with a perverted expression." "What?" I placed my arms around Tia's shoulders and said, "Don't worry about it. Now." I looked up at the courtyard where everyone was waiting. After that, I said, "Let's do some family planning, yet." WW what? I looked at Tia and winked.
Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? Chapter 67. Is it wrong to take so long? Back at the Hestia familia base. Our warm and recently renovated church. I walked through the gates with Tia and was instantly bombarded by hugs. "Mr. Bel." Emma clung to my shirt. "Are you okay?" "Daddy." "Papa." Fina and Bella ran up too, hugging me next. "Is everything okay, Mr. Cranel?" Silva ran up next, her light pink hair shifting as she did. I looked over and saw the rest of our new familia coming too. Iris, Oriana, Primo, and Karen. I smiled and said, "I'm fine. Everything's fine, girls." Tia nodded. "It'll be all right. But none of you are hurt, right?" She quickly went around to check everyone. I laughed and said, "Like I said, Tia, everyone's fine. No need to play mother hen." Tia huffed and said, "Well, I can't help but worry, you know?" She carefully patted Primo down and then started checking in on the other new members. I smiled, especially at seeing everyone relax with Tia's presence. At that time, I felt a tug on my shirt. Bella looked up and said, "Papa, are we going to go to war now?" Bella's words were soft, but with them, everyone became quiet. I patted her head and said, "You're smart just like your mother, aren't you, Bella?" Bella ignored my words and simply said, "Are we?" I stared at her and then slowly nodded. "We are." At that time, Welf walked over from the back, holding Pyrrha in his arms. "What's this about a war, Bel?" He frowned. "No, what happened in the first place? I heard the explosion, but Well, I looked at everyone and said, I suppose this is a good time to start as any. As the Hestia familia captain, it's time to talk about the future. I nodded and said, let's talk inside and we'll sort this out. Equals. The main hall of the church. In the past, it was undoubtedly used for prayer, no doubt filled with rows of chairs for mass. But right now, it had been converted into a meeting room with a long table and various chairs. I sat at the head, with Tia on my right, and both Bella and Fina on my left. Welf was next to Tia, holding Pyrrha on his lap. Across from him was Rio and Artemis. And then, seated across from each other after Artemis and Welf were Emma, Iris, Silva, Oriana, Primo, and Karen. I looked at them all and said, I'm sure you all heard the commotion from earlier. Although I managed to stop it in time, it's important to understand what happened. Ria nodded and said, I had heard someone shouting about Lord Apollo, but then there was just the sound of flames before they were forcibly suppressed. What happened, Belle? Well, I hummed, wondering if I should sugarcoat it. But then I realized that everyone here, for better or worse, were far from naive, except for our baby girls, of course. Okay, maybe a little sugarcoating. To put it lightly, some idiots took a Kratzo magic sword and thought that it'd be a good idea waving it around as a threat. Welf slammed his fist on the table and said, What? A Kratzo magic sword? I nodded. Yeah, not yours though. I laughed. It was such a sure dash. Tia cleared her throat. Shoddy quality that it crumbled the moment I touched it. Welf sighed. Even so, to think that my family's ability was used against us. Pyrrha frowned. Papa. Welf shook his head. It's fine, Pyrrha. He smiled and patted Pyrrha's head. We'll make sure our creations never do that. At that time, Ria spoke up. Wait, then. She narrowed her eyes. Was this an attack on us? Pyrrha blinked and then nodded, looking determined. Okay, Papa. I sighed. It was. And probably to take either Fina, Bella, or Pyrrha. I paused. Or maybe our newest members. From what I hear, Apollo is fond of beauty, and, well, our new familia members were young, but they were also undoubtedly beautiful. If not, they wouldn't have been targeted in the first place and ended up as Terry's toys. Tia's eyes narrowed. That pervert never changed. Even in heaven. For a split second, her black hair flashed red. Fina's eyes widened and she quickly dashed over to hug Tia. Mommy, no. Tia froze and then let out a long sigh. She smiled and hugged Fina back. Thanks, sweetie. And Mommy's okay. Good job, Fina. Our little princess was really an expert at mediating. Just like her mother. But anyway. I looked down at the rest of our familia. The new girls were all quiet, lost in thought. No doubt due to the fact that they were still adjusting to their new home. But Artemis looked like she had something to say. And when I caught her gaze, she spoke up. Belle, we will not let this go, will we? Her green eyes sharpened and she said, they attempted to harm our family. To take what is ours. We will not just let them be, will we? I let out a sharp grin. Of course not. It seems like Oreo has been underestimating our familia since we're new. So it's about time we show them what the Hestia familia can really do, isn't it? At that time, Iris hesitantly raised her hand. Mr. Bell. I nodded and said, you don't need to raise your hand, Iris. But go ahead. Iris nodded and said, I don't want to overstep, but... She hesitated and looked at the other girls. Going to war with another familia. I don't think we're prepared. Oh, I smiled. I completely agree. Iris blinked. Then, you aren't going to war. I looked at all the girls and said, you're all still recovering and getting used to peace again. I wouldn't put this on any of you. At that time, Welf paused and said, wait. He looked like he suddenly realized something and glanced over. Bro, why does it sound like you plan on doing this by yourself? Because I am. Silence fell over the room. And then chaos unfolded. Absolutely not. Tia. No, Daddy. Fina. Papa. No. It's dangerous. Bella. At least bring me as well. Belle. Do not be foolish. Rio. Yes. Allow me to help. Let me protect my family properly this time. Artemis. No way in hell, bro. I mean, I know you're incredible, but this is against a whole familia. Welf? Yes, Uncle Bell. This is dangerous. Pyrrha. I sighed and said, I know it's dangerous. But this is the best option. I looked at everyone and said, you know it, right? Our strength as a familia is concentrated in 3 things right now. The first is me. The second is Rio. And the third is Welf and his ability as a blacksmith. But everyone else is vulnerable. The new girls started to shift in place. Primo lowered her head, looking guilty. Oriana clenched her fists, looking upset. Karen looked to the side, ashamed. Silva pursed her lips. Emma frowned. And Iris sighed. But it was true. Out of everyone in our familia, our new girls were liabilities. After all, while I might worry about Fina and Bella, I knew for a fact that they were pretty much untouchable. But our new familia members didn't have the luxury of being half-goddess. And they'd already run into trouble before. So, that's why I'll be the distraction. Tia blinked and said, distraction? What do you mean, Belle? I smiled. Well, I laughed and said,
Is it wrong to carry my family to greater heights? Chapter 68. Is it wrong to recruit someone a bit forcefully? A fancy cafe on the upper floors of Babel. The sort that a newbie adventurer should never be able to afford, normally. Of course, I was far from normal at this point. Lily gulped and looked around the cafe, doing her best to not shift in place. I didn't blame her. Just a casual look around showed that this was a place for the elite adventurers, the ritzy merchants, or those favored by people in high places. First of all the furniture and decor were made of materials from the deep floors. There were pelts from monsters that only level 5 and higher adventurers could kill. The tables and chairs were made of ores that could only be found past the 40th floor. And the food being served were made by adventurers with high-level cooking skills, and made with rare monster ingredients and herbs that gave a mild status increase for a short while after eating the dish. To me, of course, it didn't mean much. After all, I had a completely cheat crafting system and my best buddy was the foremost blacksmith in Oreo. But to Lily let out a nervous chuckle and said, Lily thanks Mr. Bell for taking her to such an expensive cafe. I chuckled as well and said, you're welcome. Lily swallowed and carefully eyed me. Mr. Bell will not make Lily pay, will he? And Mr. Bell invited me, so I waved my hand. Relax. I'll pay for everything here, and more later too. Lily slowly nodded, but then she caught what I said and blinked. Later? I just smiled. Lily started to sweat a bit and quickly stammered. Lily is sorry for leaving without saying anything earlier. I had just. Lily thought that she would intrude and so Lily left. Lily did not have any intentions to run away. Lily promises. It's fine. I relaxed and placed my arm over the back of my chair. I don't mind. Besides, it's not like you could actually run anyway since you're using the lovely system my daughters made. Fina and Bella didn't intend for anyone to notice it, and most people wouldn't be able to tell that Lily had a system masquerading as a skill. But it'd be impossible for me to not notice traces of my daughters and their mana lingering on someone. Well, that and there was the fact that Lily was carrying a lot of trinkets made by Pura 2 which radiated a unique aura. Lily let out a nervous laugh. At that time, a waitress walked over to take our orders. I ordered for us, picking out some fancy cuts of roast and some pricey wine. Then I stared at Lily. Lily gulped and sipped on a glass of water the waitress had left behind. Is there something wrong, and Mr. Bell? I hummed and smiled. Nothing wrong, Peresi. Just. I had to resist the urge to laugh because it would completely terrify Lily. But man, it seemed like she really had a guilty conscience, huh? Anyway, I reached into my shirt and pulled out a stack of papers before sliding it over to Lily. Read those and sign them. Lily let out another nervous laugh and said, Lily is not in the habit of perusing strange documents, Mr. Bell. It's just the standard familia transfer forms from the guild. You can take a look if you want. But I smiled wider while keeping my eyes firm. You will sign them. Since you enabled my daughters to pick up bad habits, you'll have to pay the proper compensation. Lily swallowed and cautiously pulled the papers over, giving them a thorough read. I waited, sipping on my own glass of water. After a while, Lily looked up and said, Mr. Bell, really wants me to join the Hestia familia? I nodded. It's not that I want you to join. It's that you will be joining. You know too much and have too much now. Lily looked like she wanted to run, but she realized that she couldn't. She racked her mind for a while longer and then slid the papers back, shaking her head. As much as Lily would like to, Lily is still part of the Soma familia, so Lily has to receive permission. I pulled out another paper and slid it across the table. Don't worry. I came prepared. Lily froze and stared at the paper, her eyes wide. I didn't blame her. It was an affidavit from Soma himself saying that he was approving the transfer. And considering how that guy usually kept to himself and ignored his familia, it must have been a tremendous surprise to her. Of course, it didn't take much for me to finagle that out of him. To begin with, Soma wasn't really a bad guy. He was just, well, a not very good parent or guardian. But after I made a quick trip to the Soma familia headquarters, knocked a few heads around, tossed Soma some ingredients to help remove some of the more intoxicating properties of his wine, and then dragged their corrupt family head to the guild to report for various crimes like embezzlement, coercion, trafficking, etc., it was a done deal. Lily was quiet. After staring at the affidavit a bit longer, she sighed and then looked up at me. Her light brown eyes seemed to shimmer for a moment before she said, Why, Mr. Bell? Why what? I tilted my head. Why go through all this effort for me? Was it because she was serious? Or because she was genuinely confused? Lily had dropped talking in the first person and was staring at me with a deep and searching gaze. Seeing that, I sat up straight and got serious too. Lily frowned and said, If it was just compensation, you would not go through all this trouble. And I do not think Mr. Bell is someone wicked enough to entrap a person into a familia, and I know that Lady Hestia would not allow it. She paused and said, Mr. Bell is being forceful, but... She looked up and said, You are doing this to protect me, aren't you? I blinked. Then I chuckled. Well, he said you were quick on the uptake, but I didn't think you were this quick. Cranel had mentioned that Lily helped him a lot in his timeline. Since I'd never really interacted with her properly, I doubted it a bit. But piecing all of this out, and even setting aside the intimidating setup I put on to keep her off kilter, She's definitely someone to keep an eye on. And it also made me wish Cranel would tell me more, but after cornering the guy last time, he had vanished somewhere. Lily was quiet. And then she said, then I'm right? Mr. Bell is recruiting me to protect me. I looked at Lily and said, well. I smiled and said, I can't have the first customer of my daughters and my niece disappear in a ditch somewhere, can I? Lily blinked. Then after a moment, she laughed. The tension faded a bit from her, and then she said, Mr. Bell is not a very honest man, is he? Hey. I frowned. I'm extraordinarily honest. I just omit information every now and then and decide to be particularly choosy about the truths I say. It was a necessity when the verdict was still up in the air about whether actually distorted reality or if it was guiding me along a certain path to make sure those events occurred. Either way, good habit to be careful about the words coming out of my mouth. And thoughts too. Lily hummed, rereading the documents one more time. Then she looked up and said, if Lily joins, will she be safe? A faint hope. A slight yearning. I gave her a warm smile and said, isn't that obvious? To me, family is everything. And when you join, you be a part of that. Family. Lily murmured. Then she nodded and said, okay. Lily will. I'll trust you. Just this once. And only because I owe Fina, Bella, and Pira a lot. I pulled out a pen and handed it to Lily. That you do. And rest assured, I always fulfill what's expected of me. I paused and said, unless you're coming on to me romantically, because that ship has sailed and left harbor already. Tia was number 1, and Freya was number 2. That was the max. Because while Belle Cranel might be a harem protagonist, Belle Cranel was most definitely not. Even if the setup and settings were all there, I was more of a rom-com lead. God damn it. Okay, break that flag. We are not going for the usual heartbreak ending of a rom-com where one girl gets left in the dust. Lily laughed and signed the form. It's okay, Mr. Bell. You aren't Lily's type anyway. I blinked. Wait, really? Lily smiled and said, did Lily hurt Mr. Bell's ego? Mr. Bell is handsome and capable, and rich too. But Lily doesn't like the forceful type. Rude. I'm totally gentle and caring towards women. Lily gave me a blank stare. Then she looked down at the paper she had just signed and a look around the very expensive cafe that would bankrupt her if she was left to pay on her own, or if she damaged anything. I coughed and looked to the side. Okay, maybe a little. Lily giggled. At that time, the waitress came back with the food. I paid in advance and then looked at Lily. All right, so tell me a bit more about yourself, Miss Arde. Just how and why did you decide to take up the offer of my lovely daughters and niece and get wrapped up in their little system game? I paused. No, before that, how about you tell me a bit about yourself? Dreams, aspirations, wishes, things like that. Lily paused. Before then, Mr. Bell, can Lily ask a question? Yeah, of course. Lily hesitated. Then she said, will you send Lily to fight? Are you recruiting Lily because of the war game? I blinked, and then I facepalmed. Lily flinched, but then she looked confused. Mr. Bell, I have terrible timing as always, but no. I just came to recruit you because it's something that had to be done at some point. Not to mention Fina and Bella were asking about you. And while I'll make sure you can defend yourself, you don't have to go into the dungeon with me and Welf if you don't want to. Tia is thinking about setting up an inn with all the new girls, so you can probably just help manage that if you really want. Lily took in everything I just said. Then she laughed. What? I frowned. I'm serious. Lily smiled. Lily knows. And that's why it's so funny. She leaned on the table and rested her head on her hands. No wonder Fina and Bella say their papa always gets into trouble. What? Hold on. Just what else have my daughters been saying to you? Secret. Oi. Lily laughed. I sighed. Equals. After the meal, Lily headed off to the church by herself to finish the transfer to the Hestia familia. I was glad that it went fairly smoothly, though I learned that my daughters had quite the distorted opinion on me. What do you mean I get into trouble? And that I flirt too much? No. Where did you girls even learn what flirting means? Plus, I don't ramble. I grumbled and walked into the VIP elevator leading to the top of Babel where Freya's personal penthouse was. Well, whatever. One thing done. Now, I watched the elevator doors close and then started thinking about the next steps. Time to clear things up with Freya. Chapter 69. Is it wrong to love both? The Hestia familia. Belle's family, and my family. I hummed and mulled it over a bit while waiting for the elevator to bring me to the top of Babel. It hadn't been long since we were around. In fact, if I thought about it. Has it been less than a month? No, I think around a month, maybe. Time was an illusion these days. But anyway, the important part was that we hadn't been around very long. Because of that, and because of all the things happening around me, trouble brewed. It was understandable. After all, Tia was a newly descended goddess, and she wasn't very famous either. Not only that, but she didn't have much to offer other than a warm home and unconditional support. Personally, I thought that was the most valuable thing in the world. But I could see how most adventurers seeking fame and fortune wouldn't bother. So the Hestia familia was initially just a no-name familia. Something that was just starting up and would either fade into obscurity or just become another of the many average familia in Oreo. Except there was me. A crazy adventurer who punched far above his level, reached level 2 in record time, and had become sworn buddies with the only Kratzo who not only could forge proper magic swords, but unprecedented magic swords that didn't break no matter how much you used them. And if that was all, it would probably be fine. I mean, I was a ridiculous adventurer, but Oreo was a place where ridiculous people gathered. But then there was Fina, Bella, and Pyrrha, actual demigods, children of goddesses that could not exist. Should not exist, since gods could not have children. But I made it possible. Granted, it was accidental, but it had happened. And while Fina and Bella were a bit special since they were kind of adopted in a way since they were originally monsters, Pyrrha was an actual child. One born in a way that actually lined up with the old myths. A blacksmith forging a masterpiece blade thinking of a goddess, and the goddess imbuing her essence, birthing a child. It wasn't that different from stories like Athena being birthed from the mind of Zeus. Suddenly, our humble little familia became a target, a place where the impossible occurred. And for the gods who had descended to earth out of boredom, it was an irresistible curiosity. And that's why Apollo acted up. A god who adored the beautiful even more than Freya had once cherished heroes. A guy who went to even crazier lengths to add to his collection. Maybe he was a good guy. Maybe he was misunderstood. And maybe he was just being used. But the bottom line was, he tried to harm my family. That he had crossed my bottom line. Still, I closed my eyes and sighed. I should prepare more. There were just too many selling points to the Hestia familia now. Not only was there me, who had recently been revealed to be the son of an infamous adventurer known as the Monster of Talent, but there were my children, Welf and Pyrrha, and now even the 6 and soon to be 7 beautiful young girls who had just joined. Girls who had been, one, from the infamous El Dorado resort that was known for not letting a single beauty escape its clutches. And that's not all. I looked up towards the ceiling of the elevator and also towards the goddess I had to clear things up with. There's still Freya, after all. Yes, there was also the fact that the Freya familia was inextricably tied up with ours. Although I was sure it wasn't completely public knowledge yet that Bella was Freya's daughter, mostly because that would trigger a practical Armageddon what with her familia members snapping out of jealousy. Anyway, although I was sure it wasn't public just yet, it was only a matter of time. Plus, there was the now mortal Artemis who had become part of our familia as well as Selene. It will be fine. I murmured the words both to assure myself and declare my intent to the world. Step by step, problem by problem. If I continued in that way, everything would eventually resolve itself. All I needed to focus on was keeping my family safe. And speaking of family, a soft chime echoed and the elevator doors opened to a fancy penthouse suite overlooking Oreo. I stepped out of the elevator and took a casual glance at the riches on display. But then I focused on the one I came here for. Freya sat at a table off to the side, piles of documents and books in front of her. Wearing a modest white blouse and blue jeans, she was a far cry from the infamous goddess who used her charm and beauty to steal and win over heroes. And she was also a far cry from the goddess I first met who gave off an alluring beauty while wearing clothing that put her assets on full display. Now, she was like a proper housewife or working mother instead of the femme fatale she had been. Of course, that made sense. Having children changed you. And even if Freya didn't give birth to Bella in the traditional sense, it didn't change that Freya had a child now. Our child. The elevator doors slid closed. At that time, Freya finally realized I was here. She blinked and then stood up, a warm smile on her face. Belle. She walked over and then gently placed her hand on my cheek, caressing it. I didn't expect you, but I'm glad you came. I smiled back at her and gently pulled her hand down, wrapping it in mine. Well, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. At that time, I caught a proper glimpse of the papers on the table. Papers which were definitely debts, accounting reports, and intelligence on the Apollo familia. I shifted my gaze back to Freya and said, though it seems I came at a good time. Any later and I have a feeling the Apollo familia wouldn't be standing by the end of the day. Freya blinked, but then she blushed and let out a shy laugh. You caught me. I patted her hand and said, you can relax. I'll handle it. Freya's smile faded. Her violet eyes narrowed and grew sharp before she said, Belle, they could have harmed Bella. Our Bella. But they didn't. I reached up to caress her cheek just like she did to me. Because I was there. And I'll always be there. So relax. There's no need for you to act. Freya's eyes widened and then she let out a content sigh, leaning into my hand. Her expression softened and she said, My, I've fallen for quite the dangerous man, haven't I? She murmured and looked into me eyes before saying, I should be quite upset at you. Daring to rebuke an esteemed goddess like myself and daring to make promises you can't keep dash. Who says I can't keep my promises? I lowered my hand and held hers. Raising it up, I placed a gentle kiss on the back of her hand and said, I always keep my word. Always. Freya's eyes trembled and then she looked to the side, pursing her lips, as if trying to keep her expression from crumbling. Belle, I am grateful that you're being considerate, but you don't need to dash. I thought about it. Pardon. I walked over to the table with Freya and waved my hand. The papers shuffled, neatly organized into a pile on the floor, along with the books. While also making a copy in my inventory, but I didn't let on that I did that. I mean, Why miss an easy opportunity to get intel on the people I was going to smack on the back of the head, right? But anyway, I cleaned up the table and then dragged over a pair of chairs before placing Freya in one and then taking a seat across from her. Freya sat there and waited. Although she put on the appearance of a perfectly calm woman, there was no hiding the anxiety in her trembling violet eyes. An anxiety that I caused. Neither of us was at fault. After all, neither of us could have expected it to unfold like this. Freya had been a cold, ruthless, and ambitious woman. A goddess who knew what she wanted and took what she wanted. Perfect, beautiful, and competent. And then she met me. I came into Oreo and practically upended her life. Freya did not love. She gave favors, gave affection, but she never gave love. There were many who construed it as love, and there were many more who sought it, believing it to be love. But I knew the truth. Until she met me, Freya did not give out her heart or her love. And like that, Freya had remained an aloof, cold, and perfect beauty. But she had fallen, not just in love, but from that perfect beauty. A machine who had been acting out her role had been pierced through the heart by love and become human. I stared at her for a while, taking in the appearance of the beautiful woman in front of me. The woman who had held her heart out for me, expecting to be hurt, but daring anyway. Tia had embraced me and revolved her life around mine, supporting me in every way. She was a calm and constant campfire, a lighthouse that always pointed home. No, someone that was home itself, true to her role as a goddess of home and hearth. It was why I fell for her first, and also why I chose to love her. In contrast, Freya was a star, no, like the moon. A light that only shone in the dark, but also a light that came and went. Distant and out of reach, at least, that was how she should have been. It was why I had my doubts at first. Freya was someone who should be out of reach. A goddess who had no reason to choose me. And one who, if she did choose me, did so out of a desire to collect and keep, not love. But she did love me. I could see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice, feel it in her gentle touch. Belle? Freya tilted her head and stared at me, nervously tugging at the bottom of her blouse. I looked at her and thought about it. Yes, Freya was like the moon, a celestial beauty who should have remained among the stars and perfect. But I had pulled her into the light. Like how you could sometimes see the moon in broad daylight, Freya had chosen to step away from her role to just grab a bit of happiness. Even if she couldn't have it all, she was content with just a piece of that light. But it wasn't fair for her, or for Bella, who was caught in the middle. So, Freya flinched and then sat up straight. Why, yes. I stared at her. And while there were many ways this could go wrong, I would make it right. Because you deserve to be loved too. I reached out and gently held her hand. Freya's eyes widened. Be Belle. I love Tia. Freya flinched and lowered her gaze. I know. I stared at Freya and said, Tia was the first to reach her hand out to me. She had almost nothing to her name, but even so, she was willing to share what little she had with me. And so I love her, since she deserves that love. Freya nodded. I agree. She let out a wry smile and said, Hestia is a wonderful woman who deserves all the happiness in the world. Right. But, you know. I gently rubbed the back of her hand and said, I think you deserve to be happy too. Freya's violet eyes trembled. Her lips opened and closed a few times, as if wanting to ask a question. The question, about whether I was serious. But she was afraid to be wrong and hurt. So Freya was stuck like that, unable to ask for fear of being wrong, but wanting to ask out of the hope that she was right. Ambiguous, just like everything between us until now. So I decided to make it clear. Let's try it. Freya's eyes widened. Belle, are you? I mean, do you? She stopped talking and shook her head. After that, she took a breath to calm down. Then she looked at me and said, Are you serious? I am always serious. I stared at her, still holding her hand. To be honest, I don't like polyamorous relationships. I've seen too many crash and burn. But I squeezed her hand tight and said, I'll make this work. Not for Bella's sake, but because I think you're worth loving. Freya froze. Then her violet eyes started to shimmer with unshed tears. I had my doubts. After all, I'd seen all the reports about Freya, and I'd heard stories about her from Cranel. But even if those might be true, even if Freya might have been obsessive and a terrible person in the past, I also knew that the lonely woman who was desperate to be loved and who loved me desperately was also true. So it didn't matter. The goddess. No, the woman sitting across from me was someone who adored her family and would give everything she had to keep it together. One who was starved for genuine love and affection, not just sex and intimacy. She was a mother who loved her daughter and did her best to spend as much time as she could despite running the most powerful familia in Oreo. So it was enough. I smiled at Freya and said, Today, Freya, I choose to love you as well. Freya let out a sharp gasp and covered her mouth. Tears started streaming down her cheeks, and then she shook her head, quickly brushing them off. Belle. She laughed through her tears and smiled. You're terrible. You should let a woman prepare. Ambushing her like this with such words after everything. I chuckled and said, Well, I don't like leading women on. And since I'd be doing that if we went on as we were, I figured I'd clear it up. But I smoothed my expression and focused. You know, right? That I can't actually be with you. Not yet. Freya froze, looking panicked for a moment, probably fearing that she had misunderstood everything. But then she calmed down, realizing what I was really saying. Ah, of course. She sighed and brushed away her tears before letting out a wry smile. My family. Right. I nodded. Other than Otter, if we go public, then your children will raise Oreo to the ground trying to get rid of me. Especially since you would technically be sharing me. Freya frowned. True. They wouldn't understand. Yeah. The members of Freya's familia had a reputation for vicious competition and drive to win her favor, all for the sake of a chance at her love. It was part of the reason they were at the top of Oreo. After all, what better motivation to improve than the love of a perfect goddess, right? So then if word got out that I not only won that love of that perfect goddess, but that I was shamelessly loving her and another goddess. Well, people hated NTR for a reason. Freya giggled and then pulled my hand up to rest against her cheek. You were such a scoundrel, Belle. Loving a goddess already, complete with a child, and yet declaring that you would love me as well. How shameless. I chuckled and said, well, I suppose I am a scoundrel. I smirked and said, I'm the bastard who stole the heart of not just one, but two goddesses and had children with both. If Oreo knew the full details of what I did, I'd probably be on the hit list of every adventurer alive. Freya let out a soft sigh, but then she gave me a serious look and quietly said, but are you certain you want this, Belle? Her violet eyes trembled a bit, but she stayed firm and said, you are already happy. You have a family. This tiny piece. She closed her eyes and leaned against my hand. This drop of love is enough for me. I am fine if we keep things as they were. No. I shook my head and gave her a firm gaze. It might be fine for you, but I know that when women say they're fine, they're lying. Freya flinched and opened her eyes. I gently tugged my hand away and then cupped her cheeks. I know you want more. And you deserve more. So, wait for me, Freya. I smiled and said, you love heroes, right? Then, I'll become your last and only hero. Give me a bit of time and I'll earn your hand the proper way. Freya laughed and then looked up with loving eyes. You are such a scoundrel. Calling yourself a hero? Saying to become my last and only when I will be one of two. Still, she let out a soft smile and said, I suppose that's part of why I love you. She reached up to cup my cheeks as well and said, a hero and a villain. Good and evil. Diametrically opposed normally, yet so paradoxically combined in you wonderful, wonderful man. I smiled and said, well, that's because I'm just me. Freya laughed. Yes, just you. Belle. My Belle? No. Our Belle. I smiled and lowered my hands. But then a thought came to mind. Tia and I had a matching pair of rings. Now, I would be a suicidal fool to give Freya one considering the time bomb that was her familia. But I could still give her something as proof. Belle? Freya looked confused. What are you dash? Here. I reached around her neck and crafted a golden locket shaped like a heart. Or to be exact, half of a locket. Freya's eyes widened as she felt it settle on her neck and instinctively reached up to grab it. This is a promise. I reached around my own neck and put on the second half. After that, I glanced at both. Freya's pendant was the bottom half of the golden locket, holding a picture of her and Bella hugging each other within the heart frame. And mine was the top half. Although it just looked like a golden heart, if I turned mine over, it was a picture of me, reaching out to the side. I smiled and walked around to lean and close to Freya, hooking our halves together. See? The completed locket now showed a picture of me hugging Freya and Bella. Freya gasped. Belle. I gently pulled my half away and said, we can't be like that yet. But soon. I promise. Freya was quiet, just holding the pendant in her hands with a warm smile. I smiled back at her. And then Freya shook her head. To think I could be this happy, feel this loved. She instinctively clenched her hands around the locket. But then she sighed and lowered her hand. Smoothing her expression, she folded her hands on the table and said, well, I appreciate you for all of this, Belle. I'm sure you didn't come here just to flirt with me. I laughed and rubbed the back of my head. Ah, well? Freya chuckled and said, Hestia told me about it. You have a habit to bombard a woman with love before asking something ridiculous. So what is it? I don't dash. I paused, thinking about it. And then I sighed. I guess I do, but anyway. I cleared my throat and said, you see. I waved my hand off to the side and dumped a mountain of gems, treasures, and valise that I'd pilfered from my night out in the red light district. I recently came into possession of some riches. And since I know a lovely and intelligent woman who is very skilled at discerning treasures and spending money for goods, would you kindly acquire some resources for me, Freya? Freya giggled and then poked my cheek. My. I already adored you for you. But now you come and show that you have money as well. And you're giving this money for me to spend however I want. She let out a teasing smile and said, you really are a scoundrel, aren't you? Treating such an esteemed goddess like a simple mistress. I coughed and said, WL, you are a connoisseur of the best in Oreo, are you not? I am indeed. Freya chuckled, her mind already turning. Then she hummed and said, some grimoires for Hestia's new children and some useful equipment. I can do that, but that will only take a small portion. For the rest, I presume you want raw material to give to Elf to use. Right. I nodded. If I'm going to solo the Apollo Familia, I'll need better equipment. And while I can make it myself, I'd rather have Welf train his blacksmithing and make it. Not to mention that revealing my trump cards so publicly would be bad. Freya smiled and said, yes. I suppose our Belle does have quite a few tricks that should be kept under wraps, particularly if my hero plans to win me in a proper challenge. I chuckled. You know me so well, Freya. I smiled. It's nice talking to someone competent. Freya poked my forehead and said, I'm flattered. But watch your tongue. Dear Hestia might get jealous. True, but what's there for her to be jealous about? I smiled and said, I love her, and she'll always have me. Freya stared at me. I blinked and said, what? Nothing, just. Freya smiled and said, it's good that you have standards. If not, I fear you would be running around Oreo collecting beauties like coins. Rude. I'll have you know, I am a family man first and foremost. I'm not some protagonist of a novel or show who goes around stealing hearts and collecting beautiful women for fun. Freya smiled. Of course not. At least, not intentionally. Oi, oi, oi. I poked Freya's cheek and said, even if I said I love you, I won't forgive jinxing things. I draw the line at you and Tia. I pulled my hand back and then gave her a serious look. I want a proper, loving, and healthy partnership to raise Fina and Bella. Not just some hedonistic male fantasy. Freya blinked and then let out a warm smile. Of course, that is just like you, Belle. She grabbed my hand and massaged it, chuckling. A simple family man through and through, despite being able to be more if you wished. Well, I smiled and said, is it wrong that all I want is to live a happy family life? Of course not. But, Freya sighed, you have much to do. And I should pull a few strings if I am to sort this out in time before the Donatus in the official wargame declaration. Oh, right. I nodded. About that. When is it? Freya hummed and said, it should be a week. As for the wargame itself. Since you challenged, you can set the date. But the Apollo Familia will decide the format. She hesitated and said, will it really be fine, Belle? Not that I doubt your skill, but you alone against potentially all of the Apollo Familia. I chuckled and said, it's public knowledge now, right? That my mother is the adventurer that was known as the monster of talent. I smirked and said, well, I'll just have to show everyone how children tend to surpass their parents. Equals. Freya leaned against the window and watched Belle's swirling black and white soul head back towards the church where the Hestia familia lived. After a while, a gruff voice echoed from the corner of the room. Zaltz. He chuckled and said, Belle truly takes after Alfea. It seems like all he inherited from that coward were his crimson eyes. Freya chuckled and said, it appears so. After giving another longing glance towards Belle, she walked back over to the pile of treasures he left behind. After grabbing an accounting book and a quill, she started to get to work noting the total resources and potential costs of acquiring everything for Belle. Silence passed, with just the sound of a pen scratching against paper. But then Zald's voice echoed again. Lady Freya. Freya paused. It wasn't like Zald to use her title. So because of that, she paid close attention and glanced into the corner of the room. Zald had left the tiny soul cage keeping him alive and inhabited armored mannequin in the corner of the room. Walking over, he faced Freya and said, you know it. That none of your children will be idle from this point onwards. Even having them idle until now is a miracle. Freya stilled and then quietly said, I know. Zald was quiet too. Then he said, 6 months, maybe less. When the goddess festival comes, that will be when this situation ends, one way or another. Do you think your hero will be prepared by then? Freya fiddled with the pendant on her neck. 6 months. Even though Belle had become a level 2 in record time, even though he continued to perform impossible tasks and feats, would it really be enough against a familia with 3 active level 6 adventurers and 4 level 5 adventurers? Belle had to cross 4 levels in that short time. 6 months to go from level 2 to level 6. A level that most adventurers in Oreo never reached. Realistically, it was impossible. But Freya laughed and said, I have faith in him. Yes, Freya had faith in Belle. And wasn't that funny? For a goddess to have faith in someone else. No, for Freya to have faith in anyone at all was already strange. Still, I suppose Belle always does the impossible. Freya smiled and subconsciously glanced back towards the church in the distance. A black and white swirl amidst other glowing lights. Lights that got just a bit brighter when he arrived, as if he drew out their potential just by his mere presence. Freya smiled and fiddled with the pendant on her neck. I hope the day where Bella and I can live happily together with you comes soon, my otter. Chapter 70. Is it wrong to try and give grimoires to family? 1/2. There was 1 week until the Donatus. 1 week until the formal meeting of the gods to decide the details of the wargame that the Hestia Familia declared against the Apollo Familia. For most people, that wasn't enough time to prepare contingency plans. That wasn't enough time to ensure that unexpected variables wouldn't pop up, or make sure that the Familia members were all prepared. Of course, I wasn't most people, and neither were the people in the Hestia Familia. Emma's eyes shimmered with a kaleidoscope of lights before one turned red, like mine, and the other a clear blue, like Tia's. Then she swept her hand out, sending out a fireball of pure white flames that mowed down a horde of goblins rushing towards her through a crack in the dungeon wall. Seeing that, I chuckled. So Emma's skill works like how I thought it does, huh? We were on the first floor of the dungeon. And by we, I meant me, Emma, Primo, and Karen. Considering that danger could pop up out of the blue any time until, during, and after the war game, everyone agreed that the best thing to do was to improve the average power level of our familia. To that end, I'd taken those 3 girls with me in order to power level them and teach/awaken the full potential of their skills. Emma lowered her hand, her pink hair still fluttering from the force of the fireball she sent. Her eyes shifted back to their usual pink hue, and then she shook her head, staring at the magic stones littering the floor in front of her. This. She held her hand up and murmured, "This is Fina's power." MMHM. I nodded and kept leaning against the wall, keeping alert for any tricks Dungeon-chan might try. My baby girl is a bit, how can I put it, beyond normal standards of measure. Fauna showed everyone's statistics as numbers, with roughly every 100 or so corresponding to a new letter grade. But what it didn't show was the fact that those numbers were really a modifier to a person's base abilities, not a measure of them. For example, an elf and a human could both have a magic stat of I-99. They could both know the spell, for example. But since elves inherently possessed more magical control and affinity towards magic, the elf would have a stronger spell and be able to cast it more. At least that appeared to be roughly how it worked to me. I wasn't entirely sure since rules were more suggestions to my life, but it seemed to apply to other people, so it was the guideline I was following. Either way, the point was that my dear Princess Fina was already so high-spec that even as a level 1 her abilities were pretty outrageous. And since Emma's skill let her borrow the skills of mostly everyone else in the Hestia familia, she was also pretty broken now. Which was good, since I'd rather not have Fina be the one trying to protect everyone. Not that she couldn't. Oh no, Fina definitely could protect everyone. The problem was that children didn't know restraint. And considering Fina had the strength and fuel to literally raise the entire continent down to ash, yeah. Primo walked up to Emma, amazement on the young elf's face. She clenched her staff, hands trembling with excitement, and said, "Emma, I thought adults were strong, but, well, you can be that strong as a kid." She turned to look at me and said, "And is Fina that strong too, Mr. Bell?" "First, it's just Bell, Primo." I smiled and said, "And yes, probably. I don't know for sure though since she's still too young for me and Tia to be comfortable bringing her to fight. Although." I paused and looked at Primo. Primo was small. Not petite, but still young at only 10 years old. A child who should be at home playing or going to school, and someone who looked even younger because of her blonde twin tails. I sighed. "And honestly, you're still a bit too young to be coming here too, Primo." Primo pursed her lips and lowered her head. "I know." She slowly nodded, clenching her wooden staff hard enough for her hands to turn white. "I'm young and dumb and thought I was cut out to be an adventurer. But then all of that." She trailed off. I didn't speak, knowing all too well what she went through. What all the other girls went through. And I was also once again happy that I made sure something like that could never happen again after clearing out the Ishtar familia and flipping the entire red light district on its head. Primo shook her head and looked up with determined purple eyes. Big Sister Ria said that if I want to stop something like what happened to me from happening again, I need to be strong and to learn everything properly. So, I have to do this, Mr. Big Brother Bell. She finished with her cheeks slightly flushed from embarrassment at calling me Big Brother, but she was still determined. "So teach me, please." I let out a bitter smile. Chapter 71. Is it wrong to try and give grimoires to family? 2 halves. Karen stepped up, her long black hair trailing behind her. Resting her hand on the rapier at her side, she let out a bitter smile and said, "I would like to reiterate Primo's sentiments, Mr. Bell. And I am sure that the others as well, appreciate the lengths you are willing to go in order to protect us. But..." Her dark eyes shimmered a bit with unshed tears before she let out a deep sigh and regained her composure. At least I do not wish to be a burden." I sighed. "I know. And I understand." I pushed myself off the wall and lowered my arms. "I just wish this was a world where you didn't have to fight so hard. Where you didn't have to experience what you did. The fact that such girls could come to Oreo chasing dreams and adventure, only to fall into that situation in the red light district, and most because they wanted to save other people. It pissed me off to no end. Especially more now that these girls were all family. All my little sisters. Even so, I remained cool. Placing a gentle smile on my face, I said, "But what's in the past will stay there. What we need to focus on now is the future, so..." Cracks echoed from down the corridor. The walls, floor, and ceiling all opened, dropping down a practical green sea of goblins. I glanced over and chuckled. "It's time to get in some training. Thanks for cooperating today, Dungeon-chan. I hate you." I heard the shrill female voice of Dungeon-chan echo in my mind as usual. Emma nervously took a few steps back, resting her hands on her twin swords. Karen took a step back as well, drawing her rapier. "And Mr. Bell, are you certain it is fine to be taunting the dungeon like that?" "It's fine." I waved my hand and said, "Dungeon-chan and I go way back. We like playing rough too. I will have your head anomaly. One day. Somehow." I chuckled and said, "You can have me when you show up in person, Dungeon-chan. Or when you join our familia. Then you can be my little sister just like these cute girls. Or my lovely adopted daughter." A frustrated and blood-curdling scream echoed in my mind. But I ignored it. Karen blinked and quietly muttered, "Are all great men insane? I have heard the rumors and read the stories, but..." I decided to ignore her. Instead, I waved towards Primo, who had been stunned silent by the appearance of so many goblins. "Hey, Primo." Primo flinched and then looked over at me. "Why yes, mister. I mean, Big Brother Bell?" I walked to her side and knelt down to her eye level. Then I pointed at all the goblins and said, "You can take these guys. So let me teach you how." Primo shook her head, trembling. "I don't know, Big Brother. I am so small and there are so many. What if dash?" "Hey, relax." I spoke in a warm voice and said, "Can I hold your hand?" Primo blinked, confused. But then she nodded. "It's okay if it's you, Big Brother." I gently held her hand and raised it, holding it up to face the goblin horde. As I did, I started circulating my mana and said, "Don't worry. Against hordes of monsters and enemies, you're definitely the most suited. After all, you use light magic, right?" Primo relaxed a bit and nodded. "I do, Big Brother." "Then, should I just start chanting?" "Here, just relax and try copying me." I gently melded my mana with Primo's and focused. My dear mother Althea had showed me an incredible light magic spell in our spar back during the monster philia incident. Now, I didn't know exactly how it worked, and Primo didn't have the raw mana to pull it off as well as my mother did, but I could teach Primo something similar that suited her. So, yeah, Primo blinked and tilted her head, as if listening to a voice only she could hear. "False Genos. Angelus." "Oh good, it worked." I nodded and gave an encouraging smile. "That's right. Just follow that feeling, Primo." Karen quickly shuffled over to stand behind me. Emma did as well, shaking a bit. "And Mr. Bell?" Karen swallowed and said, "I think they're beginning to move." "It's fine, guys. Worst case, I just blow up this entire floor." "Don't you dare." I stuck my tongue out at the wall. I smiled and then shifted my gaze back to Primo. Primo slowly raised the staff in her right hand, speaking slowly as if in a trance. "Beloved by heaven, melody of light born from sin. Shatter destiny and show absolution." That's the spirit. Wait. Something was wrong. No, something was going horribly right. I'd intended to just gift her a spell kind of like how I gifted Welf his new set of skills. But I quickly let go of Primo and then grabbed both Karen and Emma. Emma gasped, her face red. "And Mr. Bell?" Karen blushed as well, squirming. "Why you cannot just grab a lady like that, Mr. Bell? Even if we are like family, especially around Dash." "Explain later, for now, hold on tight." Primo pointed her staff at the horde of goblins, still chanting, "Shut the path to heaven and destroy everything stained by sin." The horde of goblins roared and charged. I held Karen and Emma tight, then reached over to grab the back of Primo's shirt. A distorted silver bell emerged above Primo. The goblins seemed to notice something was wrong and stopped charging. But Primo continued chanting, "Scream in this place, bell of destiny. Fall, false angel of Genesis." Why is it always bad ideas to power people up? I let out a strangled scream and quickly opened the fast travel menu to send us home. A warped sound, like a distorted bass. A shimmering orb that flew out, hazy like a mirage. Pitch black feathers, no, feathers that drew in so much light they appeared black. And then an explosion. But before that explosion hit us, I tossed us all back home. Karen landed on the ground with a small squeak. Emma rolled along the ground, saying wah 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 as she tried to stop. Primo immediately slumped, unconscious from after using all her mana. And as for me, Bell, Tia's voice echoed as she ran out the front door. "Why did you do something ridiculous again?" I glanced at the slightly singed clothes on the 3 girls I brought with me along this little training trip. Then I chuckled and said, "Is it wrong to dash?" "Finish that sentence and you were sleeping on the couch tonight, mister." "Okay, fine. I'll stop trying to give everyone overpowered abilities. It seemed like only I was really able to handle those anyway. Let's shift priorities a bit. I should go check in with Welf on making everyone overgeared instead of overpowered. That was probably safer." Chapter 72. Is it wrong to be overgeared? 1/2. PFT. Welf bit back a laugh and then shook his head. "You say you're taking the girls out for a field trip and then blow up the first floor. And you wonder why Hestia is mad." I crossed my arms. "Okay, it wasn't the whole first floor. Only like 1/8 of it. And I didn't do it, Primo did." Welf couldn't hold it back any longer and laughed. Sure. That cute little elf girl happened to cast a spell strong enough to blow up 1/8 of the first floor. By herself. Sure. I coughed and averted my gaze. Welf's forge at the back of the church. After that last incident, I decided it was best to stay out of the dungeon and also to work on other ways to keep my new family members safe. Granting them new spells and abilities was clearly the wrong path to take. Well, the right path long term, but it might be too much too soon right now. After all, Primo was still unconscious from mana overuse. She'd be fine, and probably even stronger afterwards. But she was definitely out like a light for the next 8 or so hours. Tia hadn't been too happy about that, which was why I'd gone over to check on my best buddy Welf and his progress with making everyone overgeared. Welf set aside a pair of matching swords, one white, one black. After that, he said, this is why Hestia is afraid to let you take Fina and Bella down there, you know? With your luck and the antics those girls get up to, won't the dungeon spawn a new monster Rex on floor 1 just out of spite? I let out a nervous laugh and rubbed the back of my neck. I also pointedly ignored how Dungeon Chan had been screaming her head off like a disgruntled woman who had already put 10 restraining orders against her ex only for him to show up in her living room. Welf set a magic stone and a piece of iron on the anvil in front of him before glancing over. Anyway, you said you wanted to talk about new equipment? Yeah. I glanced around Welf's forge and said, though, seems like you've been experimenting already, huh? A few pieces of gold that were somehow transparent. Metal that shimmered like cloth when I picked it up. A piece of glass that was woven through with mana to prevent it from shattering. I glanced back at Welf and said, are you trying to swap out properties between materials? Something like that. Welf leaned against his anvil and crossed his arms to look at me. It's more like I'm trying to add things to something already complete. But as you can see. He nodded his head towards a corner of the room. I glanced over and saw a pile of what could only be described as gray gooey mess. Messing up makes everything collapse in on itself. I hesitantly poked the mass and then winced at how wrong it felt. Why does this thing seem soft, cold, hot, and hard all at the same time? Welf shrugged and said, not sure. I didn't feel like scrapping anything, so I just hammered it all together. That's pretty useless in terms of making equipment, but it's a good garbage dump. He smiled and said, I call it greed. I blinked. Come again. You know? Greed. Like the cardinal sin? Since it takes everything? I think gluttony would be better, but sure. I cautiously eyed the mass and said, it isn't going to come alive or anything, right? Welf stared back at me and said, of course not. It's just raw materials. Right, says the man who accidentally created a baby girl by leaving half-finished works around. Welf turned a bright red and said, Pira was a unique case, all right. Yeah, I'm just going to take this though. I stored greed into my inventory. Not going to leave a red flag like this laying around. Welf sighed. Fair. I guess we have been tempting fate a bit. Chapter 73. Is it wrong to be overgeared? 2 halves. Anyway, I triple-checked my inventory to make sure that greed wasn't coming alive or eating anything. Then I looked at Welf and said, new equipment. Yes. I was thinking about some basic equipment sets for our familia. Like a standard uniform woven out of salamander cloth and undine silk, or something to make sure they'd be safe in fires and floods. And I wanted to check with you on accessory crafting too. Welf hummed. I'm not really a good tailor, but I could take a stab at it. And accessories, huh? He rubbed his chin. I hate to say it, but Fina has me beat there. Huh? I blinked. My princess does? Yeah. I mean, you saw all the stuff she made for Lily, right? Welf shrugged. It's rough, but they're all pretty incredible. I think we should just give her the task of keeping her big sister safe and tell her to make some pretty jewelry. I opened my mouth to disagree with him, but then I paused and muttered, wait, you have a good point. Plus, it would keep Fina busy enough to not do something ridiculous with her sister and Pira. Welf nodded and said, yeah, I'll work on that. After all, I'm the Hestia familia's resident blacksmith. Can't have you sourcing our equipment from elsewhere, right? I paused. Welf frowned. Don't tell me you bought some stuff from someone else, bro. I coughed and said, well, since we had all that money just sitting around, I told Freya to go crazy and get the girls good equipment, but I told her to get you materials too. Welf clicked his tongue and said, guess I need to work harder then. My bro still doesn't trust me with all our equipment. Hey, I just don't want you overworked. Welf sighed. I cleared my throat and said, anyway, where's Pira? Welf turned back to the anvil and picked up his hammer, gently tapping it on the magic stone. She's helping Iris and Love move things around with Lily. I blinked. Move things around? What? Welf slowly molded the magic stone into a half circle before placing it over the piece of iron. Then he said, they're thinking we could start an inn together, so they're testing things out. An inn? Huh? I hummed and said, I guess Tia is a goddess of home and hearth. Welf nodded. Right. I frowned. Wait, but we don't need money though. Welf rolled his eyes and said, money isn't everything, bro. Some people just want to keep busy. Speaking from personal experience here. Right. I sighed, remembering all the girls went through. That would be a welcome distraction. MMHM. Oh yeah, before I forget. Welf reached below his anvil and chucked something at me. I instinctively grabbed it and turned it over in my hand. Huh? A cube. Welf went back to hammering away and said, I noticed you kept breaking weapons earlier. I know you can somehow pull weapons out of thin air, but I figured you'd want something more permanent. I hummed and channeled a bit of mana into the cube, watching as it shifted into various weapons. Oh. I stared at the runes shimmering, feeling as it resonated with my fauna and said, what the heck did you make? Welf chuckled and said, well, Hestia was worried about you and asked if I could make something that could grow with you. After consulting a bit with Faye, we made that. I dropped the cube and quickly took a few steps back. This thing isn't going to come to life and be our magic love child or anything, right? Welf turned a bright red and said, what the hell? No, of course not. Why the hell would you even think that? Well, like I was saying with greed, the last time you made something like this and someone put mana dash. Welf groaned and said, just get out of here, Belle. Fine, fine. I laughed and picked up the cube. I stared at it. Then I double-checked greed in my inventory and said, but just for the record, if I suddenly get 2 more kids, you are never living this down. Oh, you. I laughed and left the forge. Chapter 74. Is it wrong to have a little chat at noon? 1/2. From a casual glance at the sun, it looked like it was past noon already. That meant it was close to lunchtime. After heading off from Welf's forge, I decided to head into the kitchen to make some lunch. Considering everything happening, everybody else was probably busy, and I definitely needed to make up for some things, so I figured I'd treat everyone to a good meal. But when I walked inside, I was surprised to see Ryu and Artemis already there. Rhea noticed me first and nodded towards me. Hello, Belle. If you are hungry, wait a few moments. We just started preparing lunch. I walked over to the sink to wash my hands and then said, well, I was planning on cooking for everyone, but it seems you two beat me to it. I'm surprised though. I thought you'd be busy right now. Rhea placed a few tomatoes on a cutting board and started dicing them. As she did, she said, I intended to. But since Artemis used her skill to create a barrier around our home, there really is not a need to do so. Oh, true. I nodded and glanced at Artemis. Thanks for that. It'll prevent another ambush like last time. We were lucky, but let's not rely on luck too much. Artemis smiled. Of course. And I am more than happy to help protect the children. As she said that, she dug around in the cabinet and pulled out some onions and various herbs, handing them to Ryu. I have not been able to do much, so this makes me happy. Hey now. I wiped my hands dry on a towel and said, you're doing great just being around, Artemis. For Celine. Probably Celine, right? Artemis chuckled and said, Celine is fine. We should make a habit of it, shouldn't we? Right. We really should. Don't want even more questions around our family. Though at this point, maybe we just double down on the weirdness. Rhea rolled her eyes and placed the minced tomatoes into a pot. Please do not tempt fate, Belle. Fair, fair. I knocked on the wooden countertop and then said, anyway, looks like you guys are making pasta? What can I help with? Rhea hummed and said, Celine and I will prepare the sauce. Can you prepare the noodles? Sure thing. I walked over to set a pot of water to boil and then started pulling out some flour, eggs, and salt to make fresh noodles. Rhea noticed and said, I meant the ones from the pantry, Belle. I started making the dough and chuckled. I know, but fresh noodles are slightly more nutritious. And I can't let all my new little sisters be malnourished, can I? Rhea rolled her eyes, a faint smile on her face. You always do excessive things, Belle. Hey, when it comes to people I care for, nothing is enough. Artemis let out a warm smile at that and said, no wonder Hestia loves you so. Rhea started mincing the herbs and nodded. Indeed. And it's a very good thing that our captain here has only 2 women in his heart. Who knows what sort of menace would be unleashed upon womankind if he didn't? Hey, I resent that statement. I started kneading the dough and said, even if I didn't love Tia and Freya, I wouldn't go around talking up every girl I saw. No. But you are such an outstanding individual who loves to intervene so much with others that odds are high you would inevitably steal women's hearts left and right, Belle. Rhea swept the minced herbs up into the bowl of minced tomatoes and then started heating a pot of cream. Glancing at me, she pointed her knife and said, a menace to Oreo and the bane of women everywhere. In another lifetime, I'm sure that's what you would be, Belle. I chuckled and said, well, no point talking about what ifs in other lifetimes. I started making noodles from the dough and said, we only have the here and now, after all. And here and now, I love Tia and Freya and nobody else. Artemis chuckled as she pulled out some meat from the icebox. Setting it on a separate part at the counter, she said, you like to emphasize that, don't you, Belle? I tossed the first batch of noodles into the pot of boiling water and started making some more dough. Of course, have to remind the world and everyone I meet so that no one gets any bright ideas. I paused and then cautiously looked at both of them. Neither of you like me like that, do you? Because if you do dash. Rhea snorted and cleaned up her cutting board. Please. You have long cemented yourself in my books as the annoying little brother I have to keep an eye on lest he set the house on fire. Hey, I'm not that bad. I'd only burn a small corner. Rhea rolled her eyes and then started mincing the meat that Artemis laid out. As for Artemis, she smiled and said, you can rest assured, Belle. I am fond of you and appreciate what you have done for me. But, she hummed and said, you are not quite my type? I blinked and stopped in the middle of kneading the dough. Huh. Artemis giggled and said, you are quite heroic and indeed very handsome. But, she hummed, lost in thought. I'm not sure. I feel like my heart already belongs to someone else. She placed her hand over her chest and muttered wistfully, it's a bit strange. Perhaps because this all seems like a dream. I winced. Sorry. I forget sometimes that you lost your memories, A.R. Celine. Artemis shook her head. It's quite fine. I'm very happy the way I am now. She let out a genuine smile and said, spending time with all the children and also having such a large and caring family, it's more than I could ask for. She paused and laughed. Though I could use with a little less excitement, dear Captain. I held up my hands and said, I got it. I got it. I'll try not to make things too crazy in the future. Ria started making the sauce, mixing in the herbs and tomatoes into the bubbling pot of cream. As she did, she glanced over and said, "Please do. I have had more than enough excitement to last even my long lifetime." I laughed and said, "Fair, fair." Chapter 75. Is it wrong to have a little chat at noon? 2 halves. For a while, the 3 of us prepared lunch in silence. But after a bit, Ryu glanced over at me and said, "Belle?" "Yeah." I strained the first batch of noodles and prepped the second. "What is it, Rio?" Rio placed a lid over the sauce to let it simmer and then started browning the meat on a skillet. As she did, she said, "Tell me honestly, are you fine? Considering all the recent developments, and now with your responsibility as the captain of the Hestia familia. Since you said you only came to Orio recently, I wanted to make sure that you were fine. If it is too much, I can help shoulder a bit of that burden." I paused and said, "Well, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a lot. But," I placed the second batch of noodles to boil and smiled. "If it's for my family, I can do anything. And since my family's grown to become this big, that just means I have to step up more, doesn't it?" Ria stared at me for a moment and then shook her head in exasperation. "I still cannot understand you. To think a man like you exists in a place like Orio. No, as an adventurer." To be fair, I started making another batch of dough and said, "I'm only 15. Still bright-eyed and idealistic." Ria froze and then looked at me with wide eyes. "What? 15? Only?" I blinked. "What? I thought I told you before." I stopped to think about it. "Oh yeah. Actually, I definitely didn't." "Sorry." Artemis gasped. "Then that means you were still a child yourself, Belle? But I thought that. Since you were with Hestia and Freya." "Hey, I'm an adult. Legally, at least. Mentally too, but let's not bring up that sticky issue." Ria groaned. "So you really are a little brother then? Of course, no wonder you get into so much trouble. I'll be better. Gotta set a good example for my daughters, don't I?" Ria rolled her eyes. "So says the man who causes a ruckus every time he steps outside the house." "Okay, fair." Ria hummed, focusing on searing the meat in the skillet. Then she paused and said, "Earlier, you said there were only 2 women in your heart. Then is it safe to say that you decided to accept Seer, Belle?" I nodded. "Yeah, wait." I pointed at Rio and said, "Since when did you know that Freya is Seer?" "No, how?" Ria smirked. "I had my suspicions for a while now, but thank you for confirming it for me." I groaned. "Of course. Fell for the oldest trick in the book." Artemis paused and said, "Is it fine with Hestia?" I started making more noodles and said, "It'll be fine. I'll talk with her about it." Ria frowned. "Don't take this lightly. A woman's heart is delicate, Belle. Especially the heart of a pure maiden like Lady Hestia. Speaking from experience or dash." Ria narrowed her eyes and subtly glanced at the knife on the countertop. "Right. Serious time." I nodded and said, "But I mean it. I'll have a proper talk with Tia. I want to make this work, after all." At that time, the door opened and Tia walked in. She blinked and said, "A proper talk with me?" She huffed and said, "What did you do this time, Belle?" I chuckled and said, "I didn't do anything yet, Tia. And I just wanted to talk about us." Tia blushed and set down a stack of papers on the dining table. "You us? WL, that's..." "Wait." She paused and said, "What about us?" I finished making the rest of the noodles and washed my hands. After that, I walked over and gave Tia a quick peck on the cheek before whispering, "Wait until the kids go to sleep first." Tia turned a bright red and then swallowed. "Oh, okay." She giggled and said, "Then. I'll get everything ready for tonight." "That'd be great." Rio and Artemis shared a look. I noticed and glanced at them. "What?" Ria sighed and muttered, "Lady killer." Artemis nodded and said, "Bane of women." "Huh." Rio shook her head and said, "Let's just finish cooking." "Ah. If you'd like to help, Lady Hestia, can you prepare the dining table?" Chapter 76. Is it wrong to be grateful for family? 1/4. After a few hours of cooking, lunch was prepared, though it ended up being more like dinner than lunch considering how long it took. Although Rio and Artemis started off making pasta, I thought it wasn't enough. And since Tia was here, we both decided to make a bit more. Since it would probably be rare that we were all here together in the future at the same time, and since we hadn't really had a proper celebration of our now expanded family yet, we decided to go a bit overboard on the food. Tia made a bunch of fried potato crepes and other fried pastries. Rio had Artemis help her make some traditional elven desserts. And I definitely didn't cheat with my crafting skill to make pizza, cake, and other yummy foods from Earth. Definitely not. But anyway, as the sun began to set, the stage was set for our first proper celebration as the Hestia familia. I'd gone ahead and moved everything to the courtyard on a large table as well as set around a bunch of chairs so we could lounge and chat through the night. After all, we couldn't just end the celebration with a dinner, right? I finished organizing the last few chairs around the courtyard and straightened, proud of my work. At that time, Welf walked over and sighed. "You know, you could have asked me to help, Belle. Now you just made me look like a slacker." I laughed and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry about it, Welf. We delegate things around here, and you've been delegated equipment duty. Leave organizing the normal stuff like this to me. Welf shrugged and said, all right then, Captain. I paused and said, you too, huh? Is there a reason why everyone's been calling me Captain? Welf chuckled and said, well, it's true, isn't it? Yeah, but still. At that time, Lily walked over and said, it's because the others are calling you that, Mr. Bell. Oh, hey Lily. And really now, I leaned against the chair and hummed. And I'm guessing my lovely daughters caught onto it and started insisting on me being called that. Lily nodded. Yep. Welf chuckled. You got it there, Captain. I sighed. Well, as long as you don't start calling me a pirate or anything. Welf laughed. Well, considering what we did to the Ishtar familia. Lily started to nod. True. Mr. Bell and Mr. Welf acted very much like pirates then, pillaging all the women, stealing all the treasure. Hey now, I resent that characterization. I crossed my arms and said, I am very much a protagonist and a hero, not a pirate. Welf laughed. Lily gave me a skeptical look. I ignored both of them and took a look around the courtyard. Fina, Bella, and Pyrrha were playing in a corner of the courtyard, putting some finishing touches on a bunch of ribbon bracelets. I had a vague sense that those ribbons were anything but ordinary cute gifts made by children, but I decided to set that vague sense aside for the moment. Anyway, Tia, Ryu, and Artemis were setting up the plates and arranging things to look pretty. Iris, Silva, and Oriana were helping with that and rearranging the foods to be in a proper buffet-style format. Meanwhile, Emma, Primo, and Karen were standing beneath a tree and having an animated discussion about superpowers? An adventurer who reset his level? Cheats? Huh? Maybe I was just hearing things. Yeah, let's just say it's that. But anyway, it looked like everything was going well. Welf glanced off towards the entrance and said, oh hey, I think we've got a visitor, bro. I glanced over and saw a vaguely familiar young woman who looked Japanese and was definitely dressed in Japanese samurai gear. And then I saw the beautiful blonde fox lady wearing a red kimono shyly following her and remembered who they were. Oh yeah, Haruheim said she'd be back after sorting things out with her friends and stuff. I guess that's good timing. Welf blinked and then chuckled. You would remember the name of a beautiful young woman. I remember the names of everyone in my family. Thank you very much. And if you keep talking like that, bro, I might have to report back to Fei Fei. Welf flinched and said, just teasing. Please don't. No promises. And keep an eye on him for me, Lily. Lily nodded, a serious expression on her face. Understood, Mr. Bell. Welf groaned. Come on, Lily. You don't really have to be so serious about it. Please. Lily owes Mr. Bell a big debt, and Mr. Bell is nice. So Lily will do what Mr. Bell asks. I'm totally outnumbered here as the other guy, aren't I? I ignored their little banter and headed towards the front gate, waving. Hey, welcome back, Haruheim and Makoto.
Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? Chapter 77. Is it wrong to be grateful for family? The Japanese young woman shook her head. It is Makoto, but that is close enough. She smiled and said, I am surprised you remember. Well, I should have remembered it better considering my memory with other things, but I suppose I wasn't really paying attention at the time. I opened the gate and said, come in. We were just about to have dinner. Haruheim paused and glanced over at Makoto. Miko. Makoto smiled and said, it is fine, Haru. She patted Haruheim's shoulder and said, if this is what you wish, then we will all respect it. Besides, she glanced towards the other girls scattered around the courtyard and then at me before saying, against all appearances, this Bell appears to be a noble man. So it is fine. Do I really look like that much of a playboy? I fiddled with my hair and muttered, maybe I should get a haircut, a proper side part to look like a family man. Makoto laughed. Haruheim giggled, hiding her mouth behind the sleeve of her red kimono. I sighed and then said, anyway, come in. We're just about to start dinner. Makoto shook her head and said, I am honored, but I only came to escort Haru to her new home. Lord Takamikazuchi said he recently received some useful potions for us, so we plan to have a gathering tonight. Oh, well, that's fine then. I nodded and said, don't be a stranger though. I heard your god's a good friend of Tia's, so you're all friends of mine too, okay? Makoto blinked. Tia, I mean Hestia. Makoto blinked again and then muttered, so a relationship with a god is possible after all? Then, if I become worthy enough, maybe Lord Take Dash. She abruptly cut herself off and coughed. In any case, she bowed and said, I will leave Haru in your care. Until next time. With that, she dashed off. And that just left me and Haruheim by the entrance. Haruheim shifted a bit and then said, he excused Miko's reaction. She's not usually like that. I walked Haruheim inside and then closed the gate behind her. I don't mind. It seemed like her mind wandered to some embarrassing topics, so I don't blame her dashing off like that. Haruheim giggled and stuck close by my side. I walked with her towards the others. But as I did, I said, just for the record, you aren't interested in me, are you? Because I'm going to have to shut you down right away. Haruheim giggled again and said, Don't worry, Mr. Bell. You are my hero, but I wouldn't dare pine after one who has already been claimed by a goddess. Okay, I just want to make this explicit and double check. You don't have any romantic feelings for me or plan to make any romantic advances. Haroheim's giggle turned into a full laugh as she said, No, no, I know the line. Besides, she hummed and said, rather than someone to love, I think Mr. Bell seems more like a caring older brother. I paused and said, How old are you? Haroheim tilted her head. 16 years of age as a spring. Why do you ask? I'm only 15, though. Haroheim gasped. Truly, why is everyone surprised by this? Tia's voice echoed, and she said, Because you look like a grown man, Belle. Honestly, if I didn't know what you looked like before, even I wouldn't believe it. I glanced over at Tia and held out my hands. Well, excuse me for having an early puberty. Tia rolled her eyes and then looked towards Haroheim, letting out a warm smile. Welcome, Haroheim. I guess you're making it official then. Haroheim bowed and said, Yes, Lady Hestia. Thank you for accepting me into your family. Tia helped Haroheim up and said, Come on now. None of that. The only person who has to bow their head around here is Bell when he makes a mistake. Hey, how come? Actually fair. I chuckled and looked around. Seeing everyone already standing around the table in the center, I said, Should we get this started then? Tia smiled and said, Yeah, let's start dinner before the girls start sneaking desserts away. Yeah, that's Fina. No, not yet. Fina flinched, her hand hovering over a chocolate chip cookie. She giggled and then dashed away, hiding behind Bella, whose mouth was smeared with chocolate. Bella flinched too, but then she stared at me with glimmering violet eyes and a perfect puppy dog expression. I sighed. Just wait a little bit more, girls, honestly. I quickly walked over to the head of the table and took a look around at everyone. Next to me, there was Hestia. Across from us, there was Welf, Lily, Pyrrha, and my daughters. On the left, there was Ryu, Artemis, Primo, Karen, and Emma. And on the right, there was Iris, Silva, Oriana, and Haroheim. A family of 16 people. Our family, and my family too. Well, there's still someone missing Dash. At that time, the front gate creaked open. I glanced back to see Freya. No, see her walk in, carrying a bundle of food. Seer smiled and said, I hope I'm not too late. I heard from a little bird that we were having a dinner party. Am I invited? Bella gasped, and then ran over, jumping into Seer's arms. Seer stumbled a bit, but then she held Bella tight, letting out a gentle smile. A little bird. I paused and glanced at Fina. Fina noticed my look and giggled, averting her gaze and whistling. Honestly, this daughter of mine. Chapter 78. Is it wrong to be grateful for family? Although Seer's appearance was a bit unexpected, it wasn't unwelcome, especially since Bella was thrilled that her mother was here, even if not in her true appearance. Though I could see Ryu giving me a strangely pointed look. Right, I could sort that out later. For now, I cleared my throat and said, Thanks for being here, everyone. Well, I mean, you'd all be here anyway since we all live here, but I'm grateful that we have the chance to gather like this. It was a bit of an awkward start, but everyone politely waited for me to continue. So I did. Looking around at everyone, I smiled and said, It was definitely unexpected. At first, it was just me and Tia here. Then our little princess showed up out of the blue. And then Welf and Pyrrha joined us after some events. And then my little treasure Bella appeared in our small family. Fina gave me a thumbs up. Bella teared up a bit and gave a bright smile, snuggled against Seer's chest. Seer, or rather Freya, herself looked a bit teary-eyed. Welf looked up at me with a grateful expression, one mirrored by Pyrrha. I smiled and said, But from that small start, we suddenly got a lot of people to join. Ryu, who's been nothing but a good friend. Celine, who's been a good friend of Tia's, but went through some unfortunate events, and now all of you girls. I looked to everyone else and said, Despite how it happened, I just wanted to say, we're family now. It might not be by blood for most of us, but to me, it's all the same. From now on, at least, you can always rely on me. So, let's live well and prosper, all right? The moment I finished, Fina started clapping. And with that as the cue, the new girls started to cheer. I laughed and waved my hand. All right. Enough of that. I'm just me, you know? Now come on and dig in. Most of us haven't eaten all day, so get your fill. With that, the girls started lining up to get food. Of course, Fina immediately cut to the front of the line in a white blur. I chuckled and then started walking to the back of the line. As I did, Tia walked to my right side and leaned against me. That was a good speech, Belle. Could have been better. I smiled and said, But whatever you say, Tia. Seer walked over to my other side and gently grabbed my hand. No, I agree with Lady Hestia. It was a wonderful speech, Belle. See, now you're just flattering me, Seer, but you know you don't need to, right? Seer giggled. Tia huffed and then wrapped herself around my right arm. Seer flinched and subconsciously loosened her grip on my hand. I sighed and then pulled them both into a hug. Tia's eyes widened and she stammered. Belle. Seer fidgeted and said, "You don't have to dash." I lowered my voice so only they could hear me and said, "I love you both equally, but in different ways. So don't feel jealous. Neither of you could replace each other in my life." Okay. Tia paused and then let out a deep sigh, leaning against me. "I know, Belle." Seer shook her head and looked at Tia. "No, Tia, don't apologize. If anyone should, it would be Dash. Hey now, this is a happy time." I patted both of them and then let go. No frowning or apologizing, okay? Tia stared at me for a while and then let out a small smile. "Okay, Belle." Seer let out a faint smile as well and nodded. "As you say, Belle." "Good. Now," I looked at Seer and said, "You're pretty sly, slipping off like this. Aren't you worried what the others in your family will think?" Seer smiled and said, "Don't worry. My dear friend Freya is covering for me, and only 2 other people in my familia know that Seer exists. Those 2 are dearly loyal to me as well, so it's fine. 2 other people. Otter and Mia, right?" Seer's eyes widened a bit. Then she chuckled and said, "As sharp as ever, my dear hero." I let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Would hate to have to fight Otter since I can't think of a way to beat him without raising half of Oreo to the ground, and Mia seems only a little weaker than him. Yeah, good news. Tia rolled her eyes and said, "You say that, Belle, but I already know you have like a bajillion contingency plans, you crazy man." I walked up the table and grabbed a few plates, handing one to Tia and to Seer. Even so, always best to not have to use them. Trump cards are used the most effectively when no one knows about them. Seer held up her plate and giggled. "Do you need to be so concerned about a single trump card when it seems like you have a whole deck hidden away, my dear hero?" I grabbed a plate for myself and said, "You can never be too careful. This is a world where anything can happen, you know?" Tia hummed. "That's true, but my lovely husband will be able to handle it, won't he?" "Of course I wait, husband." I glanced at Tia. "Huh." Tia huffed and said, "Don't play dumb now, you." She playfully punched my arm, blushing. "Why you even said, right, that you wanted to talk about us later and to get things ready. So, I won't do that for anyone but my husband. So I prepared it. It's official. Got it. Nota que vox." I paused, slowly parsing what Tia just said. Then I realized it. She had misunderstood. I just meant I want to talk with her about Freya, but, oh, in hindsight, the implication was kind of, well. Seer giggled and then looked at me with her gray eyes, subconsciously licking her lips. "Is that so? Then, Mr. Husband." She sidled up to my left side and held my arm against her chest. "Do you want seconds after tonight's lovely feast?" I swallowed. Yeah, this was happening. Definitely a thing. Even so, I put on a smile and said, "We'll talk about all of that after the kids have gone to bed." Tia blushed a bit more and nodded. "We will. And no take-backs. For real. Got it. If you do, I'll burn Oreo down too." I poked her forehead and said, "Stop it. You'll set a bad example for Fina." Tia huffed. Chapter 79, Is it wrong to be grateful for family? Seer giggled and took a step back. "Of course. I can wait a bit longer. And I suppose it wouldn't do to enjoy my dear hero with a borrowed form, nor with someone else watching." I nodded. "Right. Can't have horny peeping on you, right?" The moment I said that, I felt a surge of mana from the distance, along with a vague sense of flustered denial. Probably the mysterious young woman helping Freya keep up her charade. Someone who I still hadn't met. Wait, considering everything and how intimate that connection seemed to be with Freya, and how I had even mistaken that mysterious young woman for Freya in the past. No, let's snap that flag right there. Even if there was potentially another lovesick young woman, we were cutting that thread right away. Seer noticed and then chuckled. "Don't worry, my dear hero." She sidled up to my side again and whispered, "The only one I'll share you with is Hestia. No one else, no matter how much they insist." I resisted the urge to wipe the sweat off my brow and said, "That doesn't clear things up very much, but sure, Seer." Tia rolled her eyes and then started getting food for herself. "Don't worry, Belle. If any other hussy tries to get a piece of you, I'm going to boot them right away." She glanced at me and then let out a fierce look, her eyes flashing red for a split second. "You're my husband. Only mine." Note to self. Gentle reminder that even sweet, kind women can snap and go full Yandra. Let's not let that happen to Tia. I smiled and kissed her gently. "Of course, Tia. I'll stay with you, so relax." Tia stared at me for a long while and then nodded. "You promised. I won't forgive you if you break that." I chuckled and said, "I'm sure that Fina would beat me up before I did." Seer chuckled and said she definitely would. "Fina plays nice and cute, but she's quite vicious too, you know? She takes after you a great deal, Belle." What are you talking about? I'm practically a saint." Tia snorted. Seer rolled her eyes. I chuckled and then started serving myself some food, grabbing a bit of pizza and some slices of roasted meat. As I did, I glanced at Hestia and said, "You know, I looked around at the lively surroundings and said, I've almost fulfilled my promise to you, Tia. Tia paused in the middle of grabbing some cake and said, Promise. MMHM. I placed the slice of cake on her plate and said, The promise to make the Hestia familia the biggest in Oreo. Remember? Tia blinked and looked around. Then she laughed and said, I suppose we're getting there if we consider pure numbers. But we'll never be able to compete with the pure numbers in Phase Familia. I paused to consider that, remembering just how many Smiths there were affiliated with Hephaestus. Then I hummed and said, True, but we're definitely up there in fighting force at least. Ryu, Welf, and I could handle most things if we went all out. And now, Emma, Artemis, and the other girls could handle average mishaps. That's also not including our ridiculous kids. Seer chuckled and poured herself a bit of wine. Should I take it as you saying to not worry about my dear family hunting you down? Hey now, I didn't say that. Still need a few more months to prep before facing off against like a dozen level 5s and up. Which reminded me that I should really get to properly exploring the dungeon and leveling up. Which also reminded me I should actually talk with Dungeon Sean, since she seems to actually be sentient and not just randomly tossing things at me these days. Tia huffed and said, And a few more months to give me a proper honeymoon, hubby. I laughed and kissed her. That too, wifey. Tia blushed and then melted against me, letting out a content sigh. I quickly held up her plate and said, Careful now. Don't go wasting the food we worked hard on, wifey. Tia giggled and straightened herself, holding her plate. Mun. She huffed and looked at me. It's not fair how you have this effect on me, Belle. She looked into my eyes with a loving gaze and said, You just make me love you so much. I paused and then gave her a soft smile. And I love you too, Tia. I kissed her cheek and said, I chose to. Then and now. Seer cleared her throat. I flinched and looked towards her. Yeah, and you too, Dash. Seer laughed and said, You don't need to reassure me, my hero. She let out a soft smile and said, I believe you. I always will. Man, I must have saved a country in my last life or something, because I've definitely lucked out having two understanding, beautiful, and unparalleled women love me so dearly. Tia rolled her eyes. Seer giggled. I smiled and then said, Come on, let's get our food and make sure that our daughters are eating properly, Dash. Bella gasped and said, Wine is so tasty. Fina giggled and said, It's sweet. I quickly glanced over towards their voices to see Bella and Fina both chugging a bottle of wine. Pira was there too, cautiously taking a sip from a cup of wine that Fina poured her. Then she spat it out and shivered. EW, it's bitter. It burns too. Huh? Fina tilted her head. What are you talking about, PYR? Bella nodded, her cheeks red as she took another swig from her bottle. Why, it's sweet. I quickly walked over and took the bottle from Bella. Wine isn't for kids, Bella. And Fina, just because you're fine drinking and eating things doesn't mean others will be. Don't feed your younger sister things. Fina blinked and tilted her head. Huh, but wine is just juice, isn't it? It's definitely not. You know, I'll explain some other time. Tia ran over and gasped. Fina, no. Seer quickly dashed over and picked up Bella. Bella, sweetie, how much did you drink? Bella giggled and then held out her hands. Thigh eyes much. I facepalmed and muttered, definitely getting worst father award of the year. I'll be back. I'll get Mike to see if he can get something for Bella. Tia quickly nodded and said, Yes, do that. And also, Welf, who put the wine out where the kids could reach it? Welf froze. Lily raised her hand and said, Lily knows. Mr. Welf said that we should toast to celebrate, so he pulled out some wine from the pantry and MMPH. Lily, I told you that in confidence. Well, if there was anyone doubting this was my family, there wasn't now. We are never going to have a normal and peaceful day in the Hestia familia. Are we?